Morning, welcome to Sewing Street on this glorious frosty morning. It's -5 outside. Ooh, ooh, I love it when it's dry and cold. It's really nice, isn't it? But we're inside in the warm with you today. Have we got a fabulous day for you as well? Fabulous day. Brand new guest. Just saying. I will let you know what's coming up in just a moment. But shall we start with the early bird? Because that's the best one. And we've got a great early bird for you today. So if you're brand new to Sewing Street, welcome. Welcome. Really lovely to have you with us. And if you're not, you're going to love this early bird. This is one of our regular products. So for new viewers, we choose a product every day for an early bird where we give you a special discount. Now, sometimes these are brand new products and sometimes they are things that we sell all the time, but we just decide to give you a little discount. And this is one of those items that we sell all the time that is extremely useful to also. It is the Sewline fabric glue pen with refills too. So if you're an EPPer or an FPPer, or you put in zips, or you just want to glue something that you don't want to use pins, these have been specially formulated to use with fabrics. Won't gum up your machine, won't gum up your needles and pins, and it washes out afterwards. And yes, now Hannah's just mentioned that she tried to use Pritt Stick, and you know, I will admit that I tried the same thing too, and it just doesn't work. Because I've tried, if you use a Pritt Stick for EPP, you never get the fabric off. But this is developed specially, but it's not only that. If you want to use something like PU fabric that you can't pin, you can use these instead. If you've just got something that you can't, or you're putting in a zip, something a bit fiddly, absolutely fantastic. Now, when you get the pen, which is in this box here, you get the pen with a glue stick in and you get one extra glue stick. But once you start using these, you will get through the glue stick. So what we've done is we've put 6 glue sticks with it as an extra. So, special price. Now, the normal price for this would be, which I think is a great price to be fair, $14.98 for the time it's going to save you. And the accuracy that you will get as a result is really worth it. So, Hannah, what's the special Hannah price today? The special Hannah price today is $11.98. That's amazing. £3 and a penny off. Oh, no, it was $14.98. Sorry, I thought it said $14.99. £3 off. That's fabulous. Now, they also come in different colours. Well, do you know, I've never really understood why they're different colours, though somebody did say, one of the guests, that if you use them on different fabrics, they do dry clear, but initially you'll see them as pink, white or yellow. So if you're using them on different fabrics, you might want to be able to see where the glue is, and then it matters. But other than that, it doesn't, because they all dry clear anyway. So the pen is fab. I'm going to take it out. I know I can feel Levi frowning at me. There we go. So this is the pen. Comes like that. As you can see, the glue is already in there. And all you do when you run out is you just twist it up. And then you get more, and then you can twist it back again. You just wipe it onto the fabric. You can put it onto paper. You can put it onto fabric. You can then run it through your sewing machine. You can pin it. It won't gum up anything, and it'll dry clear, and it will wash out if needs be. So I use it loads when I'm doing those post-box zips. You know, you try to pin your zip, but it always distorts slightly with the pins. Just stick it into place. If you're sewing on buttons, it's brilliant because you just put a dab of this on, stick the button where you want it to be, and then sew your button on. Because you know what it's like. You do the first few stitches, and then it starts shifting, and you're trying to hold the button and trying to hold it anyway. Anything like that, hooks and eyes, clasps, all of that sort of thing. I mean, loads of people obviously use them for EPP where they're folding the fabric around the paper. Lots of people use them for FPP when you're doing your starting piece, but I use them all the time in sewing. So even those tiniest little buttons, if you just put a button back on a shirt, you will get greater accuracy. And remember, they dry clear, but they also wash out. So that's your glue stick, and then all you do when you've run out of that, you just pop a new one in. The instructions are on the packet, but it's really easy. You just put this in. And you also get 6 refills as well. So £3 off, only $11.98. Now, that price will go back down. Will go back up, go back down. It will go back up at midnight to $14.98. Or until stocks last. So it's a really good item to pop into your basket, and then you've done your P&P. We have 1 P&P per day. Doesn't matter how many times you check out, whether you check out now or whether you check out another 10 times, we put your P&P on at midnight when your basket closes. So if you get this in your basket now, you've done your P&P, order. But what a great price. Save £3. If you've never used this glue before, it's like one of those tools that you think, oh, I'm not sure will I use it. But once you've got one of them, it's like the turning tool. Love that as well. That sort of thing that once you've had to go with it and it becomes part of your sewing kit, it's a must-have. I like a friction pen. It makes your sewing quicker, more accurate and easier as well. So for £11.98, save yourself £3, and then so you're basically getting 6 glue sticks and the pen as well. And when you run out of them, don't worry, because we stock the glue sticks on their own, so you can buy them. And also, it's so nice to have the backups there as well, because then you don't end up resorting to your Pritt stick, which is no good, is it? Please do carry on checking out. Loads and loads of you have got them in your baskets. Really worth it to get your £3 saving today. First thing, but then, as I say, if you miss out on it today, it will go back up. Once you've got the pen, you don't need to buy another one. You just keep using that all the time. So you won't need to buy another one of them. You will just need to buy more refills. But we stock these on our website, so you can buy them. But we will we'll keep letting you know how the stocks are going, because they are flying out. Right, so let's have a look at what's coming up today, because I mentioned we have a brand new guest. So we're going to start off, first of all, though, at 8 o'clock now, with all your essential hand sewing tools and kits and material. I know loads of you love machine sewing, loads of you love dressmaking, lots of you like hand sewing, lots of you like all of them. So what we've done is we've pulled together the essential tools that you'll need for hand sewing, and also some materials as well. And we've popped in a few little kits as well. So if you love hand sewing, or if you're starting off hand sewing, I will be able to talk you through all of these essential tools. And then if you've got any questions about them, just message me in. I should be able to answer them, hopefully. If not, one of you will be able to answer. I'll ask you to message in the answers. Then at 9 o'clock, brand new guest, Hayley Smith from Craft Yourself Silly. First time she has ever been to Sewing Street, so we're very excited about that. She's going to be coming in at 9 o'clock with some fantastic fabric rolls. You are going to love these. They are the most amazing price. They come in beautiful colours, and we've got, with some of the bundles of the rolls, you will get a quilt pattern. Hayley's going to talk us through that, show us how you make the quilt pattern. That's just one of them hung up. So one of the bundles that we have that has 4 rolls will make that whole quilt, which is amazing. And when you see the price at 9 o'clock, you are going to be astounded. Fantastic value. And there's something really, really unique. I've never seen the rolls that are like this, where you can combine them for really quick, easy and very professional looking quilting. We've also got the rolls on their own. We've got double roll, all sorts. Anyway, Hayley will be with us at 9 o'clock. So I hope you're going to stay around. It's always fab when we have a brand new guest. And Hayley makes and produces all of these herself and designs them. So if you've got any questions at all for her, but I'm sure you are going to enjoy that show. At 10 o'clock, we're going to be talking about sewing room tools. We've got some really, really great gadgets and tools there, including some really good creative grids. Really nice ones. There's a hexy one I've never used, which I'm quite excited about. Might have a go at that myself. I've done the log cabin trim tool, but not the hexy one. Anyway, I'm going to go through a lot of sewing room tools that are absolute essentials for you, but also things that you may not have seen before that you just need to add to your sewing room. Some of them are really good for inspiration and also for using up your stash, which is what it's all about, isn't it? We spend all this time buying all this fabric and then going, not sure what I'm going to do with it. Well, a lot of the tools that I've got at 10 o'clock are going to give you some ideas for that. At 11 o'clock, Hayley will be back with amazing wadding. The wadding is fantastic. It's something that's produced by Hayley. It comes in really big rolls at the most amazing prices, and they're not like it's not like your normal wadding that you cut by the ½ metre. These are different shapes and sizes of wadding, really useful things, including a really stiff one that's a brilliant alternative to Bosal that you are going to love. Really good. I know sometimes, we show you pictures of rolls, but we sell it by the ½ metre. This is like whole rolls. You can set up your whole workroom for the new role, for the new year. It'll be fab. Oh, Hayley's just going to pass me one. Would you like to see one? Look at that. Fancy a whole roll? Look at that. That's the whole roll. You don't just get a bit of it. You get the whole roll. It's cool. Anyway, lots of them. We've got them all in different lengths and shapes and sizes and everything. That's all at 11 o'clock. This is a great thing to have in your workroom that you will use over and over. And when you see the price, you're going to be amazed, because I honestly thought it was at least double this. When Hayley told me the price, I was like, I might have to get one myself. Very excited about that. So that's at 11 o'clock. And then at 12 o'clock, I'm really pleased about this, because I clearly, I was not watching Sewing Street on Christmas Day. I don't know. I don't know what I was doing. I was probably having a Bucks Fizz or something, or considering the roast potatoes. So I missed Sewing Street on Christmas Day. And this is when we launched the Kaffe Fasset in collaboration with William Morris. The best combination ever, fabric. In fact, when I visited Kaffe in his house, he was in the middle of designing it. We had a long chat about it. So I've really been looking forward to it coming out. And luckily, we still have some left. So we're going to be showing those. We've got a mega bundle. I'm really excited about that, because he talked to me in a lot of detail how he'd been working with it. And I'd said what a shame it was he never met William Morris. I think they'd have been big buddies, actually. You know, it's very, very similar, like geniuses in their own right. So 12 o'clock, we are bringing what we have left of the Kaffe Fasset William Morris collaboration. If there were ever two people that should work together, it is these two. So that's going to be fantastic, and that's your day. And after that, you can go and do what you like. How to get in touch with us. So I would love to hear from you. Tell me what you're doing. What's the weather like? What have you got in your sewing room? Tell me any gossip you've got. I love a bit of gossip. Even if I don't know them, bit of gossip. You can message us at the studio@sewingstreet.com. Now, this is a really good place if you've got questions or you want to share things you've made, because they're emailed through to Hannah, then she'll put them on screen, we can answer them. So it's the quickest way of you getting an answer or sharing what you're doing, or telling me a bit of gossip, obviously. Hannah's now laughing because she's thinking, I'd like to know the gossip too. Or you can message the studio on our Facebook page, Sewing Street TV. So either way, but we would love to hear from you. The whole point of Sewing Street, well, obviously is for selling sewing things to you, but the other point of it is we're a great community. We love to be in touch with you, so please do get in touch with us. Now, how to shop. There are two ways of doing it. The easiest way, in that you can see pictures of everything, is to go onto the website, which is sewingstreet.com. Then on the top, you'll see that little bit that says Watch Live. Click on that. Then you can watch live and shop at the same time. Now, you will then, if you scroll down a little bit, you'll see two columns. Coming up on today's show, these are all the items I haven't talked about yet, and it's your way. We used to call it pre-order, but it's a way of you shopping ahead, because I want you to be able to, if you're popping out at 11 o'clock and you want one of those rolls of wadding, I think they're going to sell out, then it means that you can get ahead and get hold of it. Also, if you want to buy things and then just sit back and enjoy it and watch the demos, you can get ahead. These, look, these are the rolls. Look at that. 2.5 inches wide. These are all of the colours are available separately. And then we've also got them in double packs, and we've got them in 4s as well with the quilt patterns. Hayley's obviously going to be talking us through that in detail at 9 o'clock, but you can get ahead now. Because obviously we've got so many different colours that if you want to be able to get ahead and get them, this is the place you do it. So there you go. All you have to do is click on Add to Basket, and don't forget to check out, because it's not yours until you check out. So those are, see, look, there's loads of them, absolutely loads. They're going to cover everybody's colour joys. And then look, there, these are the 4s. They come with the quilt pattern to make the quilts that we showed you. And you get 3 patterns as well. Amazing. I like the Bubblegum Lagoon. Bubblegum Lagoon is brilliant, isn't it? Then at 10 o'clock, these are all the tools that we've got. And if you keep going all the way down, if you get a bit further down, you'll see all the different waddings that Hayley's going to be bringing us at 11. And all those items. There you go. There's all the waddings. So you can start shopping now. Look at that. Half square triangle template. That's coming up at 11. That is a right scrap buster as well. All those little bits and pieces that you've sort of kept. Brilliant. And then all of the Kaffe William Morris fabrics are at the end of that. The other way to shop is on the phone. There's the number at the bottom, 0800 001 4433. It's a UK call centre. It's just upstairs. It's free phone. So if you'd rather speak to a human being, or if you've got any questions, or if you've forgotten what the code is, or you've put the wrong thing in your basket, they're extremely helpful. There's the number, and it's on the screen all day. So you can choose whether you shop on the website or you shop on the phone number. There we go. That is all the housekeeping done. Now, this hour is all about hand sewing. I love hand sewing. Now, obviously, there's loads of different genres of hand sewing, from hemming your jeans to creating beautiful gold work, or whether you want to do shashko, or whether you want to do felt embroidery, all sorts. But what we're going to do, because one of the most crucial things in hand sewing is obviously finer, is you need to be able to see. And I think there's a lot of people who... Ooh, it's a very strong clamp. I nearly got my fingers in it. It's a very strong clamp. It clamps onto your table or your work surface. Now, there's a lot of people in the winter this time, obviously it gets dark about 4 o'clock, who can't carry on because the light isn't good enough or you can't see. And a lot of people say, well, I can't see, my eyesight's going, I can't see well enough to embroider with. This is what you need, because not only is it a lamp, it's also a magnifier as well. So it's fab. Let me put something underneath it. It's rechargeable, so look, let me put that underneath. I need to, yeah, it does help if I actually bring it over the desk. Yeah, it's very difficult because normally you'd be working with it like that. It's 3 times magnification. I don't know whether I can show that. You can't. It's because of the angle. It clamps onto your desk. All you have to do is tap it. That's better, isn't it? Can you see? So there we go. So look how big that is. So if I take it out, that's what it looks like. And look how much bigger it is when you put it on. So imagine if you're sewing or you're threading a needle. Whoa, gosh, that makes my eyes go funny. When you go like that, it really shows up everything so big. So you just tap it, turn it on, you've got the light, 3 times magnification. $29.99. This doesn't need to be plugged in. It's rechargeable. It comes with a USB cable so that you can just plug it into your computer or your USB socket, and that will charge it. But it means that it's very portable because it hasn't got any cables or wires attached. You can just clip it to where you are, near where you'll just put a table or something near you, and it just means that you don't have that issue of thinking at this time of year, or I can't see my cross stitch, can't see my embroidery anymore. The magnification is amazing. Actually, I don't really want to magnify mine. When you magnify things, you think, oh, should have painted my nails. But look at that. That's amazing, isn't it? When you think of the size of it, it doesn't help really that I've got plastic. It's got plastic, makes it shine a bit. Amazing. Anyway, $29.99, and I know a lot of people stop hand sewing because they say, I just can't see, and I end up buying sort of stronger and stronger glasses. But for something like this, I mean, you can just use it as a light, obviously, because if you've just got it by the side of you, you can use it as a light. It's LED, so it's not hot at all. Doesn't matter if you touch it, you're not going to burn yourself. Saves energy as well, and you just tap it on and off. Maybe you've got an embroidery frame or a tapestry frame, you could clamp it to that. You can just pull up a little side table next to you to put it on. Also good if you're reading things. You know what it's like, and you've sat there watching the telly and then you can't see the remote control, you can't see what the newspaper says. You could use that. Absolutely brilliant. Only $29.99. This could make a massive difference to you being able to sew. When you think you can't because of the light or because of the magnification, this could be you coming back into hand sewing whereas you haven't been able to do it before. And a fantastic price as well. Right, let me just move my clamp out of the way slightly. There we go. Right, the Royal School of Needlework book. Now this is a book, isn't it? Look at that. That is the most, well, it's beautiful before we even start. Look at the size of it. It's only $18.99. Look at the size. It's a proper hardback book. It's sort of thing you could have on your coffee table, isn't it? The Royal School of Needlework Book of Embroidery. It's based at Hampton Court Palace, the Royal School of Needlework. They have produced this book. This is where Helen McCook went. There we go. It's the Guide to Essential Stitches, Techniques and Projects. So basically, it has got everything. Now, isn't this a lovely present for somebody? All for yourself. It's got all the basic materials and equipment, how to do design, colour. I mean, it could be just aspirational, but things like, in detail, how to put your work into a frame, roller frames, positioning the design, mounting your embroidery. I mean, look at it, all of that. Just things like mounting embroidery. And then we get into crewel work, so it does all of the genres. And it's lovely, it covers the history, so it's a really nice read. All the tools, materials, fabrics, before you stitch, starting to stitch, it then covers all the stitches. And aren't they beautiful? It's so, well, I mean, it's the Royal School of Needlework, so it is absolutely professional and beautifully done. Gives you, you know, if you wanted to stitch that pomegranate, there's all the stitches that you need to do it. I mean, it is gorgeous. And you start thinking, oh, well, I could use that stitch for that, or I could use brick stitch for that. But because it's broken down step by step, I think this is a beautiful book. So, and I'm still on crewel work. Look, there's so much. I mean, for $18.99, for the amount of information you're getting in this, I think it's fabulous. Turkey rug stitch. Great detail, building up your design. I mean, there's projects as well. So if you wanted to do the bird, there's all the projects. Isn't that gorgeous? Look at the little face. So it's not just a technique book, it's a project book as well. Then we go on to canvas work. I mean, I think that whole crewel work section, which is coloured, that they're coloured differently, could be just a book in itself, couldn't it? But then, canvas work. All of the stitches, again, it goes through tools, materials, stitches, how to do it, how to find the stitches. And then we've got a really in-depth stitch guide. And again, for this one, they've put it as a chart because that's what you need, but then they've shown you what it looks like stitched. So these are all the stitches for your canvas work. Look, there's loads and loads and loads and loads of them. And they go. I mean, it's so inspiring, isn't it? So if you just think, well, I've done cross stitch, I'd like to have a go at canvas work, otherwise known as needlepoint. Then we move on to black work. Again, this is something very, very similar to cross stitch that a lot of cross stitches start with or move on to. Again, the same format. You've got the history, the design, all the stitches, what you can do with them. I mean, I love black work. It's a counted technique like cross stitch, but you use different stitches to create these. I mean, it's back stitches and straight stitches. You work to create these designs. But look, I mean, it is your absolute encyclopedia, isn't it? So there's you've got the charts there, moving on, different things you can do. Silk shading, I mean, that's very Royal School of Needlework. Isn't that beautiful? So that's the one that's on the front cover. Isn't that gorgeous? So we've got all of the techniques. And then we move on to the stitch. Well done for all of you who've already managed to get this. We have only got 20 of them left. I like the banana. That's fabulous, isn't it? Look at these. Loads of these. I'm just going to show you the next. The next section is gold work. It does this written by Helen McCook, obviously. So again, you've got all of the history, the techniques, you've got all of the stitches. I mean, she is the queen of gold work. So all the stitches, you've got diagrams, everything that you need to know about it. And then we move on to stump work. So stump work is where you have raised stitches that are usually made by putting padding underneath them so you get a really 3D look. So it's traditional embroidery, but is raised. But I think stump work is gorgeous. If you like embroidery, this is something you can move on to or you can use as an addition to your work. It gives it that beautiful 3D look. So look at I mean, it's brilliant. It shows you how to do, really, it is the ultimate encyclopedia, everything in detail. And for $18.99, I think this is gorgeous. Look at this. I love this padding where they've made little people and figures. Right, fewer than 20 of these left now. We've got white work, obviously. Love white work. Isn't that gorgeous? So this is where you've got all your pulled thread stitches. I mean, isn't that beautiful? I love the fact, look at that, you know, where you've just got that little mushroom that's created white on white. You know, and you can start off very simply, but what it does is it takes you through the very beginning and then moves you quite swiftly onto being an expert. I mean, you think of all of these photos, and what they've done is they've really thought about it. So where you need a photo, they've put one. Where you need a diagram, they've put one. Because sometimes you need one, sometimes the other. I mean, imagine doing your table linen with drawn thread corners. Fantastic. So that's all the drawn thread. And then we have bead embroidery. I mean, you could start combining all of these. You could do a bit of stump work with white work and bead thread as well. Counted thread stitches, counted thread bead work as an embroidery. I mean, it just keeps going, doesn't it? It's got everything. If you want to do handwork, I mean, surface embroidery stitches as well, this is the ultimate encyclopedia. I think this is a gorgeous book. This must have taken them a very long time to have worked between diagrams, photos, illustrations. How beautiful is that? For only $18.99. That's a book that you could sit and read for a long time. And sometimes it's a book like this that you need just to inspire you to think, actually, I've got some embroidery thread, I've got a bit of fabric, I'm going to just have a go. And it could become the start of a whole new passion. I think that's beautiful. Anyway, well, we've got so many of you have got this in baskets. So if it's in your basket, you need to check out because it is about to sell out. And remember, don't think, oh, I'll save it for my P&P, because one P&P per day. So get it checked out because we are very low in stock of that now, and loads more in baskets of it. Beautiful. What should we do next? Please carry on checking out for that one. What have I got? Oh, yeah, the hand sewing needles. So if you're doing your embroidery, this is what you'll need. Now, you know when you're in the supermarket and they have like packets of general needles, that is not normal. That's not what you should be buying. They are the lower value. They're not necessarily your embroidery needles. They might be just general all-purpose needles. If you're doing embroidery, you need this set. I mean, it's only $1.99, but look what you're getting in it. You get tapestry needles, obviously if you counted thread work, chenille needles, which you'll need for that crewel work, darners, obviously nice long needles for longer stitches like bullion knots and French knots, sharps, that's your general sewing, dressmaking needles, betweens, quilting. These are the little ones you use for quilting, but they're also really good for embroidery. And embroidery crewel, these are used for embroidery. So the chenille for more thicker threads, the embroidery crewel for thinner threads. All of that, all of those needles, 50 of them, John James, $1.99. So these are not your just general hand sewing needles. These are your specific embroidery needles. So if you like embroidery, this is a fantastic value. It even comes with a needle thread as well. If you're checking out something else, this is worth popping in. Don't just use any old needle. Often you'll find the needles that come in these general packs are too thick. You'll find they're hard to get through fabric, and you don't always get super sharp points. These are John James needles. It is a fantastic price. And on the back, it is all labelled. It tells you what needles you've got and also what they're for. And they've also put life-size diagrams so they're easily to identify. That's a fantastic value pack. $1.99, and that will sort out all your embroidery needs. That's a fantastic pack. Shall I do this other little one? We've also put in some regular sharps needles. So sharps needles are your go-to hand sewing needles. These are great quality. As I said, if you just buy any old needles and you don't know what they are, they're not going to be as sharp as this. These have got nice rounded eyes, so they will slip through the fabric, and very sharp points. So any of your hand sewing, whether you're doing hems, whether you're stitching on buttons, you can use them for embroidery, especially the ones with the larger eyes, but they're mainly for hand sewing. So when you've just got to pop a little button on, or a hook or an eye, or you've got to hem something, these are your general needles, and you know they're going to be great quality. And the important thing is when the needle starts to lose its colour and starts to tarnish, you need to discard it and get a new one, because they don't slip through the fabric. Whenever you change your needle, it slips through the fabric. They are very inexpensive for what they are, so it is worth always keeping a pack. There's 20 needles, and they are in sizes 5 to 10. So the larger the number, the bigger the larger the needle, the larger the number, the finer the needle. A little box with what? This little box says lovely. Lovely, this says. so lovely. Little storage box. Look at that. This would be very useful for keeping all your bobbins in, wouldn't it? Put all your glue stick refills in here, couldn't you? Fits nicely. All your glue stick refills. You keep all your little buttons in. We're reducing it today to £3.99. So really nice little tin. Just quite, if you were going away on holiday, you could just put your little sewing kit in that, couldn't you? Nice gift for somebody as well. Doesn't even need to have sewing things in it. You could fill it with custard creams, couldn't you? Wonder how many you'd get in there. Maybe 4. Yeah, Ollie reckons 8. Maybe get a double layer of them. But you could put whatever you like, put your tea bags in it, couldn't you? But that's a really nice tin to have. If you wanted to give a gift for somebody and put it in something nice, or keep it for you, maybe you could just put all your little EPP pieces in it, or your hooks and eyes, or all those random little sequins and buttons you've got around. Or, like I say, you know, you could get quite a few bobbins in there, but I would do it. I would put a little sewing kit in there. Get a bit of felt, put some needles through. You could put a pack of needles like this in it, a couple of reels of thread, a small pair of scissors. That's your sewing kit. Everyone who's checked out on this is actually multi-bought, which I'm not surprised, because that's £2 off. It's almost half price, isn't it? Quite, but almost. Right, Sashko needles. Right, let's do these next. Right, we've got 2 different packets of these. There's the short ones and the long ones. So Sashko is a specific embroidery where it's lines of running stitch. You do a lot of stitches all in one go, so the needles need to be reasonably long. They have to have eyes that are large enough to fit the thread, because the thread is slightly thicker than normal thread, and they have to have super sharp points so they will pierce the fabric quickly and easily. So this is the shorter pack. So if you like Sashko, you can use other needles, but these specific Sashko needles are so much better. So in this pack, you get 4 different sizes, so that you can use them for, you know, different lengths depending on what you're stitching. And it tells you what they are. So you get 250mm length, 244, 242 and 234. So they're slightly different diameters, but if you are a Sashkoer, you'll know that you need different lengths and different diameters. But these are specifically made for Sashko. So it's really worth getting them if you do that. It's only £5.99. And you get all of those, but they are specific. They're made by Clover, so you know that they're going to be really, really good value. And you know that they'll work well, because all the Clover products are all made specifically for a job. Right, those are the short ones. Right, we've also got a pack of long ones here. So there's 3 in this pack. Now these are extra long, so these are when you're going to be doing lots and lots of stitches on your needles, because you can get loads and loads on here. And it's about having these longer ones that makes a difference. So you've got one that's 69mm long, one that's 60 and one that's 57. And they are slightly different in diameter. And by having the choice, then you can choose. You need different diameters depending on the fabric that you're using, and then different lengths depending on how many stitches you want to get on your needle. So these are £3.99 for 3. So if you are into Sashko, or you're just starting off with Sashko, it would be worth getting both packs. But the code that's on screen at the moment, £3.99, that's for the longer ones, and you get 3 in that pack. Right, should we do the thread next, Hannah? Right, so now this is the Sashko thread. So as I said, you use specific thread for Sashko. It's slightly thicker. It's sort of equivalent to, I would say, 6 strands of stranded cotton together, but it's only 1 strand, so it's much easier to use. This actually comes from Japan. It is the proper Sashko thread. That's why you need the specific needles. It's just the right thickness. It's the authentic thread. Now, traditionally, cream thread was used, so this is why we've put in a big pack of this. You get 100 metres on this, £4.99. That's amazing price. It's better than using stranded cotton, and it's the right thread, but it's actually less expensive as well. So that's £4.99 for the cream. Now, if you want to add colours to your Sashko, which loads of people do, loads of patterns, we've put together a bundle. It's exactly the same thread, it's the same thickness, but you're getting 4 here. So you're getting like the mustard, the denim blue, this lovely sort of gentle pink, and the green. Now, should be £7.96 for these 4, but we're reducing it to £6.99, which is a fantastic price. So if you love Sashko thread, you love Sashko, have a go at putting some colour in, because it really does make a difference. I'll show you, I've got a book in a minute I'm going to show you, which they put loads of colours in. And I like the fact that the colours that they've used for Sashko are just a little gentler, a bit more muted. I think that's a great, and that is a great price, $6.99. So you've got 20 metres on each one, 80 metres in total. It's brilliant. And I think if you want to do Sashko, get the right thing, get the right fabric, get the right thread, use the right needles. It does make a difference. And I like the fact that these are made in Japan, because Sashko comes from Japan. So these are made in Japan, and we're supporting the traditional craft because it is made there, you know, and it is part of their heritage. And it's really nice, isn't it, to use the right materials. What I love about Sashko is it's a really inexpensive hobby. You know, it takes a long time to do all the stitching, to put all the time into it. So actually, cost per hour is extremely inexpensive. Once you've bought you've got your needles, you've got some thread, you're off. So that's $6.99. Let me go through the book now. So if you want to have a go at Sashko, if you've never done it before, you've seen it, you think, well, I'd like to do a picture, or actually I've just got myself a new denim jacket and would like to do some stitches on it. Really nice to embellish things. If you've got like a plain navy dress, work some Sashko around the hem. It looks amazing. Patterns worked on the bottom of your jeans as well, or just the back pocket. Now, this book, written by Susan Briscoe, who is the queen of Sashko, as we know. And this is like a bit like that embroidery book. It is your complete encyclopedia. Hang on, I just need to move my light. It's in my way. Right, this is the complete encyclopedia. So if you've never done Sashko before, it talks about everything you need, the different types, tools and material, fabrics that you'll need, what the different techniques are. Then it gives you all of the different patterns. And it shows you how to do them, because what you do is you draw a grid on your fabric, and then the stitches are very uniform, and it tells you which order you do them. So if you want to, for example, make this crosses pattern, it explains what order you do it and how to do it. So look, there's loads and loads. What a brilliant encyclopedia. I mean, I'm flicking through quite quickly here, but can you see every single stitch has a diagram that shows you the order of work and then a photo of what it looks like. So like I was saying, maybe you'd like to work a pattern along the bottom of a dress. How about just repeating this design? But you can see here the colours. And actually, you see those colours? These are the colours these colours are in there. So these are the right colours to use. And you'll obviously see some cream as well. So there is absolutely loads for you to choose from. Oh, more and more and more. So many of them all the way through. I mean, this is going to keep you going for ages, isn't it? This can be the beginning, middle and end of your Sashko journey. What a great price, $16.99. Right, the cream thread, Sashko thread is now completely sold out. This bundle is still available, but is extremely popular. I love the way as well. Now, this is the best bit. I've saved this bit till the end. This is the quilt. So obviously all of these stitches you could use for embellishing items, you can use for making your own Sashko designs, but what is the point of this book, you don't have to, you can just use it as an encyclopedia, is you can make this block. There are 365 stitches in here. And if you do one square of all of them, it explains exactly how to do it, how much fabric you need. You can then make it into this amazing quilt. There's even instructions in it of how to, once you've sewn all of these together, how to make the quilt. So do one block a day, or 7 blocks a week, or do it over a period of 10 years, but just do each block. And then can you imagine making that quilt? And I love the fact that it gives you all the details of how to make them. So you just do your little square, cut it out, put it to one side, save them all up, and then can you imagine how beautiful that quilt's going to be? And the point is that you don't rush it. It's not something that's done overnight. Just do one a week. Or you may find that, you know, you've got in the winter, you think, oh, well, I've got more time. I'll do 10 in a week. Because some of them will take, you know, like a block. Some of them will take you like 10 minutes to do. But it's so lovely. And maybe you just take 10 minutes out of a day for yourself. This is my embroidery time. Maybe you take an hour a day. I'm going to slow down, This is my embroidery. It starts off very simple. So start off with the larger ones. You know, if you start off with number 1, you know, it's really simple. And it says, mark a 1/4 inch grid, stitch, and then it says, see the techniques, warm-up stitching exercise. It explains exactly, by the time you've worked all your way through and got to 365, which is this one here. I mean, even that doesn't look really complicated, but you're going to be an absolute expert. And then it will, I mean, obviously you can use, I mean, isn't it beautiful? Obviously you can use all of the designs for bigger things, for upcycling clothes, for making table mats, whatever you want to do. But to make this quilt, it kind of focuses you to think, right, yes, I am going to do that. I'm going to make it. Anyway, the book tells you everything you need to know, but it's an encyclopedia as well as a quilt. Don't forget the thread bundle. You're going to need this if you're going to make this, because you'll need cream and then all of these colours. Only £6.99 for blue, green, pink and mustard. And then you can make this fabulous. Fabulous. Those are the authentic threads you need. Right, so if you want to do shashko and you'd like to make a thing, which one? Right, so these are shashko panels where the design is pre-printed on the fabric for you, so you don't have to draw out the grid yourself. So if maybe you're a beginner to shashko and you think, oh, I don't understand about drawing the grids, or I can't be bothered, or you just love shashko but you don't want to draw out the grids. These are made in Japan, so they're designed by Susan Briscoe, who wrote the book. So they're designed by her, but this is the authentic Japanese shashko material. I think they do. Yes, what happens is don't wash them before you finished. The markings, or spray them, or anything. The point of these is that all the printing will wash out afterwards. So what you do is you can make it into a whole wall hanging like this, or you can cut them up to use for other things. So you do all the stitching on here. It's got the little stitch diagrams. They're 100% cotton. I mean, I love it because it's got quite a slub to it, like a linen. It's got that really nice linen, although it's 100% cotton. And then you stitch across here. So if you've got the book in particular, you know, it will explain on that how to do it. But actually, there's information on here as well. And when you've stitched the whole design, if you haven't quite stitched on top of the lines, it doesn't matter, because then you wash it and all of the lines come out. So this is a really good way of you getting into shashko. Now, if you go into some of these, like, upmarket homeware stores, these sort of hand-stitched wall hangings, well, they're not hand-stitched, they're probably machine-stitched, really popular at the moment. When you've finished it, I mean, like with this one, they've put a board around the edge and bound it and quilted it. You just hang it. And, you know, if you've got a small, narrow wall somewhere, this is ideal. And what a lovely thing. So if you've got this, get the thread pack as well. Then you can stitch it all. And this could be the beginning of your shashko journey. And I think because the lines are all printed on, it just makes it that little bit easier to start with. So this one is in really sort of like deep indigo blue, which is the sort of what we traditionally think of as shashko. But we do have them in other designs and colourways. So the other blue one, different designs, but this one is more limited in stock. In fact, we've only got 7 left. So that's the picture of what it will look like. I mean, look at the price, £21.99. You could buy several of these, and wouldn't they look lovely just all hung on a wall? You don't need pictures. Hand-sewn textiles on the wall look amazing, don't they? Or you could use it as a table runner or a long table mat. It would look nice, you know, if you've got like a dresser or a big chest of drawers or even a low windowsill. Wouldn't that look beautiful on it? Oh, actually, I can think of a windowsill where I'd put that. And it's a lovely thing to do in front of the telly. Now, there's some really good series going on. Be really, and a lovely gift as well for somebody. If you're watching Traitors, it'd be brilliant. I am totally obsessed with that. Have you watched Playing Nice? I just finished it last night. I was traumatised. Oh, it's about these children that were swapped. It's terrible. Oh, it's got James Norton in it, but you've got to watch the whole thing, because when you get to the end, it's like, but you halfway through, I almost couldn't bear to watch it because it was so traumatising, but it was brilliant. Playing nice. My top TV tip at the moment. Yeah, and also this time of year, you can't be eating fruitcake while you're sewing, can you? What you have to do, you have to put your sewing down, eat your fruitcake, wash your hands and go back to it. Not that I would know that. Not that I would know that. Now, this is the deep red version, if you prefer that. You could use these thread colours with it. Look, they'd look nice, wouldn't they? You could use any of those thread colours with it. I love that deep red. And you see, because this is from Japan, this is the traditional deep red colour that they would use. I think that's really nice, isn't it? Only £21.99. Absolute bargain. You could probably get through the whole of Traitors with this. Or Silent Witness. I haven't started that yet because I had to finish playing nice. If you've watched it, let me know. Actually, I must get the iPad out. I'm waiting to watch Silent Witness now I've finished the other one. I always like Amelia Fox's outfits, to be honest. She wears lovely clothes. And she has some really nice tank tops, don't you think? So I quite often, I do watch it for her clothes. Slightly obsessed. Anyway, last one. We're not supposed to be talking about the telly and other people's clothes. We are talking about Shashko. Love that one. That's black. So if you want that real sort of black and white. But again, you don't have to use the cream threads for it, because they're just printed in white so you can see them. But these threads would look nice, wouldn't it? Actually, it'd look very nice with the mustard, wouldn't it? Or you could even cut the panel up and use it for things like pockets on your bag or on your jeans. Those ones running down the middle would look nice. Or you could make a bag. You could cut it in half, couldn't you? And it could be the front and back of a tote bag. What you need to do is just sew the whole thing, and then you can decide what you're going to do with it. I think it's lovely. But remember, the markings disappear when washed. So this is your really easy way to do it. Perfect for this time of year. And if you think, I can't do it because I struggle being able to see in this light, or my eyes aren't what they used to be, join the club, then you need to get the amazing magnifying light. This is going to be your saviour. Your saviour for sewing. You have to, I think actually turning the light on, it's hard to see. It's the plastic makes it go funny, doesn't it? But look at the magnification on that. 3 times. Look at that. 3 times magnification. See, look, if I show you that. Right, ready? Look at that. Morning, Rebecca. -4. So I'm going to stay inside and watch you, Sandra from Chile, Glasgow. Sandra, that is cold. It was -5 when I was on the motorway. That's ridiculous. -4 though. Have you got any snow? Yes, do stay inside. There's loads. Once we've finished on here, there's loads of great things you can watch. Don't forget the thread bundles if you're doing your Shashko. Fantastic price, £6.99, and it should be £7.96. So a little bit of a saving. So you stay inside. If you're at -4 in Glasgow, that's cold. You need to just stay in and have a think about your embroidery. 80 metres of specialist thread for £6.99. Get one of these, get one of the packs, whichever one you fancy. This is the sort of thing that's not easy to find locally, is it? And you want to get this specialist. I would say you can use stranded cotton for Shashko, and that's absolutely fine. But I think if you're going to spend the time, then get the right thread. And don't forget, if you're doing your Shashko, just to pop the needles in as well. It does make a difference because the eyes are made to just the right size. So it is much better. Right, that's my Shashko. Birds books. I love Alison Reid's designs. These are gorgeous. Now again, I love these because they're very, very detailed, but because they're using felt, they're quite easy to do. But look at the detail. This is where you can really spend time. And it's signed, look. Enjoy Alison. Well, I enjoy watching Alison. She's great to watch. Look, everything you need to know is in this book. All your stitches, everything you need, and then each of the birds. Oh, we have only got 12 of these left. So you've got all the templates for each of the birds, and then it tells you exactly how to make them. And there's loads of them. Look at them. Bird of paradise. I like the blue-footed booby. What a great bird. The blue jay. So maybe you've got a friend who loves blue tits, and you can make them into a little badge, or you can hang them in as bunting. And a bluebird. So you can make them as little badges, little neck. You can just have them where you could sew it onto a card. Wouldn't that make a nice little gift? If you've got someone's birthday coming up who loves budgies, like Hannah. Hannah loves budgies. You could make this, couldn't you, and sew it, just to stick it gently onto a piece of card, on a blank card, and send it to them for their birthday. Yes, I'm going to have to make one for Hannah now. When's your birthday, Hannah? Oh, I've got ages, 8th of July. We could all make her one. The dove, wouldn't that be a lovely thing to stitch somebody for a wedding? You know, that was a lovely card, isn't it? Instead of buying them a normal card, make them a dove instead. Oh, ducks. We love ducks. Hayley loves ducks. Yeah, Hayley's got ducks. So, Hayley, you're going to have to make the duck. Yeah. Hayley needs to make, she's got ducks. There's loads and loads of these. So anyway, look, there's loads and loads of birds. It tells you exactly, oh, I like the pheasant, how to make all of them. Aren't they cute though? And do you know what the one thing is, that these are obviously like this size, but I remember Alison saying, if you enlarge the templates, you can make them massive. You can make them into toys and cushions. I could make Hannah a budgie cushion. Dogs or dogs? Right, same idea. Little felt things that you can make small, or you can enlarge and make them into bigger things. Jack Russell, Ken. Morning, Rebecca. I'm doing EPP at the Mo. Jenny Jackson's Peacock. Nice. Watch the first two new Silent Witnesses. Brilliant. -4 in Gloucester. Was it? Was it as good as the last one? I liked Silent Witness right at the beginning when, oh, what was her name? No, the lady, Amanda Burton was in it. That was my favourite. So was it as good as that? -4. That's cold. Oh, how nice to be doing EPP in front of Silent Witness. That's right up my street. I'm knitting. I'm knitting that blanket. Do you remember I bought two of the West Yorkshire Spinner Blankets kits because I couldn't decide which one I wanted. No, I gave one to my daughter, the cheaper one. I kept the more expensive one for me. I've done about that much because you've got like waffly stitch, and now I'm onto a bit of Fair Isle, and then you go back onto another stitch, but that in front of the telly. But I did buy two, which was John Scott's fault, because I bought one, and I'm just like, I mean, I do this job, I should know. And he was going, you've got to buy this, you've got to buy this. And I did. I ended up with 2 kits. Anyway, my daughter Freya was very pleased with her kit. She had the cheaper one. I did tell her that. It was pure wool, though. It was still really nice, but I got the better one. These are gorgeous, aren't they? I want one of these. Have they got a Cocker Spaniel? They've got a King Charles Spaniel. Look. Right, and there's also cats. I want to know if anyone can go lower than -5. That's pretty cold. That's the coldest we've got so far. -5, though. And if you got snow, can you send me a picture? We had a bit of snow. Yesterday, it actually snowed, but most of it's gone now. This is the same thing, but this is cats. This isn't just, this is house cats. Look, loads of them. I don't know where Alison finds all these cats. So you've got all your normal cats. I love the idea of making one into a cushion. So you've got all your normal cats, and then you've got, like, I want a Norwegian forest cat. Do you think you can get those? Ragamuffin cats. And then they go up into a toiga. What is a toiga? Oh, it's not actually a tiger. No big cats are involved. Oh, I think I'd like one of those. And then at the end, we move into big cats. So we've got cats I've never heard of. Panther, cheetah, leopard. I've ordered the dog book, and I love dogs. I hope there's a Labrador. One moment, Tracy. I'll let you know. There's got to be, hasn't there? Well, it's not a terrier or a toy. Is it a utility? Oh, there we go. It's a gun dog, isn't it? 96. Oh, I forgot. Cocker Spaniel is in there. Look. And the good thing is you could do them in any colours. Look, I found it now. It's in here. Look, there's mine. Cocker Spaniel. So, yes, there is a Labrador. Gorgeous. You could make yourself like a little brooch, a medium one, and then a big cushion, couldn't you? Just by enlarging the patterns. They're fab, aren't they? Which one? Family Comforts, Guide to Needle and Threads. We've got loads of things that I've managed to get through, but they're all on the website. You can have a look. This is written by the fantastic Sandy, and it's all about the whole guide to needles and threads. It's available as physical, as in we will send you the printed thing, and it's also available as a download. It covers hand sewing needles, machine needles and threads, tells you what threads and what needles you should use. For £4, it's a guide. You keep this in your sewing box, or you keep it where you keep your needles, and then when you go through and you think, oh, what was it I needed to use for denim? What's the best needle for lycra? It's all in here. It all explains the needle size as well. Just £4. That code there is the printed version. If you order that, it will be sent to you as the printed version. The next code, this one, the digital one, which means that you can download it and print it at home, and you will have it in a few hours' time. Sometimes it's immediate. Sometimes it takes a few hours. But there you go. Or you could just keep it on your iPad. You don't have to print it out, but you can just keep that, so you always know what your needles and threads are. Right, last thing before we go. Shashko threads, been very, very popular. Pack of 4, save yourself £1. £6.99, should be £7.96. Save yourself 98p. You know, they're a great price anyway, but, but save yourself 98p. I know, very impressive discount. Thank you very much, Hannah. Anyway, we're going to go for a quick break now. Do check out on everything you've put in, and also if there are some things that I've missed, couldn't get through, go onto the website and you'll see them all there. I'm going to be back in a few minutes with you with our brand new guest, Hayley, who's going to show us these amazing rolls. You are going to love these, and when you see the price, oh, fabulous, fabulous. So I will see you back in just a few minutes' time.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Start 2025 with a burst of creativity. Throughout the month of January, Sewing Street is here to inspire you with new skills, new techniques and new demonstrations. Whether you're a complete beginner or looking to expand your expertise, we'll bring you new exciting projects, new guest designers and new top tips to kickstart 2025. It's a new year, new hobby, here on Sewing Street.
Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street. Now, normally when you sew two pieces of fabric together, you sew them together, right sides together, and open the fabric up. We, however, are doing a French seam, which means that all of the raw edges are encased within the seam. So, we don't do it the normal way. This is how we do it. So, instead of sewing your fabrics right sides together, you sew them wrong sides together within the seam allowance. Then what you do is you then take the whole seam, you would press it, and you will turn it round. So you now sew along the seam, but having the right sides together. So what you've done is you've encased your raw edges in here, you've created your normal seam from the right side, but on the wrong side, all of your raw edges are all encased within the French seam. A lot of people are terrified by French seams. You don't need to be at all. They're really haute couture and they turn your garment from being homemade to made with love.
Wondering what wadding is? In sewing, wadding is the soft padded material used in the middle layer of quilts, cushions and other projects. It adds warmth, texture and structure to your creations. Wadding comes in different materials like cotton, polyester or wool and various thicknesses, so you can choose the perfect one for your project. Whether you're quilting, making a cosy blanket or adding softness to a bag, wadding is what brings that snug and cushioned feel.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street and welcome to Hayley.
Hi.
Lovely to see you. So you are Craft Yourself Silly.
I am.
That's the name of Hayley's company. Yes. She is not actually silly.
Well,
so tell me a bit about you.
half
Where did you create these products? You design them?
So we're based up in Newcastle. We have a kind of factory up there. So we've got printers, we've got cutters, we've got laser cutters, we've got re-rollers, we're set up as more of a manufacturing
Right,
kind of
okay.
place. So we do printing for a lot of other people as well. And then we also make our own products, which is what you have here.
Oh, I see. So how did this all start then? That's what I was fascinated by.
right.
How did you start doing this?
Well, right in the very, very
Yeah,
beginning,
yeah.
or
Yeah,
just
no.
a whole CV?
Yeah. No, how did you start, like, creating fabric rolls? And...
Right, so the crafting side of things started when my mum, well, I bought a building back in near my hometown, and it was empty. It was a commercial building, had 4 units, and one of them was empty, and let's put a shop in it. So we put a pottery painting shop in it.
Right.
And I ran that that was mine. I ran it for 2 years, and then I wanted to go and do something else, so my mum bought it off me, and then she had it for a couple of years, and then she wasn't really managing on her own, so I came back and we did it together. And then at that point, we started running craft classes other than pottery painting within the same space, and we did proggy mats, and that's where the kind of soft craft side of it. I'd always sewn and things, but that was where the soft craft kit side of things came along. And we did very, very well with them. We took them out to America, sold them into the big box stores over there, had a great time. And then just kind of from there, I thought, well, I want to stay in that side.
Okay.
So then moved, separated again, and we created Craft Yourself Silly.
Wow. So what's your main thing? Is it the fabric?
Yeah.
Is it the templates? Is it the wadding?
Well, we do bits of everything.
Okay, but it's all sewing.
For us, it's the manufacturing. So it's the way that we kind of roll things and do things that are just slightly different, because a lot of people will, plain fabrics, love them, great, really useful. But there's a lot of people who maybe haven't got the mobility anymore and struggle cutting those kind of nice, even,
yes, exactly,
2.5-inch strips for things like binding. That's what these were originally made for.
Right, so these are fabulous, aren't they? So if we just look at one roll.
Which one do you want?
I don't know. Well,
Right,
let's
go
take a
with
coloured
just
roll.
one of these ones.
So how much? So they're 2.5 inches wide.
Yeah, 2.5 inches wide.
100% cotton.
100% cotton. They all are pre-starched, so they keep their edges really nice and clear, and they are super, super easy to sew with.
Wow, and
because
how
they're pre-starched.
long
They
are
feel
they?
a little bit stiff to start with, but as soon as you either wash it...
Oh, I see. So they've just got a starch on them.
Yeah, so feel this one. Ooh.
Oh, okay. Yes. Yeah.
But can you see how crisp
Yes,
the cut
beautiful,
is on that? It's
beautiful
a
edges.
really beautiful
And they're
crisp cut.
12, just under 12.5 metres long. Under 12
no,
metres.
they are 12 metres. All of these ones that we've got here are 12 metres.
12 metres in
I
length.
think when I sent my show sheet in, what I may have done is cut and paste from my American one,
Oh, where it's a yard.
which is 13 yards.
Right.
So I was multitasking, and I should. Sorry,
they're
I
all
should have put it. I
2.5
should have put it
inches.
in meters, not yards. They're all 12 meters.
They're all 12
so
metres long.
to put that into kind of perspective,
Yeah.
if you've got a double bed size quilt, so say you've got 2
Like an
meters,
84 inch or
yeah, like 2 meters by 220 by 220. That will go all the way around the edge.
Wow.
And you'll still have a little bit left over.
Right, so this is kind of the
these,
binding.
The binding are an absolute lifesaver.
Yeah, these are brilliant. Because at the 2.5 inch width, it means you can do a double fold binding with the 1/4 inch. Lovely.
Absolutely. Easy.
Right, so that's how it all works. But we've put them in bundles.
Yes.
So
they said, well, we don't just want them on their own, we want projects.
Right, so
I
we've
have done
got
that.
2 4-roll bundles. So the blue one that's called Indigo Lagoon. In this one, you get a small...
Yes.
So you get 4 rolls?
You get 4 rolls. You get small spots, large spots, you get a gradient roll and a plain.
Okay.
Okay, so they're the 4 rolls that you're getting within there. So, oh, hang on, we need to shuffle. Oh, this is going to be risky.
Yes, because you've laid it all out so beautifully.
Right.
Now we're moving.
These should be all right.
There we go.
There.
Can we see
Perfect.
that now? So these 4 blue ones. So this is the gradient
So
one.
you've got a gradient, large spot, small spot, and a solid.
And you
the
also get...
And you get instructions. You get instructions for 2 different quilts. So we've got examples of
We'll
both
go
of
over there in a
them,
minute and show you.
hanging up. So we'll be able to show you what they will make. You, of course, can take this into any direction you want. So if you want to use the half square triangle template, we're going to show you later, and make something more intricate, you absolutely can. I'm not the quilt police. Do what you want. Serving suggestion.
Right, okay. So the price for this, for the 4, and that includes the pattern as well, with the 4 rolls. The normal price for this, is... For a solid roll, if we just had one roll, it would be $9.99.
Yeah, and all of the printed rolls are usually $14.99.
Okay.
So
therefore, the price for this is $59.99, and you get the quilt pattern as well But we are going to reduce the price today as a special introduction to Hayley price.
Thanks.
$49.99. Amazing. $49.99. You are getting 48 metres.
Yes, you've got 48
total.
metres by 2.5. So if you think of it in terms of say a jelly roll,
Yes.
they're 2.5
Yeah,
inches.
yeah.
So each one of these is equivalent to about 12 strips of a jelly roll. So what is here is about a 40 strip jelly roll plus a few extras.
Oh, okay. Amazing.
That's the
price.
best way to kind of
And
think
Tony
about
says,
it.
welcome, Hayley. Really nice to see you on
Hi.
Sewing Street. Your enthusiasm is amazing. I know.
Especially what time I got up as well.
Especially at the
considering that.
time and the temperature.
And there's been I don't drink tea and coffee, so there's been none of that either. We're on it.
Loads and loads of you are coming in to check out. So brand new. So this kit, well, you can use it as a kit because you can make the whole quilt, which we're going to show you the samples in a minute. You get all 4 rolls plus the quilt instructions that have choices of how you assemble them and what they look like. $49.99. So you're saving £10 and it's absolutely gorgeous. Look at this quilt. So you can see when you see the quilt, you can see the gradients in the gradient roll because it's all opened up.
Absolutely, because that does a lot of the work for you. It tones in perfectly with all of those spots. And it just kind of ties everything together for you. And if maybe that kind of blue oyster colour, which is the plain, isn't your thing, and you want to switch it out, you could make that look very different very quickly.
So you can just, because we've got all of the
adding
plain colours
a different
individually,
colour
so
in
you
there.
could add one of those. Right, now the other colourway, because I know you're waiting to see.
Oh yes, this one.
So same theory in that you get a gradient roll.
Absolutely.
A large spot, a plain roll and a small spot.
Yes.
And the quilt instructions. And we're going to match that price as well. So we're going to take £10 off, $49.99.
So
It doesn't have to be a decision,
This
though. You
one-
can get both.
So you've got
So we'll
two
just go and have a look at
different
these.
patterns here. So you've got one, they're both super simple. They are both really easy to do.
The
so
quilt
if,
pattern shows you how to make
yes,
either.
absolutely. If you're a beginner, I say you could go for either of these. It really doesn't matter.
Okay.
If you're more experienced, it'll be one of those projects where you've promised somebody a quilt, you've forgotten to do it, and then you can just smash through
Or
it in
you
no
suddenly
time
think,
at all.
oh, someone's getting married, I need to make them a quilt.
Yeah,
How am I going to do
it's
that?
going to be one of those, or it's going to be one that you kind of maybe you're beginner or just starting out, that you can take your time over, because this one is giant. It's just a giant log cabin. We've called it log mansion.
Yes,
This
yeah.
one, because it's so big, but it really showcases the gradient.
Well, the
on there
gradient
really
you can
well.
really see how
Yes.
it looks like you've used lots of different colours.
Yeah.
But you're just using one roll.
And this one literally takes you through step by step. So we start with the first 3, and then it shows you.
Let
Do
me
you want to
show
bring
you.
that closer?
I'll show you on here. There we go. We can look at the overhead. I know you're all making your mind up now, but you can have both. If you've got, you could make. If you
Yeah,
have
you
2
get
beds.
both sets of instructions. Sorry,
So
I've
they
got my
will-
box now.
Hey, so now I have to stand up really tall on my tiptoes. So you can see the
I
instructions.
should have written in before. Please note you will need many boxes. I am very small. So this one starts with your proper basics and then takes you through and tells you what size you need to increase it by every single time. And then it keeps going and it keeps going and it keeps going. And it is a log mansion, this one.
Right. Okay.
So that's that one. And then this one looks a lot more, let me just, anti-social sewing machine. You
Yeah.
met the Jade 20.
Yeah.
There we go. That's what I like to call it. I like to call it my anti-social sewing machine, because we don't want to talk to anybody, you just want to sew.
I know. I'm not talking to you. Don't speak to me. I'm
So
sewing.
this one, super simple. And the side there gives you a really good clue as to how it's made. It is all 4 strips. So you'll take 2, you'll just whack them, the whole thing, 12 metres together.
Wow. We've got
And
a
then
nice
you do the
message from
same with the other half.
Welcome, Hayley. So delighted to see you at Sewing Street. I loved watching your demos. to have you back is the dream from Jean in
Oh,
Hampshire. Oh, thank you for your
thanks.
message.
I would
Jean.
never call me a dream, but never mind, you must have nightmares, you. Well, yeah, you sew them all together, one great big long strip, and then you're going to chop it up. So these are 2, 4, 6, 8, and then your 1/2 inch seam allowance, 1/4 inch either side. So you're basically making 8 1/2 inch blocks, and then you're just twisting them like a rail fence. So this,
Right, okay.
again, looks maybe more complex
It does
than the first
actually.
one.
Yeah, I can see what you mean now.
But it's the patterns that are doing
Yeah,
the
but
work
it looks-
to make it look more
does, and I
complex for you.
think what makes it look more complicated, it looks like you've got more than one colour.
Yeah.
But because the colour changes,
It does the
again,
work
it
for
like
you.
that looks like you've put 2 pieces, but it's just one.
Again, beginner can totally
Yes,
achieve
absolutely.
this. If you're more advanced, you might be doing more fancy things and, making triangles and all
And also,
sorts
if you
of-
get this kit, you've then got the pattern, so you could
Yeah.
think, oh, well, actually, you could then buy some of the plain rolls.
Yeah, and we've got other rolls on, which we're going to show you a
We'll
little
do
bit
those
later. So,
Half of the stock of the Indigo Lagoon has now gone.
the
Brand new today.
the pink one, bubblegum
Bubblegum, yes.
something Tide, something Lagoon, bubblegum and indigo. Excellent. So this one, I must say thank you to Heather for these, because one of our design team, Heather, stitched both of them for me over Christmas.
Oh, wow.
What a legend.
What, yes, definitely.
But that, what is on my hand, is what's left.
Oh, okay, so you still
So
get
you
some
can
regular-
see, you can make the full quilt and you will have,
a matching cushion left.
we'll see what
More.
we'll see what we can get
Shall
out
we
of
see
it.
what we can get out of
We'll
it?
see what
Yeah.
we can get out of it.
Fabulous.
But what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this pattern, but in that colourway, because we've got a little bit of each left, and then I'm going to show you kind of just sewing
And with
them
the
all together.
instructions you can get, you do.
Yes, you can do.
get
You choose.
both.
So you get both sets of instructions, but there's only enough fabric to
Right.
do
So
one.
if you buy this one, you can make that pattern.
design,
And if you buy that
but
one,
in
you
those-
can make that. You
yes.
can choose. So you haven't got to choose the design. You just have to choose the
Yes,
colourway.
you get both designs, but you only get one colourway.
And it's great that they're starched because they really are not fraying.
Yeah, but because look, it just totally holds
Well, it means you
its
don't have to
own.
spray starch them
No.
first because you've done that for us. They are gorgeous.
There for thinking, down there for
Yeah.
dancing. Right. Okay. So, what I'm
Oh,
gonna
we've
do
had
now,
loads of lovely.
with
Thank you so much
these-
for all your messages. If we don't
Thank
get
you.
time to show them, we will show
Oh,
them
just
to
by the
Hayley
way,
later.
I forgot. Right. So with these, if you've got a kitchen roll holder,
Oh, okay.
pop them on there, because then you,
You
can
can put
just
them all on together.
you can just pull and pull and pull, and they'll not get tangled up
Brilliant.
with you. So it's a really easy way to work. So usually I've got a kitchen roll holder, and I just plop it down there, and then away you go. So I'm going
And
to
because
line
they're
those
nice
edges
and
up.
stiff, you don't have to pin them together.
Absolutely. Well, as soon as you start working with them or you wash it, all of that comes out and
Okay,
it goes
and
away,
they're
and
back
it's
to-
super duper soft.
Yeah,
They're
they're
100%
back to-
cotton. There's no polyester, there's no polycotton in there. It's 100% cotton.
They are great quality, and as I say, once you've washed, so they start off nice and stiff, but once you wash them, they go back to
Again,
normal cotton.
it's just easier to sew.
It is,
just
yeah.
so much
and they
easier.
don't fray on the roll either.
Yeah. And that's it. I mean, that one that we're doing at the minute, it's as easy as that. You just set it up. It's not, it feels like a very small speed stitch, this one. Let me just have a look. What did I I thought...
I know, I just put my glass on to see whether it says what number
Oh,
it is.
hang on. I'm just going to check if I put my feed dogs on, because I was doing something. No, we're good. No, I mean, you'll learn this about my demos. It's very much kind of as it would be
Oh,
if
right, as
people
it
were
is
at
in your
home.
own room where you go,
Yeah.
why is this not working properly?
It just feels like it's stuck on something. It just feels like it's not pulling
It's
through.
not pulling, that's...
Doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
I think I might have a little rethread. It's very small.
I tell you, you
Can I
rethread it,
have a
and I'll go through
rethread?
the codes. Well, I'll read your message.
Okay, you
So,
do the message.
Morning, Rebecca and Hayley. Hayley is a lovely lady, and her products and
Oh,
services are brilliant. Great
thanks.
to have you on Sewing Street from Susan in Hampshire. Oh, well, thank you.
Oh,
You know, it's so lovely to hear from you. It's your messages like that, because it is things about service as well that's important. Because we like to know, how it works when you're sending everything out.
Oh,
So
well.
thank you for your
Well, what
messages.
happens is
So Peter says, just one, hi Becky and Hayley, I've used your rolls for years to make all the tote bag squares larger to make bigger bags from Peter and Putney.
Ah, there you go. See, that's what a lot of people use them for borders, for bindings,
Okay.
for, all sorts of, those bits where you would have to cut all the bits yourself.
And they've done, yes, they're
maybe
brilliant for
you're
tote
not as
bags.
straight. Ooh, why is my needle threader not working? Let me just...
What's the finished size of the quilt?
Okay, so they are, I think...
I'll tell you,
the last
so
one,
36 and a half.
No, there's bigger.
Oh, there's bigger.
So there's bigger. So 36, I haven't put the numbers on this one yet. 38, 40, 42, 44, 46, 48, 50, 52, 54, 56.
Right. So it's the biggest you can make. But obviously, if you wanted to make smaller ones, there's all the pictures of them. So you could make smaller ones. You could make a 56-inch with a bigger one. Obviously, if you want to make an even bigger one, then just buy 2. Right. Well done, Hayley, watching from the northeast of England for Michelle in Tyne Wear.
Oh, I wish I was back there. Well, no, do you know what? I don't. We've got a heating problem at work at the minute, so I've sent everybody home today to tell them that they might have to do double bubble on Monday.
Oh.
Because then we'll have orders to get out.
I know.
Go home today, but do twice as much on Monday.
You have to work all night.
Right. Okay. I think I am sorted. Just bear with. Right.
Right, so the blue, the indigo one, over half of this stock is now gone. And more, and loads in baskets as well. And when everyone is checked out that's got it in their basket, we've only got a quarter of the stock remaining of the indigo one. So if you want that one, you are going to have to be quick. And pink is close behind the bubblegum. So the bubblegum one is, yes, the bubblegum one is over here.
The one
Can
that
we see this
I've
one?
got at the minute.
I love that. And I say, if you wanted to make a really big one, if you want to make a double bed, just buy 2.
Absolutely. Or just go for an extra one of
that's
those
true.
rolls and then, add an extra
borders.
Because obviously log cabin's in the middle and then it goes to straight borders
Right,
outside.
okay.
So if you wanted to make it bigger, to make it for a double bed, then go for it. Just add some more. Or maybe you want to change the pattern a little bit and make it into a bed runnery size, so more of a rectangle.
True. Yeah, then you just
manipulate the log cabin and away you go.
Good morning, ladies. So glad Hayley is now on Sewing Street, loving the quilts from Sarah in Nottinghamshire. I know. I told you were going to be excited to see our new guest. Told you. Once I saw these quilts, how's it coming along now?
It just needed rethreading.
Oh,
it's. But I mean, it's. Do you know what? It's a very good life lesson. Check before you go on telly and start sewing stuff. Yeah, it's fine. It's all good now.
I know.
I've unrolled all of these, so they're all down there. And literally, if I was doing the whole thing, I don't tend to use pins or clips. I will just, because it's starched, it's not so beautifully. It's not going to stretch for you. You can literally just do a section, stop, realign.
Well, it's such a good idea because I always spray starch all my fabric before I start. But with this, you haven't because it gives you that effect, but you don't have to bother.
Yeah, well, this you can start straight out the box. You don't have to wait. You don't have to prep anything. You don't have to cut anything.
Yeah.
You can get sewing straight out the box, which for things like, I'm just going to check my bottom bobbin hasn't run out because that'd be the next thing, wouldn't it?
You've just got
I've caught my thing.
I'll put it out for you. Here we go. That'll be the next thing.
It's kind of one of those things because a lot of us are impatient sewers and it's new and it's exciting. We want to get cracking with it. But this is a great way to do it. So I'm only doing small sections, just what was left on the roll, which looks like it was about metre, maybe metre and a half's worth. So I'm going to join these two first, which is the bubble and the plain. The small bubble and the plain. And then the next ones I'm going to join are these two, and then we'll join those two together, and then we'll use the super squares to cut them down to those 8.5-inch squares. So do you know what I didn't ask for? I didn't ask for an iron. I'll finger press.
We can do that. I have one under the desk. Here.
We're all right. We can finger press.
I can do your ironing.
Oh, I didn't bring the one with the cutting thing.
You what?
Didn't bring the machine with the cutting thing.
Right, well, if you tell me what you want pressing.
You're going to be my
I can
assistant?
Be your glamorous assistant.
Excellent.
I don't mind ironing if it's for sewing.
Oh, there you go.
If you bring in your shirts.
Just used as a binding.
So yes, show us.
You can have a look at that one while I'm
So you can actually, if you want to use them as binding, as Hayley was saying, one of these rolls is enough for a big double bed quilt. Look what it looks like. Can we get an overhead? Ollie, brilliant, thank you.
Pay attention.
Yes, pay attention. He was actually.
You coming my way? It's all right.
So this is what it looks like. Hayley's done it as a binding on a quilt. And what I love about this, because she's chose
I
a
didn't do
gradient
that.
one.
One of the ladies from Brother came over and saw it, saw the rolls and was like, oh, I really want to do some binding with that. So I said, there you go. And then they brought me, I gave them 2 lots. They brought me this one back for me to keep, and then they've got one
lovely
as well.
because it looks like, if I show you, because it's the gradient one, it's like doing a scrappy binding. So we do have the gradient ones, but not on their own, but we have them in the bundles with the plain one, which is fab. But it does look like you've got a scrappy binding, doesn't it? Beautiful.
Right, let's get these ones together. I've sped it up a little.
Right, I'm going
because
to
we're not
press
as
this
much.
one. Do you want them
Thank
pressed
you.
to one side or open?
I mean, to be honest, I'm not fussy. So you do whatever you feel.
I'm just going to set my seams first.
Just, do whatever you feel.
This is called
you'd
lazy
like.
setting seams, where you pull it through. But I am going to do it over to one side.
Then there's another one coming at you in about...
Because it's quicker.
Probably 15 seconds. I like this, just doing it together. Right. And then...
It's so much easier, isn't it? Because, as well, because of the starching, it presses really nicely.
Yeah, they do. I mean, it's...
Message, hi Rebecca and Hayley, great to see Craft Yourself Silly on Sewing Street. I love how Hayley thinks outside the box. From a tractor, county entry. Absolutely.
She's another one of our design team.
Oh, well, absolutely. Got to think outside the box.
This is one of my zoo pens. What I do is I'll regularly bring a different zoo pen.
Oh.
If I'm gone for a day out, then I acquire a pen or a pencil.
Oh, I see.
And this is my zoo pen.
I think that's nice. I've started doing that, but with tea towels.
Oh.
I realised that all my tea towels
And
are
I bet
rubbish.
nobody's allowed to use them, though.
Well, so when I go on holiday, I always have a tea towel souvenir, but I am actually making a point of using them. Because otherwise...
Excellent. I'm just going to dab my eyes because this cold weather just makes them run like
Does
mad. Yeah.
Is it just the cold?
It's just so emotional. There's so many people.
So
Sending
some
nice
people it's hay
messages.
fever, but yours is like the opposite to hay
Yes, like
fever.
opposite, like winter fever. Right.
Right, we have fewer than 20 of the blue, the Indigo Lagoon one left. So you do. I know you're thinking about it, and shall I buy it or not? But if you really want one, you're gonna have to be quick.
Right, with this one, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put
It does press really nicely.
Doesn't it?
Yeah,
It's
it does.
It's because the
And that's the thing is
big
that
starching.
when you're a sewer, it's things like that that are really important.
But it
aren't they?
saves you so much time because A, you don't have to cut it, B, you don't have to starch it before you start.
Yeah.
And you get really, really
And if you
crisp,
are a
nice
starcher, I'm a
results.
starcher, then it does save you a lot of time
But
and
then again,
starch.
some people can't use starch, and this isn't where we say we've starched it, but it isn't.
Yeah,
Starch,
is it the
if you know what I mean?
synthetic
So it
starch?
doesn't,
Yeah.
like, it doesn't give off
Not
that
real.
kind of fume.
No, I use the synthetic spray. There we go.
There you
Look
go.
how neat that is.
So then we're going to take those, line. Oh, I've got one that's a bit longer than the other. That's fine. Line them up, and then we're going to do exactly the same again. And that was going to give us our blocks ready to go. We'll
Wow, I mean that is
double-check.
safe. So I think, like you say, when you've suddenly realised you've got to make a quilt quite quickly.
We're the emergency quilt people.
But also,
No.
it looks really complex, really professional. They'll never know how quick it was. But if you're new to sewing, this is brilliant because by the time you've sewn all these strips together, you will be brilliant at the 1/4 inch seam allowance.
Oh, you'll be on point, your quarter.
And this is for beginners, to just run 2 pieces of fabric
Yeah.
through, making sure that you can
Practice.
start off
I
really
mean-
slow to get that 1/4 inch. Yeah, this is a great project for getting that sojo back, which we do lose sometimes. I have to have a couple of days off sometimes to think, you lose. But it's
Well,
nice
I think, especially when you work
when you
in the
work.
industry,
Yeah.
it's very easy to do that and to lose it. And I got mine back by making a pair of shark pyjama bottoms at Christmas
you?
for my 47-year-old husband. That's what he wanted.
And
That's
you
what he
wanted
got.
short pyjama
Well,
bottoms?
Yeah, he did. And I did them, they were supposed to be for Christmas. I was way too busy. There was absolutely no chance, but he did get them on the 27th of December.
Oh, well, that's okay then.
It's close enough, man.
They were like Boxing Day pyjamas instead of Christmas Day
yeah.
pyjamas.
Fine.
Were they patchworked?
No, they weren't. They were some shark fabric that we bought while we were in America at Quilt Market. And yeah, they were.
So did he choose his own fabric?
Yeah, he did.
Oh, and
then
said, I want
just-
short.
And then I tried to.
You should have made them the
I did
matching
try and make
top.
them on Christmas Eve. Oh, there wasn't enough.
That would have been funny.
There wasn't enough, and I don't think he would have worn that bit.
He'd have had to.
I tried to make them on Christmas Eve, and then I went to a certain well-known craft shop to try and get a pyjama bottom pattern.
Yeah.
Did find one, but it was only for like kids aged up to 13 or something. So that was no good. So
What did you do?
I just told me I had to wait until I got home when I knew I had exactly the right pattern with
Oh, I see.
because pockets apparently were like really important. So let me just grab this because that's the next thing we need. So these are our super squares. They're coming up later on, but they are essentially, oh, well, I mean, I don't know how much you'll see because they're pretty clear.
Yeah, they are. You
They
can
are
sort of see them.
essentially.
We're going to be
they're
showing these at 11 o'clock, but they are available on pre-order, the squares.
They're just squares.
Right, do you want the cut?
Yeah, I'll mark it with a pencil. I'll use my scissors because I've had accidents with rotary cutters in the past. So I no longer use the rotary cutters.
Really? But you can use rotary cutters.
You can, absolutely. So, my seam allowances may have been a little bit off there. But that's all right. I can always go down to a slightly smaller one if I need to. But then that is going to give me my exact 8.5-inch square. I don't have to check whether I'm measuring equally from each side. And then I'm just going to mark those with a pencil and chop them off. And you can either use the outside of this one or the inside of the bigger one.
Okay.
Because they're going to be exactly the same size. So they come in 1/2-inch increments between 10 and a half. I'm just going to pop that sideways. That's better. So they come in 1/2-inch increments. So 10.5, 8.5, 6.5, and 4.5. And then there's different sized ones. There's 10s, 6, 4, and 8, and then there's 9.5, etc. And 9.
We will have, at 11 o'clock we'll go through them in more
Yeah,
detail,
we
and we
will.
have got a bundle with all of them. If you do want to get them and get ahead, they're available on the website. If you go onto sewingstreet.com, watch live and scroll down from there. But we'll be going more detail, but we just wanted to show them to you now. So once you've joined them together, this is so easy, isn't it? I love it.
Well, because we've kind of just taken some of the work out of it.
Yes,
We've
yeah.
taken the boring bits out.
Yeah, yes,
what
the
I've
cutting
done.
it into 2.5
I've taken the
strips.
boring bits out and then just left you with getting straight
But
to
I
the
do
good
think
bit.
because you've got the gradients in here, again, it really adds to looking like you've put more colours in. And
Absolutely. And that's what it's about. It's about designing out.
And
some of the
also the colours
complexity.
that you've chosen
So-
to go with the spotty ones match perfectly.
These we are then going to
Okay.
join together like that. Would you mind cutting another couple?
I
Get
can.
another 2 out. Here's my lovely parrot pencil. Just like you've let a toddler in the studio, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't mind that. I'm quite happy with a parrot
good
pencil.
tip with this is when you are sewing this together, and especially in this kind of rail fence pattern, if you put the side that's got no seams on the bottom, it'll make your life a load easier. Because otherwise you're trying to fiddle on with seams that are going through in various directions. So let's get that on there. Slow down for those seams. If
But
they
all
are
of this
going in the opposite
information about
direction,
making this is all in the instructions. Hi, Rebecca and Hayley. I love all of Hayley's products and customer service. He's excellent for Margaret and County Durham. Which is great to know, because Hayley, because you'll be sending out all of these, won't
well,
you?
you see me, I have a lovely lady called Bridget, and she is the one who is the absolute legend in this. And
Right.
actually will get the stuff.
Okay.
It's going to be Bridget.
Yeah, but she's your team,
She'll
isn't
be
it?
like, well, what's that? And I'm like, oh, you need this one, this one, this one. And then she'll magically do it.
Amazing.
She'll magically
That's
do
what
it.
you need, though,
So
don't
now
you?
you absolutely do. So now you've got a choice. You can either, with this one, you can either repeat that same pattern. Which way around do I need this one? I need it that way. So you can repeat that same pattern, but you won't get those kind of windmills that you get in the centre.
Right.
So you can move around at this point. The pattern that you've got is for that windmill.
Okay.
that's coming there.
Yes, I see what you
But
mean.
if you don't want that, then you can kind of move them around and you can have it going any which way you want.
So they're all sewn together in the same order like
Yes,
this.
so
But
then-
I guess you could put them all on the floor and just
Yeah,
rearrange them all, couldn't you?
absolutely. You could make it more jumbled up if you wish. So then we're going to pop that on there. And then we'll have a 4 block in next to no time. What's that been? How much time did we spend waffling before we started?
I don't
doing
know.
this
It's
stuff?
probably only been about 10 minutes, I'd say, so far.
But obviously you would take longer because you'd sew your whole 12 metres together. I just put
Yes,
a little bit
yes.
together. There's another press, and then we'll get 4 together and ta-da, quilt.
Yeah.
Ta-da.
Right, so we've only got 10. It'd be like that, wouldn't it?
Yeah, because I didn't move it back around, did I? I left it where I had it.
Yeah,
so
no,
now
but,
we've
quite,
got
yeah,
a
but then
different...
you can choose, can't
Yeah,
you?
okay,
See, I
well,
quite like the
let's
fact
have-
that that's doing that.
Okay, well, let's have that
You
then.
bring it over. So, but you see, if you did that, but then if you did that instead,
It's the same, but the other way round.
yeah. So it just depends how you do it.
Yes,
doesn't it?
I should have sewn that on the other side if I wanted to create
Yeah,
that
if
windmill.
you want that pattern,
But we
but
were fiddling with it, saying it doesn't need to go that way round, so I didn't do it that way.
but you could, like you said, you could lay them all out, and then you could choose your pattern.
Ooh, what did I do with my pins? While you're doing that, I'll go and get some pins.
Okay, in the bundle, I'll go back over to this side. So in the bundle, let's talk about the pink one first, which is the Bubble Gum Lagoon. You will get 4 rolls. There's 12 metres on each roll. They're 2.5 inches wide, 100% cotton, and they are cut into these widths, but they've also got the synthetic starch on them, so they don't fray and they're easier to press. 100% cotton. When you wash them, the starch will go, but oh wow, does it make it easier to sew. So 48 metres in total. So you're getting the large spot, then you get the small spot, then you get the gradient roll, which changes colour from sort of teals to aquas to purples to pinks, and then you get the plain roll, which is just pure pink. You also get the instructions to make either, so you get the instructions for both quilts, the log cabin one and then the one that's done in the rail fence that Hayley's been demonstrating. So the quilts that we've got hung up, you can choose when you get the instructions for both. So the great thing is when you get this, you're saving £10 to start with, $49.99. You'll get the instructions for 2 quilts. So if you want to, you could, because in a bit we'll show you we've got more rolls available on their own. You can add more rolls to this. It'll make a 54-inch quilt, which is a good size, but if you want to make it bigger, buy 2 of them. Oh, sorry. Oh.
Ta-da!
I'm just repinning it.
There you go. So that's the block that we've made. That's 4 of those rail fence blocks. Super, super quick. And
That's amazing.
how
That's a
much- I'm just-
cushion. I said there's enough.
Matching cushion.
So you can make that with a matching cushion.
There you go. Sorry. Stay still.
Or you can just get this whole thing. You don't have to make a quilt. You can buy the whole pack, $49.99. You can just make loads of cushions or loads of bags.
Absolutely.
And then you've got the quilt
I mean, as I said,
instructions.
I'm not the police on this. You can make whatever you want
Whatever
to
you
make.
like.
It's just fabric at the end of the day. We've given you some suggestions. If you don't want to take them, I'm not
Yeah.
coming round your house,
She-
even though I know where you live.
yeah, yeah. Even though she will not come round and go, "Oh, why have you not finished that yet?"
Somebody should do that, though.
Yeah,
There should
I
be
said
some
that to you
quilt
6
police.
months ago. What do you mean it's still under the bed? Now, the Indigo Lagoon, there are only 5 of this one remaining. In fact, there's 3 now. 3 of these left. So there'll be people missing out. You need to be really quick. If you've got either of them in your basket, remember you get the full instructions to make both of the quilts. And then with the Indigo one, you get large spot, medium spot, gradient roll and plain roll. 3 of the Indigo ones left,
Remember,
2.
if you want to expand that or you want to change the look, you can change that by just changing. If I whip that one out,
Yeah, just pop another roll in.
dark blue in, put the navy in. Then it's got a completely different look.
So what about the pink one? If you wanted to change, what would you change
could
that
take
from?
it. You could take it towards the light blues. You
Well,
know.
actually, all that, even this teal would look nice, wouldn't it? There's me playing with it, because I love the teal in it.
I mean, I will tell you, my arranging on here was sketchy. There you go. That's what we were waiting for.
The blue one is the Indigo Lagoon is now sold.
That's
Yes,
what
see,
we
if you
were-
added that one in, you
Yeah,
could make
absolutely.
it bigger.
There's so many colours in these that you
Yeah,
could
that's-
add.
yeah, that one would look
anything.
lovely
I'm
as
trying
well,
to get the
wouldn't it?
sticker off. The sticker's well sticky.
These are all
You're
rolling.
right there.
Yeah, because I don't want to
did-
move them now.
I did.
If I take them off,
I
they'll-
did
I want to
use
take them off
sticky
because that's
stuff.
not the one you get with it, but they're all rolling.
That one.
Okay.
So there you go. You can
So
change it.
add that one, because obviously but you could add that one in as well. If you've already bought these, if you want to make them bigger, add some plain. Right, let's talk about the bundles of 2.
Yes. So
So what
I've
do you
just
get?
put the individual colours out here, but all of these come with a white as well. So you'll get used to this. I do tend to run off.
Right, so all of these bundles come with a white.
Yes, I do tend to run off.
Right,
But that's
okay.
fine. I always come back. Don't worry.
So which one did you want to start
So-
with, hun?
Solid rainbow. That's this.
Is that this one?
No, that's the one on the bottom that's hidden under here.
Right, so in the bundle, you get the solid rainbow
So the gradients on here repeat every metre and a half.
and white. Okay.
Okay, so that kind of goes all the way round and then you're back after a metre and a half.
And that's what you can make with this bundle. Amazing. But, so the price is normally $29.99 for this. You get the instructions.
You get the instructions for the log cabin one.
Okay. So with this bundle, you'll get a gradient roll and a white roll, and you will get instructions to make the
Make
log
this one.
cabin mini quilt.
Yes. So it's a lap-sized
Lap quilt, yeah.
that you'll get from these ones. So which one's which?
So
that
this
one-
is the rainbow bundle. So you get
that's
white.
that and that. You get the 12 metres on each, and they're great for literally lap-size quilt or double up. And then if you doubled up, you'd make one the same size as the ones we've already shown
Okay.
you, because it'd be 4 rolls, so it's exactly the same matte fabric. It's exactly the same size quilt.
Fabulous. So what's the price on this, Hannah?
Is it?
$14.99. I'm sure it's supposed to be $24.99.
It's not meant to be that.
No, it's not. We'll just put it back again. It's not. It's $24.99.
Tiny panic.
Tiny panic. Well, I'm very tiny, like. Right, next one. Which one do you want to
Tiny
do next?
panic. Violet Vibes. That's this one.
Yeah,
So-
sorry about that. That was just a slip of the finger. We'll come
I think
back.
you saw everybody's face there. It's like, oh.
It's fine, but we'll sort that and we'll
the
come
Violet
back
Vibes
to it.
one goes from your greens through
Oh,
your purples.
that's nice. Look at this
It's
one.
this
So did
one.
you?
It's this one here.
So did you say it changes every metre?
Metre and a half.
Okay.
So it's exactly the same change as I am tall.
That's
So,
lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, they're all really, really beautiful. And that's the one that we used as that binding.
Right, I'm
that,
going
other
to
piece.
I'm just going to
Well, oh.
move these. Let's go to the other desk.
Okay,
And then we
let's
can
go.
actually see them. Da, da, da. Then we can see them, because I want to see how the colours change
Bear with caller.
from one to the other. Like I've got them all.
So basically, we're unrolling all of these, and then I'm going to be
Yeah.
swearing because I've got to try and get them
Well,
together.
it's quite nice to see, because they change. You want to sort of see how they
Oh.
change. So this one,
There we go.
so it starts in your sort of
You hold that end, and I'll
Okay.
pull it along.
Yeah, we need to pull it for a metre and a half, don't we? So
Yeah.
it goes back again.
Just find the end. That's about there.
There we go. So that's how the colours change.
Yeah.
And you
That's
get
there
a
again.
roll of white with that.
Yes, you do. I don't know.
Violet
Did I have that?
Vibes.
I don't know what we did with that one.
With
The
what?
white. Oh,
it
that's
is.
gone AWOL.
I'll hold that one. So you get the, and this is just plain white. This doesn't
Yeah,
change.
now I will say some of the rolls look wider than others. It's just the same as people. Some are more tightly wound.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's true. So, but they are exactly the same. It's 12
Yes.
metres on each roll. So in these bundles for £24.99, that's an amazing price. £5 saving, you get 24 metres. One roll of white, one roll of
Absolutely,
gradient.
And that will make you a lovely lap-sized quilt.
So that's Violet Vibes. Which one do you want me to do next? Autumn leaves. I think that's that one.
Is it the one with the brown on the end? Yes, it is.
Yes. So let me show you autumn. Oh, I like this one. So we sort of go ochre, brown, orange. Oh, a lovely red. Back to the orange, and then into a pale lemon, and then we get back to the ochre again. So that's the because they change every 1.5 meters.
Yes. So if we kind of like fold it
Yeah,
over a
you
little
can
bit, you'll be
see.
able to see.
£24.99.
colours in
Save
there.
a fiver, and obviously you get the roll of white as well.
Absolutely. I shall roll them back up.
Right.
We can get the next one.
Next one. That's that one. Fade to grey. Should we start singing?
Yeah, well, did you not know? Oh, you didn't see all the names, did you?
No.
Oh, just wait till we do all the names.
Oh, really? Oh, I can sing all of these. Fade to grey. Oh, I like this one. Love the monochrome. And with the white, that's going to look fantastic.
Now, with this, I wouldn't necessarily put a black with it because it never goes to black, this one. It always goes to grey. So if I was going to exchange or add a roll to put into this one, I'd probably do that one.
And we do have the individual
Which
colours
is
separately. So if you bought this bundle with the white, you
that's your
could add
darkest grey, and it's called Grateful Dead.
Grateful Dead, of course. You could have Grateful Dead with it. That works. What's the white called then?
White Wedding.
Ah, I thought we were going to go whiter shade of pale.
Hey, well, with still new colours coming.
White Wedding, yes. So that's the grey one. Love that.
Oh, no, I'm not wrapping up quick enough.
I know. And then there's Beside
on.
the Seaside.
Better
I
it's
think this
taller.
is this Beside the Seaside?
It is, yes.
Hey. So Beside the Seaside is lovely because you've got that lovely pale blue and it moves into these greeny aquas.
Oh.
So you can really create...
I just found the white.
You
oh,
did.
Yeah, 'cause
I'll
that's
put that
Pearl
one
Jam,
back.
that
I
one.
pinched it off there. There we go.
I think
And then it goes into these
high
blue and a
around the corner.
slight purple in it as well. So look at this. You've got the blues and the greens and the purples. That's gorgeous,
So
isn't
quick.
it? And you get the roll of white with it as well. Tropical blue.
That's that one.
This
Yep.
one, right.
Oh, we've missed one. Oh, antisocial sign.
No, we're going to go back to the rainbow one. That's the one we
Oh,
started
that's
off.
sky blue pink.
Oh, we'll do this one first. This
Okay,
is
do that one. I'll just roll up.
tropical blue. Is this tropical
Bloom.
blue? Bloom. I was thinking I can't see any blue. Tropical
Like
bloom.
flower.
Like the flowers. Right. Tropical bloom. Oh, this is lovely.
It's lovely colours, that one. That's one of my favourites, that one. Do you know what? I can't find the quilt for that. Well, I know we've got a quilt made for it, and I looked everywhere.
Someone's probably got it on their bed
Well, I
somewhere.
don't think it came back from America.
Oh, really? That's gorgeous, isn't it?
Oh, I'm like 2 behind here.
Beautiful. Right, that's tropical bloom. And then we're going to go sky blue pink. Remember, they all come with a
You're having a
roll
lovely
of
time
white.
unrolling all of these,
I know, I'm
aren't you?
enjoying this. Enjoying unrolling them all. Luckily, I'm only doing 1.5 meters.
I know.
This could take you the rest of the day otherwise. It's the hour that you've got between shows.
Yeah, just to roll everything back
So
up
remember,
again.
you get your roll of white as well. So 24 metres and 2. So this is sky blue pink. So you've got pink, blues, purples, sky blue. Pink. Goes into a lighter pink, a darker pink. This is really pretty, isn't it? Beautiful.
I do have quilts made in some of them, but they're all under
Right, and then the
bench now,
final
'cause we
one
moved.
is the rainbow one.
Oh, where did we leave that
Where
one?
did we put it, though?
I don't think I've got that one.
Oh, I've got it here.
There you go.
Yeah, this is the one we started off with. It is £24.99. Hannah's finger slipped. And that is the price, £24.99. So you've got orange. So this is like your really solid rainbow. Yellow, green, blue, purple, pink, orange and yellow. Back to the
Yeah,
beginning.
yeah.
Right, quarter the stock of all of them has
I'm
gone.
just going to leave them. We'll
We
do
can
them
do that later,
later.
can't we? So show me what you can make with these.
Oh, they're over there.
Because
So-
with all of these bundles of 2, where you get the gradient roll and the white, you get a quilt pattern. But obviously, you can use what you like. So
Let's do
here's
one
some
at a time.
ideas
We've got
for
a
you.
lot here.
Which one do you get the pattern for?
Do you want to do that one? Oh, I'm all in a knot. Hang on. Oh, there's so many. There's so many.
There's so many. Right.
That's the one you get the pattern
I'll hold
for.
this one up. This is the one.
Oh, no.
I hope we haven't confused you. This is the one that you get the pattern for. Can you see? So it's a lap quilt.
Do you
So
want to just pop it on the table?
the 2 rolls
Then we can...
are big
Yeah.
enough to make a lap quilt. So if
Yes.
you wanted to make a big quilt, just buy more.
Yeah, just multiple, you know, kind of multiply them up.
Which-
So this one uses Violet Vibes.
Ah,
Go,
okay.
which is that one.
So if you
The
get
purples
and
and
you get the
greens.
pattern, so if you get any of the rolls, you can make this pattern.
Yes.
If you want to make a bigger quilt, just get 2 of the pairs.
Yeah, and just it's just blocks, so you'll just add more and more blocks onto it, and then that's absolutely
Half
up
of
to
the
you.
stock of Violet Vibes
That
is gone.
is one of the favourites.
Is it?
It's one of the most popular ones.
It really changes though, doesn't it? Because you've got the green, you know, that bright green against the purples and the blues. So
And
it
it's
really,
all those secondary colours as well, so it's kind of quite soft. It goes with a lot of things. It's a
and
good
it does
option.
it looks like you've used loads of different fabrics.
Yes, it's sneaky, isn't it?
It's cheating.
Sneaky.
Cheating
It's
quilting.
not it's not cheating. It's working smarter
Oh,
rather than
smart.
harder.
Not cheating. So that's the pattern you'll get, but these are
Swap
some
you.
inspirational ideas for you.
So this one's just exactly the same rail fence that we did earlier. But instead of sewing 4 different ones together, you sew 2 together. So you sew the pattern and the plain together, do the whole 12 metres, chop it in half, turn it round so your 2 coloured bits are together. And the reason you do that is this is the best quilt ever for beginners, because if your joins aren't spot on,
They're white.
you don't see it.
Yeah.
It's white on white. It's
Yeah, the pattern doesn't come
super
with this, but
easy.
this is super easy. So you do white, colour, colour, white.
Yes. And then when you put your blocks together, if you've got dodgy corners,
Then no one knows.
nobody knows. And it looks really effective.
It is
because
really
that
effective.
Fabric is
And
doing all
also,
the work for you.
There's really simple quilting because you don't need anything fancy.
No.
Do you? I mean, you've just used a decorative scallop stitch.
Yeah, again, this is Heather. She's doing a blinder.
Yeah, but it's great because I think that's sometimes things that put people off. Think, oh, I can't do quilting.
These are all just backed with
Oh, these are
fleece
just black with fleece.
as
There's
well.
a question we have a lot of
I mean,
the time.
for
from
us,
people.
it's the fact that we carry them around everywhere, and it's quick and it's lightweight
Right.
as well. So
Okay.
fleece, and plus, if you are going to make these as a lap quilt, that's proper snuggly. That's
Yeah,
way
it is actually.
snugglier than
We do have a lot of people who ask about, oh, I do fleece. Well, how do you do it? But look, there you go, just fleece.
whack it on. I mean, yes, I would probably put maybe a bit more quilt. I mean, this was done very quickly, and she did
I
save
know,
my
but I
bacon on
think
this.
it looks, you know,
But-
it's just with this simple quilting. What colourway is
That
this?
one is sky blue pink.
Sky blue pink.
Which is that one there.
Super popular. So, but
Yeah, these 2, well, the 3 that I've got quilts for,
so if
I would say
you're
are
a beginner to
most
quilting
popular
and you
ones.
get this bundle, you make this. Look, you don't have to do anything fancy with the quilting. If it's the quilting that puts you off, then don't. Just don't get put.
I mean,
because
a lot
that's
of the
really
ones that she
simple.
does for us, she just hand ties. So at the corners of the blocks,
okay.
she just puts some embroidery thread through and ties
Mm.
them off 2 or 3 times, and then cuts them off and just hand ties them. You don't have to commit to that.
Quick
because if
question.
you've-
Morning, how much is on a roll, please? Is this cotton? Sandra, it's 12 metres on a roll. I know this, and it's
Yes, it is
100%
cotton.
pure cotton. It comes pre-starched with a synthetic starch, so it's easier to cut and sew, but it does wash out. But yes, it is pure cotton.
I mean, these ones haven't been washed, but they have softened up a lot just
Yeah, I
because
guess
they've
they
been
do, don't
kind
you?
of moved and
You've
worked
used them.
around. Right.
But they are lovely, and you can really tell the quality of them.
I've wrapped them all back up.
Oh, wow. Well done. Make sure you get the
Thank you.
stickers
Do you want
on.
one more quilt?
Right,
There you
one
go.
more.
Let's have one more, shall we?
This is using the rainbow.
So
Again, this is for inspiration only.
this one's been cut into 2.5-inch squares.
Ooh.
But, well, actually, you don't have to do that. You can literally just fold it, sew it, fold it, sew it. And it's
Oh,
like a
nice.
pixelated.
Yeah, I love that.
It's a bit of more of a modern
Yes,
design.
but that's the beauty of them, isn't there? Is that you could buy yourself 2 sets and you could do one that's a bit more traditional.
Because this is cut into separate squares, it looks like you've bought hundreds
Yeah,
of
it does
different
actually, yeah.
colours of fabric, and you haven't.
So this rainbow one really is in very separate colours
Yes,
as well, isn't it?
yeah. So this one, you've got just the whole, it goes the whole gamut, this one. It goes right the way through.
So you will make a lap quilt from 2 rolls. So
Yes.
if you want
so
bigger
any
quilt,
of the
you'll make...
3 that we've shown you here, those are all makeable. Is that a word?
Yes. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. from 2 rolls.
Amazing.
Thinkable.
4 rolls.
4 rolls.
This size.
This size.
So if you want to
8
make
rolls.
it bigger.
This size.
And obviously you can buy, you could buy like several of the doubles, or we'll show you in a minute, we've got some planes. You could add some planes.
Absolutely, you can add any planes in that you want because they're all kind of, you know, the colours that we've put into these ones have been inspired by the plain colours.
Right. I love all your quilts, and I can't wait to get mine from Elaine in Aberdeenshire. I know. They are beautiful. Violet Vibes, that's that one. It's super popular. And
It's like I know.
Look.
Hang on, let me just get that one for you. And then
So
you've got
this
the
is
quilt as
Violet
well.
Vibes, and this is the one that will, the pattern will come in the thing. So this is what it looks like. So you can see all of those colours. So that is Violet Vibes.
But if you didn't want that really stark white, you could pick another colour from the plains.
Yes.
It's, you know, it's another tenner to change that. The white's a staple. You'll use that in
Oh, well, yeah,
anything.
you use that all the time anyway.
So, for example, let's do some personal shopping, shall we?
Yeah, so what would we, so if we wanted to add to the Violet Vibes bundle.
Any of those would work.
Yes, but look
Or-
at these.
Those would be nice.
So if you
I
wanted
think
to
I'm
add
gonna
some more,
s-
should we go
If you
through all the
wanted
colours
brighter,
then?
then that one.
Gorgeous. Let's go through all the single.
well,
we'll
gotta
go on the
put
other
the-
desk.
put back everything I've just destroyed
I know.
then.
It's getting really complicated, isn't it? Should we just keep walking
Oh.
backwards and forwards all the time?
Yeah, that's fine.
I've got Violet Vibes
Get our
with
steps
me.
in. We'll be fine.
We'll be fine. I'll hold that.
That one.
Right, we're going to go through them one by one.
That one. That one. I need this one back because it shouldn't be there.
No, can we start with red,
That
red?
one belongs to that
red,
one.
red,
Red, red
please.
wine.
Red, red wine. But you said red, red, red.
It's all right. I know
I've
what's
not heard
going
that.
on. Don't worry.
Red, red wine.
Okay, let me just put more back so I know where they are. Okay, so red, red wine is this one. So that's kind of halfway in between. You've got, do you want that one?
Right. I don't need to undo it all, do I? Red, so these are solid, so I don't need to
Yes,
undo that.
it's solid all the way through and it is a proper solid colour. It's same front and back.
And it
It's
is
a
red,
solid
red
dye.
wine.
Yes.
There we go. £9.99, red, red wine. They're all 12 metres, all 2.5 inches wide, all 100% cotton. What colour do you want next? Oh, we're very low in stock on this one. So this would be great for binding again,
Yes,
wouldn't it? If you just want
binding,
a plain.
borders. Maybe you just want a
yeah,
border
that's
around a quilt,
true.
bag handles. Brilliant for
Of
that as
course,
well.
yes.
And the fact that they're obviously starched, that helps
Yeah.
doing them.
But they are ideal for borders. I always think with these, if you've got a quilt and you think, I just wish it had a little bit more drop and was a bit bigger, just add borders to it. Right, this one is Kiss from a Rose. I don't know that
They're all
song.
songs. It's a seal.
Oh, is it?
Was it not in a Batman film?
I don't know that.
Oh, she's singing them to you now.
Yeah, could you sing it to me, please, Anna? That's amazing. I don't think I'd
I
get
wish
no
you
Hannah.
guys could hear
I
this.
wish you could hear Hannah and Ollie singing. I'm thinking, oh,
So that
terrible.
that one's a dusky pink. Again, it would kind of work with that Bubblegum Lagoon if that's what you wanted to put it with, just to soften those colours down a bit. But it's a really nice dusky pink, really soft, goes with loads of things, this one.
Fabulous.
Lily the pink.
Lily the pink.
That's
pink,
the
pink.
lightest of our pinks.
I know that one.
There's
I can sing that one.
There's a middle one that goes in between, which is Sink the Pink, but that one's a little bit lighter.
So
much more
Lily
of
the pink.
like a blush baby pink.
That's Lily the pink. So that's a very pale pink. I'm turning it round a bit because it does look a bit white when you do that, but it is a very pale sort of baby
Yes,
pink.
baby pink. Again, 100% cotton, pre-starched, 2.5 inches wide, and there's 12 metres on that roll.
Yes.
So it is equivalent to about a 11 strip jelly roll.
And it's enough to bind a double bed quilt.
Yeah, it's enough to bind a double bed quilt. That's why we kind of landed on that.
Yeah, but then that's
12
what you
metre
want.
size.
That's what you want, isn't
And
it?
plus 12 metres is about 13 yards, so it all kind of added up. And
Yeah, that's
did
true.
the maths.
Sink the Pink. I don't know that song.
It's AC/DC, I think.
Is it? So Sink the Pink is, middle
Yeah, it's just
tone.
that little bit
In
further
fact, I'm
up.
going to just show you. Just
Do you want all of
confuse
them?
matters. So There we go. Look, Lily the pink.
Lily the pink.
Sink the pink.
Kiss from a rose.
Kiss from a rose. Okay, so those are the three. So if you want a load of pinks, you could do a lovely bargello with
Yeah,
that.
actually, we've done bargellos with these as
So
well.
those are the three.
Or if you want to tone something with them, then there's your purples.
Right. So this one is deep purple.
Yep.
There we go.
They're just singing all sorts of
I know, they're
stuff.
all singing it now. This is deep purple. This is deep purple. I'm hiding those from it so I don't confuse. Fewer than 20 of deep purple left. This one, is that purple haze?
Yes, purple haze, purple rain. Purple rain's the lightest one.
Right,
That's the
purple
only
haze
one.
is the mid
There's
one.
Like 34 colours, and they're the only two I get mixed up.
Purple haze is the medium one. So I'd say that's the colour of lavender.
Yeah.
And then the last purple is purple rain, which is the pale. If you go onto the website, so if you go
Yeah,
into
that is-
sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live, the pictures are all there. But
By
so
far the best way to do it.
it is the easiest way. Purple rain, purple haze, deep purple.
But if you're going to do bargellos, look at those.
Oh,
For a little colour family.
I know.
Do you know what? I should have brought those next time. Gadget,
Yeah.
next time. Which one? Pink
Oh,
Cadillac?
I love those.
They're really nice together.
Yeah, they are, aren't they? Right, that's all the... Now,
We've destroyed it. Let's just keep going.
right, so this
So that
one,
one's Pink Cadillac.
Pink Cadillac, that's kind of
thinking like-
salmon-y.
Yeah, I'm thinking like 59 with the big fins.
Yeah, it is.
It's that.
Kind of a salmon-y 50s sort of pink.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that is nice for a binding, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a beautiful one. And weirdly, it goes with a lot of stuff. It's an odd colour, but it seems to go with a lot of things because it's got that little bit of orange in it. It's got that
Yeah.
little pink in it. It kind of goes with an awful lot of things, that one.
Well, it'd look nice with green.
Would you like a green?
We'll just do this last. We'll just do
What
this
green would you
pink.
like? I've got
We'll
5.
do the last pink first, which
giving
is...
up
What's
with
this one
this.
called?
Yeah, that one's pink.
Pink.
As in the Aerosmith song Pink or Pink.
Pink, the singer Pink.
Yeah.
This one's just
Either
pink.
or, take
So
it.
this is like a fuchsia pink. It's a really bright pink.
Super bright.
It's the pink that's in the Bubblegum Lagoon, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
The
That's
plain
that's
one that's in there.
Yeah.
So it's a
So
real
if you wanted
fuchsia
to
pink.
extend that and add an extra border.
Yeah, so if
then-
you've bought the Bubblegum Lagoon, this is the plain that comes in it. So if you wanted to make that bigger, get another one of those. Let's do green next. Should we do them in order of
Well,
colour?
yeah, we're just going to kind of shuffle.
Can I do
There's-
that one first?
Oh, that's just white.
Right, which is the light
There's
one?
all the greens. So that one, what's
What's that one called?
that one's called Peppermint Man. We're
Oh.
being told off. We've got to
Yeah,
go in the
I've got-
order
I
that
wanted-
they say. That's lime in the coconut.
That's called Lime in the Coconut. I wanted to do them in colour order.
I don't know who sang it, and it's not the real title of the song, but we were really struggling for a lime kind of song. So
Key lime pie. That's not a
maybe.
song.
Well, see, that's the thing. So we just gone with lime in the coconut as a lyric from the song. But again, same rules apply. 2.5 inches, 12
Yeah.
metres.
And a very bright lime.
Yes.
I'll put them in order. Green grass.
Of home.
Oh, I was thinking more of George Ezra. to
Oh,
be
you've gone
honest.
more modern.
Yeah.
Oh no, we went Tom Jones.
I love George Ezra. I really like. I've seen him so many times. I think he's.
He seems like a nice chap. I'm neither offended
He's
nor
brilliant in concert.
Okay.
Right, half of George Ezra's green grass. Right. Buddy holly. Of course, yeah. That is definitely holly.
Yeah. But then, if you want to use it together, then that one,
Oh.
got-
That's Buddy Holly. What's this
that
one?
one's message in a bottle.
Message in a bottle. Yeah, definitely. Message in a bottle. Buddy Holly.
And then you've got Peppermint Man, which is that really soft,
Peppermint
that's
Man.
quite an old one from the
Yeah, I've
50s, I
never
think.
heard of that one.
We were,
Peppermint
we
Man.
were struggling for... so that's all the kind of green family. Now, the one
There's
that
the
kind
Green
of...
family. And if you can't remember the names of them, go on the website because they've got very clear pictures. You'll be able to see which is which. But there's the green family.
Right, so the one that kind of crosses the border between the two.
Oh, I love that one.
That's Blue Oyster Cult. I think it might be down as Blue Orchid with you guys because, again, I cut and paste my American list. But that's fine.
Right.
That's fine. That's the one that comes in the blue.
Yeah, that goes in the Indigo Lagoon, is the plain. That is a gorgeous colour. That's kind of your kingfisher, peacock, deep ocean
So
teal.
I would say that's kind of your kingfisher. And then that next one, that's your peacock.
Peacock?
And that's Turquoise Days.
Oh, Turquoise Days. Yeah, aren't they lovely together?
But then...
But that's Turquoise Days.
But then...
But then...
You've got blue suede shoes.
Oh, blue suede shoes.
Look at them
gorgeous.
together.
That's so nice.
Isn't it?
Yeah, I really like them.
There you go. So
it's a really good
that's
way,
the
actually,
blue
because you know when you
suede
buy
shoe
fabric,
ones.
isn't it? It's in pieces and it's hard, but
Yeah.
you've got just a little piece. You can see how well they
but
go together.
if you also want to play with it and just say, oh, is that going to be the right colour? Is that going to be
It's
the right
easy,
border?
yeah, that's true.
You can kind of lay it out without having to cut anything
That's
up.
true. Yeah, without having to sort of fold
Can
it
I
underneath.
audition
and-
it
Yes, it
and
can audition
before you-
neatly.
Yeah, and even if it's a big piece, just take it to the corner, fold it, take it round. You can
Yeah.
audition that whole border before you cut a
But it's
single
just,
piece.
and if you had a load of these on a shelf, you see, you could easily, imagine having those on your shelf.
We've actually made racks for them now,
Really?
where you can put them all on and just pull a bit off at a time.
Right, okay.
Turquoise Days we've had.
Yeah, we've had
That's in
Turquoise
that
Day.
one. So then we've got in the navy.
In the Navy,
Again,
we can
such
sell
a
the Seven
staple.
Seas.
Such a staple, this one.
Yeah, look, there's only 12 of that one
Brilliant
left.
alternative to black
Yeah.
as well.
It's a really dark navy.
It is. It's
navies and
beyond a
navies.
French navy, if you
Yeah,
know what
it
I mean.
is.
So
That's going to sell out.
this one
Ooh, what's
is
that
blue
called?
jeans.
Blue jeans,
Again,
yeah.
one of the most useful colours that we have. We tend to put this in a lot of kits because it's just that little bit softer than navy. It's a bit, it's a bit brighter than a French navy. It's just
Yeah,
a
but
little
it's
bit
a
in the
nice
middle.
soft colour,
It's like a
isn't it?
denim-y,
Yeah, I
hence
like
blue
that
jeans.
one. Blue jeans, it is denim. But not indigo denim.
No, like washed out a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Bit like
they're
your
getting
denim.
towards
Bit
it.
like your denim.
So then this one's Mr. Blue Sky.
Mr. Blue Sky, please tell us why.
That's the one.
I know.
You're having a nice sing-along
You're
today.
going to start singing these. Yes, see, I've got Ollie singing now.
So yeah, that's all the blue kind of family.
We are
got-
family. There we go. All of these rolls are flying out. There are fewer than 20 on all of them, so
And
you
we
do
did
need
put
to check out.
loads on because we know, because what we've done for our first show is we've brought you just the most popular stuff
Right,
that we
okay.
have. Our good kind of real regular stuff that we know is popular and we know goes down well. So we have brought everything and we've brought big stocks on everything as well.
Okay.
So
next
if there's
time,
if
no
there's
chance.
only if there's only 12 now, then
Yeah, exactly. You won't have any work. Well,
Okay.
let's do the yellow family.
Yellow family. There you go.
What's
Yellow
this
family.
one?
So that one's the Lemon Song.
Lemon Song. I don't know that one.
Is it? It's not. Is it Rolling Stones? No, I can't remember. No. Oh, I think I know who it is. I think it's like a 90s grunge band. But I can't remember.
Led
Oh, it's
Zeppelin.
Led Zeppelin. Oh, I was way
Is
off.
it?
I was way
Never
off.
heard of that.
Okay, and then we've got the next one is Walking on Sunshine.
Walking on sunshine. Yeah. You have to sing them, don't you, though?
I don't.
Oh, you don't? You've heard them so many times, you see. When I know it, I'm like, I have to sing it.
We need to show
Right.
that one. There
That
you
is
go.
Walking on Sunshine. Yay, yay.
And then Mellow Yellow. They call them Mellow.
Oh, Mellow Yellow. Mellow Yellow. It could be Yellow Submarine, couldn't it?
I could have gone
Yeah, no. I know. Yeah. Sorry, that's Mellow Yellow on its own. Oh, that's nice. Now, Mellow Yellow is like the inside of a daffodil. It's sort of a...
Yeah, it's like one of those really rich egg yolk.
Yeah, egg
yellows.
yolk,
So it's
yes.
got like a little tint of orange in there, but it's not too orange.
No, it's not orange. No, it's more like daffodil egg yolk,
Yeah,
isn't it?
and then you've got Smashing Pumpkins, which is like your ochre.
Never heard that one.
It's a band.
Is it?
Never heard of the Smashing Pumpkins?
I have never heard of Smashing Pumpkins.
Where have you
When
been?
when were they around?
90s.
Really? Oh, do you know, Lighty's a bit of a blur to me. There were a lot of children being born and... No, that was late 90s. I was either out partying or having children in the 90s. Depends which end you're
passed
at.
you by.
So it kind of passed me by. I was very busy for one reason or another. You know, I was either not married or married, one or the other.
Okay.
You know.
Red family.
So I'm going to check out.
I'll tell you them all, and then we'll go
Right,
through
so
them
this
separately.
one-
So that one's Little Red Corvette. Then we've got Red Wine.
Oh, I love Little Red Corvette. Yeah, I love that song.
You're so going to get done for singing all the songs.
Yeah, but you know, I think you're allowed like 10 seconds or something, aren't you? 7 seconds. Yeah, I don't know more than 7 seconds of a song, so you're all right.
Just
So
the title
this is
bit,
Little
that's
Red Corvette.
Yes, so that one's your really, really bright pillar box.
Yeah, it is. That's
like
proper.
Scarlet red.
This is post box red,
Yeah,
isn't it?
Yeah, that one's proper super bright. Then we've got that one, which is Red Wine.
Red
So,
wine.
If you're thinking Christmassy things, we're a bit past that now.
Yeah,
but
because with Red
that
Wine,
one
it is
a
more of
blinder.
It's like a Christmas red,
Yes,
isn't
it's Christmas
it?
red. It's a little
In
bit deeper.
fact-
It's got a little bit more to it. Yeah, with that one's the message in a bottle.
Yeah, and
or
red wine.
there's, if you want a
Hey,
little
there's a
bit,
theme there.
if you want a little bit, I never thought of that actually.
Message
that we've
in a
done
bottle,
message in a
red
bottle,
wine.
Red wine.
Christmas. I mean, that is what happens at Christmas, isn't it?
And then this one is Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Oh, I know them.
So yeah, excellent.
Yay,
Hooray,
I wasn't
we're
around
in.
for them. This is more like burgundy.
Yes,
isn't
it's
it?
got that kind of claret burgundy look to that one. And if you're not looking for something quite as bright as those, then that is a really nice.
So I'll show you the red
so
family.
With like the tropical bloom roll that we had, which God knows where that's gone now.
Oh, it's over there somewhere.
That's a real nice match for that one.
Oh, yes. So good, yeah, good for tropical bloom. Right, and then we're going to move to the neutrals.
The greys.
50 shades
we'll do
of grey.
the greys, and then we'll do the last three.
Right, so
neutrals.
this one is called...
That one is Silver Lining.
Oh, hey ho.
That's the one.
The lining. Yeah, because I wanted you to sing Silver Lining. Hey ho, silver lining. See? Oh, I loved that song.
Again, a really good neutral colour. This one's a kind of stash builder.
Yeah, it's a really nice, gentle
It's a nice alternative
silver.
to whites and things like that.
like a
if
silver,
you've got
isn't
something. So which one? Indigo Tide or something?
Indigo Lagoon.
Okay, that one, the blue one, goes really nice with that one.
Yes, it's very nice.
And that's a really, if you did want to kind of extend the size
It's
of the
so
colours,
busy. Don't keep this in your basket. They're all about to sell out. If it's in your basket, just quickly check out. Right, next grey.
that one is Grey Day. I don't know whose song that is.
I don't know that
It
song.
is a mystery.
Grey Day. Yeah, we don't. None of us.
I can
know
hear
that one.
people Googling. I don't
Yeah.
know that song.
Grey Day. What's Grey Day? Could be a band, could be a song, could be anything.
Could be
really.
anything. We spent a long time Googling to actually
Oh, I bet you did.
find
It
all of
took
these.
Ages.
But it's totally worth
Madness.
it. Is it? Oh, madness.
God, could you sing that to me, Hannah?
Is that another bit that you missed?
No, Madness I was there for. Yeah, I was definitely there. That was 80s. Definitely there for the 80s.
Okay. Then you've got that one, which is Grateful Dead.
Yeah. That's really funny. That's really funny, Grateful Dead.
Have we peaked at that one?
Yeah, I love that one. So that's sort of charcoal. It's amazing you'd never think there were so many colours in bands and songs, would you?
No, it took us a while, but we got
I
them.
bet it did. I
We
bet
got
it did.
them.
Right,
Then-
so, and then,
We've got Back in Black
or Back to Black.
or Back to Black. You can go either way, but
Right, so, and that is like proper genuine black.
yes,
Not shades.
it's such a deep.
So let me show you the grey family together. Not 50 shades, just 4 shades of grey.
Well, yeah. That's all right, though. You don't have to have all of them, do
You
you?
don't have to hold 50, do you? I don't know how you'd have 50 anyway. Ridiculous. Right, so those are the grey. And then we go to the
Then we've got the
white.
neutrals.
Ooh,
So you've
we
got
do-
your
yeah, it's
full-on
quite
white.
good to actually. I'm going to show these
Yeah, it is
together
quite nice to see
start
them
with.
together because then you need, it's very...
They are subtly.
Yeah.
And I love when you see people that do log cabin with neutrals and they do like white cream, just light
Yes.
rose, and it looks amazing.
So we've got, from
Right.
this side, you've got white,
Okay, I'll put that on the front. So that's White,
white wedding, yeah.
Billy Bragg. That is about, there's 3 white weddings left. 3 white weddings.
I think there'll be some conversations in the break. I mean, to
Right.
be honest, the time we're on now, there won't be a break.
No, there
We'll
won't.
just be
No, you
smashing
can't have a
into the
break.
next
Sorry.
one.
And then the next one.
You can't have a break. You must stay
No.
until we're done.
Absolutely.
This one's Pearl Jam. That's 90s.
Pearl
no,
Jam.
you've missed them.
Yeah, I told you I missed the 90s. I was too busy. I was clubbing. Although I should know these things, shouldn't I? Depends if it was late 90s. No, I was having babies then.
I'd say mid.
Okay.
Mid 90s.
Pearl Jam. So let me show you next to White Wedding. So it is a very, like an ivory, isn't it?
Yes, I would say Pearl Jam's like an ivory colour, and then your True Cream just got that little, just a tiny bit more kind of orange
And what's
in
it called?
A cream.
Just cream.
Yeah. Well, there's
There is
a band called Cream,
yeah.
and Prince has a song called Cream as well.
So this one is cream, this is Pearl Jam, and this is White Wedding.
Correct.
So they are
Well
very,
done.
very subtly different.
Yes. And
They are the same but different.
I think we are done.
I think we've done all of them now. But anyway, look,
Just
there are
have to tidy up
photos-
this car crash.
I know it's going to take quite some time. I'll move over there in a minute.
Okay.
You need to check out. Remember, there is only one P&P a day. If you're brand new to Sewing Street, if it's in your basket, it's not yours. Like being in the supermarket and leaving your basket, you need to check out because we've got so many. We've got more in baskets than we've actually got. So just check out. So all of those singular rolls are either in their teens or single figures. If you go onto sewingstreet.com and click on Watch Live, scroll down from there, you'll see little pictures of all of them. It will show you which ones we've got and which ones are sold out. So if you think, oh, actually, I bought that one and I think I want one of those reds to go with it, then you can go back and have a look at all of them. So the Indigo Lagoon and the Bubblegum Lagoon have sold out. Bubblegum. No, we have a couple left of Bubblegum Lagoon, which is the pinky.
Well,
quilt
thank
with
you
all the
so
spots.
much, because these are brand new, and we made these just for Sewing
Did
Street.
you? Oh, so they are
Special for
exclusive to
you.
us today.
Special for
Special
you.
to do. Except they've now gone.
Yeah, well,
There are a couple of Bubblegum Lagoon, which is the spotty pinky one. The doubles, have we got any of those left?
I think what I'll do is I'll have a little sort out.
Okay.
I'll put what we've got left.
Right, so
out,
when you come back
and then
at
when
11...
we come back, we'll do what's left, and then we'll do the other new
And then
stuff.
we'll do all the other new stuff.
How's
So
that?
we'll see you back here at 11.
Yes.
Yes, you can have a little bit of a break.
Thanks.
And we're going to be going through all of Hayley's other products, all the waddings, which are fab. Do get ahead with those, because those are already selling.
Can I quickly just show you one that's a
Go
blinder?
on then.
Go on.
Go on
Hang
then. It means you get less of a break.
Okay.
Yeah, go on then. Oh, this is the
This one.
Look at this.
But look, it's like we've done thinking, okay?
What an amazing
2.5 inch
coincidence.
strip. 2.5 inch strip.
Right,
Jelly
hang on,
roll
hang on.
rug, anybody?
Oh, that is genius.
Jelly roll rug, anybody? Look. Da-da. Oh, no, hang on.
Da, da,
in
da, da, da. Hang
in
on a minute.
half.
Look. So, look at that. That's going to sell out soon. So you need to get ahead with that one. Amazing.
But
So,
for bag handles and things
I know,
as well.
2.5
there's
inch wadding on a roll.
20 metres on there.
wow.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's going to be for 11 o'clock. We'll see you back. I will see you back here in a few minutes' time, where we are going to be doing
Some stuff.
quilting tools. Quilting tools.
Some
Lots
stuff.
of nice rulers, actually. And then I'll be back with you at 11 to do the next lot. But we will bring you back the stock that we have left of these. But in the meantime, if it's in your basket, check out. Most of these have nearly sold out. There are a few left, but I'll see you back here in just a few minutes' time.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Start 2025 with a burst of creativity. Throughout the month of January, Sewing Street is here to inspire you with new skills, new techniques and new demonstrations. Whether you're a complete beginner or looking to expand your expertise, we'll bring you new exciting projects, new guest designers and new top tips to kickstart 2025. It's a new year, new hobby, here on Sewing Street.
Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street. Now, normally when you sew two pieces of fabric together, you sew them together, right sides together, and open the fabric up. We, however, are doing a French seam, which means that all of the raw edges are encased within the seam. So, we don't do it the normal way. This is how we do it. So, instead of sewing your fabrics right sides together, you sew them wrong sides together within the seam allowance. Then what you do is you then take the whole seam, you would press it, and you will turn it round. So you now sew along the seam, but having the right sides together. So what you've done is you've encased your raw edges in here, you've created your normal seam from the right side, but on the wrong side, all of your raw edges are all encased within the French seam. A lot of people are terrified by French seams. You don't need to be at all. They're really haute couture and they turn your garment from being homemade to made with love.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple. Ever heard of a design roll? It's a bundle of pre-cut fabric strips, each typically 2.5 inches wide and the full width of the fabric. Design rolls are made up of coordinating prints and colours, making them perfect for quilts, patchwork or other strip sewing projects. No cutting or matching needed, just unroll and start creating. Design Roll, a simple way to bring your project to life.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Oh, well done to everyone who got your rolls. Oh, amazing. If you haven't checked out on your rolls, you need to get checked out. Oh, it was so exciting. Wasn't it lovely to see all? They're great. So Hayley's gone for a little lie down. And we'll see you back at 11. It was mad, wasn't it? But brilliant. Want all of them, all the colours. Now, this hour is all about fabulous quilting tools. So this is actually a way of you could use up some of your rolls with these, but also using up your stash in clever ways that will help you to create beautiful designs easily. So I've got a whole range of products, and I'm going to start off with the binding buddy, thinking about those 2.5-inch rolls. So this is a June Taylor product. It's 2.5 inches long. So the idea behind it is for your binding, which you cut 2.5 inches wide, because then if you fold it in half and then you do a double binding, it ends up just over 1/4 inch wide. You can use it to cut your 2.5-inch strips, because obviously you can use the rotary cutter. But what it does have as well, this is why it's called the binding buddy, is it has the 45-degree angle end with a slight curve. So it means that you can draw the line. Once you've cut your strips, you can draw the diagonal line on it, and then you can sew them together. So you put one strip this way, one strip this way, draw the diagonal line, sew along there. When you open it then, you've then joined your strips together diagonally. So it's a really quick and easy way of cutting 2.5-inch strips and having that line already in place. Absolutely brilliant. Just £24.99, but it is the sort of thing that you will use over and over again. It's also a really useful ruler if you want to use it for drawing 2.5-inch strips. Obviously, it's marked at 1/4 inch increments, so it's really useful for drawing all of those lines on. You can also then use it because it's a nice long ruler. I was going to say it says what length it is. Don't know. It is, I can see, 30 inches long. So it's actually really useful if you want to trim off quilts after you've quilted it. You know, when you want to trim the wadding and the backing. It's a really nice long length for trimming off the edge of a quilt as well. So it really is your quilt and binding buddy, because it's got that angle on it with the curved edge as well. So you can get right in. I think that's really, really useful. It's little tools like this that make a difference. That gets your accuracy. It means that when you join them all together, it just makes it quicker and simpler. But it is a great addition to your quilting arsenal. Like that one. Right, next is the rectangular ruler. Now, I like this. I really like this. Now, I've got a 6.5-inch, which I really like, and I use a lot for trimming half square triangles and things. But yesterday I was doing some half square triangles when you do 8 at a time, and the diagonal line on this one just wasn't long enough, so I had to use my big ruler. But this is brilliant. So my big ruler is 8.5 inches by 24 inches, which is a fantastic ruler for cutting across when you're cutting fabric, when you folded it in half, when you're cutting it across the width. And that's the length. That's a really useful length, but it's too long for when you're cutting smaller pieces or trimming half square triangles or drawing that diagonal line. So this is kind of the fabulous ruler that's in between your little one and the really long one, because you can trim your 8-inch squares. It's smaller. It's this diagonal line. There's lots of times when you're doing half square triangles, whether you're doing them in 2s or 8s, where you need the longer diagonal line. So this is a really useful addition. And I know that all of you have different creative grids. Every time we have a guest designer and they go, oh, that's my favourite, that's my favourite. But I think this one, particularly for patchwork quilters, when you're doing half square triangles and flying geese, this is a real bonus. Because what I find with my smaller ruler is that when you want to cut in increments, I use this all the time, but there's sometimes when I need that extra 2 inches on the end. So it would be quite nice to have that. I do need to get myself one of those. $16.99, really, really useful. If, like me, you do that sort of thing, you'll know what I mean, that's actually quite useful. I would say if you don't have any ruler other than the long one for cutting width of fabric, this one I would get, because it's really useful. Fabulous ruler. It's only $16.99, and because it's Creative Grids, I've used all the brands, and this is brilliant because it has loads and loads of non-slip grippy pads on it, all the way around the edge and across the middle as well. And don't forget that we've got loads of you who've checked out, and we've got lots of new customers today. Don't forget there is only one post and packing a day. And I know we do have to keep repeating it because we get lots of new customers all the time. We can see that we've got loads today. That if you're not used to the Sewing Street website, we do only charge 1 P&P per day. The majority of websites, I don't mean shopping TV, but any clothes shopping, whatever. You check out, you pay your P&P, and if later on that evening you want to buy something, you have to do it all over again. You can't combine it. With us, we combine it all day up till midnight. So don't think, oh, well, I've already checked out, I won't get anything out. Your P&P is done. And don't forget, also, if you want to call us, we have a free phone number, 0800 001 4433. It's UK calls just upstairs, and they are really useful. If you'd rather speak to somebody, or if you've got an issue with your order, or you've forgotten something, or you think, oh, I can't remember that I've done the right thing, they are really useful at sorting it out. And sometimes when you order, you just want to do it on the phone. It depends. It's entirely up to you, which is why we have both options. This one, like this one as well. I haven't got enough room in my house. 6.5 by 12.5. So again, do you know what? It depends what you do the most, doesn't it? It depends. Are you doing lots of cutting across the width of fabric, in which case you need the 24-inch ruler? Are you doing things where you're just cutting narrow strips? Are you doing more squares? Some people prefer the stripology because they do more width of fabric cutting. It all depends on what you do. But this is a nice, handy ruler in that it's not too big. And I think use the smallest ruler that you can in that it's more movable, but then don't use a ruler that's too small, because if you have to keep moving it as you're cutting along. But if you've got a really big ruler and you're cutting small pieces, it's really annoying. So you just get the right ruler. And the thing is that you won't get them all straight away. You'll start off with one and you think, oh, well, actually, I need that one for that one. But it depends on what you're doing, and you will know that. So if you find that your ruler's too small, you have to keep moving it, you need to get a bigger one. If you find this ruler's way too big for the job that I'm doing now, I have to keep picking it up, it's too heavy. You might find, like, I need this little one, or I might need this one, or if you're like me, you need quite a lot of them. But these, Creative Grids do lots of speciality rulers, but these sort of specific strip cutting, line drawing rulers, it really does depend on what job that you're doing. But they are a great investment. I've had my Creative Grids for a long time, and they're sort of these things that once you've bought them, you've bought them. And I have had other rulers where I've cut little chips out of them. I've done that with my add a quarter ruler. Don't use that for rotary cutting on the narrow side. I've got a great chip out of it. It's not invented for that, so it's my own fault. Use the ruler that they're invented for, but it is also not all brands have quite the grip on them. So what you do is, I find, like with these rulers, I can cut a whole width of fabric without moving them. Whereas with other rulers, you have to keep moving your hand up because they move, but these have got a really good grip. Also, what I love about Creative Grids they all have a QR code that takes you to their website where you can see a demo of how all the rulers work for free. So you get all these fab ideas. So actually, if you've got any creative grids, if you haven't got the QR code anymore, just go on their website because they give you loads of demos about how to actually use them. Right, can I do the hexagon one? I think this is brilliant. Do you know, I've never used this. So I went on their website last night and watched the demo. This is brilliant. This is like log cabin, but hexagons. So you could use your 2.5-inch strips for this, because what you do, you know, like with the log cabin, you get a square and then you put another square above it and then a rectangle. And if you can either do it by measuring or you can use Creative Grids to do a log cabin trimming ruler where you trim it afterwards. This is what you use this for. So you start off with a hexagon and then you put a strip of fabric and then you cut it. So you end up with like a log cabin hexagon. It's genius. You can also use it for all these different size hexagons. Let me turn it over. So it shows you here like round 1, round 2, round 3. But you can also use the markings to cut 2, 4, or 6 or 8-inch finished hexagons. So could you see the little picture there? This is how it starts. So you just go round and round and round. There's a full video. There's the QR code. Or just visit the Creative Grid website and put in hexagon trim tool. It is brilliant. And this is a great scrap buster because you are only using small strips of fabric. You can use the rolls that Hayley was selling for this to do it, and it looks amazing. So you could just keep going round, and then you can join all these then big hexagons together. So this is a way of using up all your scraps. You can make the most amazing memory quilt, scrappy quilt. You could have a colour themed one, all sorts. I think this is a great ruler. Have a look at the video. Inside here, there's an instruction booklet. If you don't want to watch the video, the instruction booklet shows you how to do it. Collector Mosai says, I love my Creative Grids. They are an investment in my hobby and worth every penny. That's a fab message, because I agree with you. I really think they are. There's some things, you know, it doesn't matter if you buy a more inexpensive one or whatever, but with the Creative Grids, they are worth every penny. And because they make a difference. This is a great ruler to have if you are thinking, I want to make something. I don't want a pattern. I just want to make something that's a little bit unusual. Have a look at the video of this. It is really nice. And, you know, for $25.99, what I like about it is it's all there, isn't it? You know, this hasn't got bits and paper and templates. It's just one ruler, and you can create absolute gorgeousness with that. The same goes with the Dresden plate ruler. Oh, I didn't bring out the sample. The Dresden plate ruler, same thing. This does exactly the same, as in it's a whole project in one go. So you can make Dresden plates. Either you can make the ones with the curved edge or the ones with the pointy tops. Can't remember, they've got a special name. The pointy tops or the curved tops. And the whole instruction booklet in here, you can make Dresden plates that are like this big, all the way up to like really big. Like, what's the full size of it? It does say on it. Anyway, it was mine was like dinner plate size. So you can make them all different sizes. The circle that's in it, you use for the template for the centre, but you also use it if you want to have curved topped Dresden plates rather than the sharp pointed ones. You use it for that as well. So again, $29.99. It's a whole project. So you can do a Dresden plate just to put on the front of a cushion. You can do Dresden plates and applique them to fabric squares, join all the squares together, and then you've got a whole quilt. Full instructions are in here to give you ideas of how to do it. And there is a video tutorial as well. Again, this is a whole project in one little pack. And, you know, you think of the size of the fabric pieces, again, a really good scrap buster, or memory quilts. You know, maybe you just want to make a cushion for someone as a memory of their wedding using the fabrics and things. That's brilliant for that. Or school uniforms or ties. That'd be cool, wouldn't it? Shirts. But it is like, I love these rulers because they are a project pack. This is one that I own and I really love it. I use it quite a lot for different things. $29.99 for that one. What? Oh, the easy ones, yes. Right, so I've got 2 more rulers. These are fab. So these are the clamshell templates. Love clamshells. So this is easy quilting. So you've got the 6-inch clamshell and you've got the 3-inch clamshell, and it's all together in one pack. Brilliant. Look, this is, if you've not seen clamshells, this is what they look like. I think they're really beautiful. Again, I've seen a lot of people using them, very measured and decided with the fabrics that they all blend together. But scrappy ones, to me, it's a bit like EPP, you know, where you just collect fabrics and then you just add to it. The clamshell works in a similar way, that you just keep adding and adding, but it is beautiful design. But you might want to do a 3-inch, you might want to do a 6-inch, but you are getting both of them in there. £17.99. Again, it's a whole project pack. It's a way of you sort of using up your fabric scraps, but where you can use them up by one, so you can collect them and think, well, I'll use those, I'll make some more clamshells. I mean, it could be like a story of your sewing journey. So you could, all the bits of fabric you've got left over from projects that you've done, where you've got little bits, you can just join onto that. £17.99, and you are getting both of them. Right, I've got another one of these. Quarter circle block. So this is your kind of drunkard's path. So you get the quarter circle that goes like that, and then you get the bit that fills it in. This is ideal for using with charm packs, because joined together, once you cut them, cutting both out is 5 inches. So what you can do is you can take a charm square, you can cut out both pieces. Then if you get a whole charm pack and do that, you can use like that outer with a different coloured inner. Shall I show you? They've got a picture on the back. This is what it will look like. And then how to sew them together. As long as you pin them, because obviously you're working with curves, you just pin them around the edge, and then this is what they look like. So if you've got, maybe you've got like a 42 charm pack, you don't know what to do with it, this is absolutely perfect for it, because the outer, you'll cut one outer and one inner from one charm. So again, and also you could just cut your fabric into 5-inch squares, couldn't you? A really good way of using up scraps. You know, you might think, well, I'm just going to start. I love the idea of doing quilts like that, where you just add a little bit onto it now and then until it just grows and grows, so you don't have to do it all in one go. So that is the quarter circle block, and you get the A template and the B template as well. And then we've also got the ruler rack, because now you've bought all your rulers, you need a ruler rack. A ruler rack, which is just the right size for putting all your rulers in. Because you might not have a lot of space of where to put them. This is good, I like this actually. I like these. You might not have a lot of space. I usually keep my rulers flat on my cutting table, and then when I'm cutting I have to move them all. But I'm always very careful with them. I don't like them sitting on the floor or anything. I like to keep them because they need to be kept. But you see, even when you've got the really long ones, they go in. You get quite a few in here. This is brilliant. Look. 4 slots, but you can get quite a few in there. Only £10.99. It's solid beech, but look how you can get quite a few rulers in there, and it means that you can keep your whole of ruler connection. Oh, actually, that looks lovely. I want one of these. And being solid work, I think I might have to do a little bit of shopping when I get home. I decided I wasn't going to spend any money in January. I thought, I'm not spending any money in January. I spent far too much. And now I'm just thinking, well, actually, I really want this 8.5-inch thing, and I really want the ruler rack. That'll be my next purchase. I'll just have those 2, please. Right, multi-mat. Now, this is really useful. Let me get the box so you can see how nice the box is. This time of year, rather than doing that diet thing, you might be thinking, I'm going to start workshops instead. Much better for the soul, honestly. You know, much better for the soul. Learn a new technique rather than the other things. Learn a new technique. So you might be going to workshops. This is ideal. Or you might have just started sewing and you've got a smaller working area. It comes in this very nice box. So on one side, if we open it up, this is your ironing mat. So if you're off to a workshop, rather than queuing up for the one ironing board they've got, this is your ironing mat. Maybe you've got a small space, or maybe you know someone who sews, oh, I haven't got any space to sew. Well, look, there's your ironing board. And on this side, there's your cutting mat. And then on this side, you've got like a little, it's like a felt microfiber. And this is like sandpaper, so you can keep bits of fabric or blocks or small templates nice and safe there, and you've got your cutting mat there. So if maybe you're doing something like FPP and you want to be able to cut and iron, or you've got a small space for your sewing and it needs to be packed away. Or maybe you're going on holiday. You could take that in the caravan with you, couldn't you? Anyway, really useful and only £19.99, and it comes in this very nice box should you want to gift it. Oh, there we go. Lovely. Spool rack, again, if you keep trying to keep your workspace tidy, this is ideal. It's not a football stadium. Or Greece. Oh, yes. Or from Greece. No, wella, ooh. Tell me more, tell me more. That's what it looks just like, doesn't it? But it isn't that. It's a thread spool stand. So in this very small space, which is 9 by 4 by 5, width by height, width by depth. So 9 inches by 6 inches, so 9 by 6, you can store 40 spools of thread. This is what it will look like when you put your 40 spools on. So in a 9 by 6 inch area, you can get 40 spools of thread. Also, which I quite like the idea of, it's got little things so you can put screws in the wall and hang it up. So if you haven't got a shelf to put them on, but you've got a wall space, oh, how nice would that be? You could, but we're going to reduce the price. I mean, I think £9.99 is a great price anyway. £5.99. That's amazing. Get work. So you don't have to. But I like the idea of putting some screws on the wall, and just think you could have loads of them all up there. I have got a big. I need another one actually. I've got a big wooden one. It's fabulous to just keep all of those spools together because and it's still not big enough. I've got lots of spools in boxes and sorts, and they constantly get the ones that are not on my thread stand are always getting tangled up. But that's brilliant, isn't it? It'll fit all different sorts of spools as well. Ideal. £5.99. Very special price. Get that checked out today and you can sort your workroom out. Even if it's just the only thing you're going to do is sort your thread spools out. It's a really good way of actually seeing what you've got as well. Because otherwise you keep buying more of the same colour because you can't see it all. But I do like the idea of having them all on a big line. In fact, if you had them all screwed on the wall, you'd look like a haberdashery, wouldn't you? You know. Or you could have them all across the shelf, couldn't you? Buy a couple of them. And then you would look like a haberdashery. Yes. Very tempting. Lots of you multi-buying. Well, I'm not surprised. At £5.99, that's almost half price, isn't it? So you are getting buy one, get one free, almost. Bar a pound. Bar a pound. Right. Keep checking out for those because they're going very fast. For some reason. I was trying to get that back inside, but it's got it. I started to give up, and I'm thinking, no, I'm going to do it. It got its little spool, its legs caught on the edges. Right, look at that. Feel much better now. Right, necessities, the bare necessities of life. There we go. That's what it looks like. I'm not going to take them all out because Levi will cry. So these are Aurifil thread, fantastic. You've got 1,300 metres per spool. These are your necessary colours. White, cream, pale grey and black. If you haven't used Aurifil before, this is a really good opportunity to get these basic colours. And they're so long, 1,300 metres, you can do a whole quilt, almost piece and quilt, a whole quilt. I have done with one of these reels before. Beautiful quality thread as well. Egyptian long staple cotton. So it will sit within the fabric and it's lovely to use. I really like this. So this is a great way of adding to your Aurifil collection with all the basic colours. Or if you've never used Aurifil before, start off with that. This is all a 50 weight thread. This is actually, yeah, there's only 4 of these left. Yeah, We do keep it in stock, but currently I know a lot of you are stocking up. If you've bought yourself a quilt kit and you want to make sure you've got enough thread and you want a decent quality thread, this is really worth getting. $43.99. Hopefully we'll get it back. Well, we do try and keep it in stock all the time because it's a very popular item. This one. Bright. Calm. No, I can't. We'll come back to them. They've run away. Yes, we do my favourite rotary cutter. This is my favourite. You're not allowed to have favourites. This is my favourite. We keep this one in stock. This is my favourite one. Thank you. And the reason it's my favourite is because it's trigger action. So I don't have to remember to turn it off or close it down, I mean. So when you, it's a 45mm rotary cutter. It's your normal one. I think it's one of the first ones that I had. But when you hold it, you have to pull the trigger and then it cuts. And as soon as you let go of it, the cover covers the blade, so I don't have to remember to slide the little thing up and I'm less likely to cut myself. It's ambidextrous, so you can go left or right, as in you just swap the blades over. It has a little button, so you can, if you want, you can lock the blade, so you don't have to press the trigger if you don't want to. And then what I do is when I've finished cutting at the end of a session, is I press the little button, and that means that it can't be accidentally open. But I love the idea that when I stop cutting, I don't have to remember to. Some rotary cutters, you have to slide a cover up, and it means I don't have to remember to do it, and that's why it's my favourite. Not it cuts any better or different to any others, but it just suits how I do it. And everyone is slightly different, but I do at the end of the day, when I put my cutter away, I keep it shut. But it is really enhances my lazy character, because I just can't be bothered to do that, to slide it up. No, I've got nothing against the cutters that you slide up, but that's just easier for me, because otherwise then I don't cut my hands by accident. And also, I mean, it does, no, I don't actually. I think really, because you can hold the blade open. I think maybe if you're holding the blade a lot and you don't want to press the trigger all the time, then that's what you can use it for. So my favourite rotary cutter, and we've only got 4 of those left. Really low on those, but that is a great one. And they will fit as well any 45mm blades, which is brilliant. Right, Calm. Now, these are very similar to the Necessities, but it's a different weight thread. It's 80 weight, and it has wooden spools, which I love, cherry wood, because you can keep them afterwards. And they're really nice for, like, you can wrap fabric around and hang them up as like little on a string. These are great for hand sewing. So 80 weight thread is finer than 50 weight. The higher number, the finer the thread. So it's finer, so it's great for hand sewing. EPP, brilliant. This is Jenny Jackson's favourite. I love the fact they're cherry wood, because you can just hang them, and then you could, but do keep them afterwards, because they're so sweet, aren't they? No, they'll take ages to use. You've got 200 metres on each spool, and they're lovely, aren't they? You get loads on the spool, and because it's 80 weight, it's just a really lovely, fine weight. So whether you're doing EPP, whether you're just doing general hand sewing, you know, when even if you're hemming something, using this finer, if you're hand hemming a blouse or a dress, use this finer thread, because it then doesn't show up as much. Or maybe you've been doing EPP and you haven't got these threads, and because you've got all these neutral colours, it is easier. The thread will slip through the fabric better. Make sure you use a nice new sharp needle. It will go through better. And by having this range of colours as well, they will match and blend in with your EPP. $39.99. It's going to last you a very long time. But again, it's all about having the right tools or the right materials for the job. So I'll just slide them back in. There we go. Oh yes, my early bird, which we do have a few left of, if you weren't with me at 8 o'clock. So this should be $14.98. So what it is the Sewline glue pen, which comes with 1 glue and 1 refill. And you also get with this 6 glue refills, £11.98. So you're saving £3. So whether you're an EPP or an FPP, whether you want to just use it for sticking buttons into place, which I use it for, or zips into place, it's like a temporary pin. It dries clear, it can be washed out, and it won't gum up your sewing machine. It's brilliant. Right, if you've bought this before, it's the same. They've just changed the packaging. So this is what the pen looks like. There's the glue, and you just screw it up when you need more, and then you screw it down to close it. So it comes with the stick in there, and it comes with the refill, and then you also get 6 refills. So if you're putting in like a pocket zip, stick it into place rather than using pins. If you're using PU that you can't pin, or sort of really thick fabric, it's designed specifically. Do not use Pritt stick. You can never get it off. EPP it's ideal for, or FPP when you've got to stick the paper on. But I use it for buttons, clasp, catches, you know, just something where you need to stick it into place, then go to the sewing machine. Or if I'm piecing and I'm sewing together really small pieces, like if you're sewing a 1-inch piece to a 2-inch piece, you can just put a dab of glue on, stick it into place, sew it, and you don't have to use a pin. So if you're doing tiny things, it's ideal for that. It has been specially developed to be used with fabric. But once you get into using these, you get through a lot of the glue sticks. So make sure that you, if you get this pack, you've got the 6. Now, you'll only need the pen once. So after this, we do sell these glue refills on the website on their own. I mean, obviously, it's better to buy this because you're making the £3 saving. But once you've got that, we do sell the glue sticks on their own as well that you can use, that you can then buy to add to it. Right. Oh, yes, so we've got some EPP patterns. So if you've already got your stash. All right, I'll start with this one. Follow Me Quilt. So this is a design by Jenny Jackson. It's EPP. So in the bundle, you get the full instructions to make this beautiful EP quilt. I love Jenny Jackson's designs because they're really modern, interesting, but very useful. So this is all EPP. And the great thing about this is absolutely accurate. Now in here, you will get all of the instructions of how to make all the blocks in detail. And Jenny's instructions are very, very comprehensive. You will also get all of the paper pieces as well, all in here. All you've got to do is provide your fabric. So again, this is a good way, £21.99, and you can use all of your stash up. Or what a great excuse to buy new fabric. And it does say exactly what you'll need. So like 1 metre for the background colour, 1/2 metre, and then all these fat quarters as well. So it's a really good way of you using up your stash or buying new fabric, which we always like an excuse for, don't we? But if you love EPP, or if you haven't done it for a while, get yourself the glue pen. So much quicker for doing them. Or if you've got some fabric, you think, what am I going to do that for? Use that for. Get the glue sticks, it's so much easier, and then get the paper pieces. And then the last one, this is Jenny as well. If you want to make a cushion instead, the jewel cushion. Look how lovely that is. See, that's in pastels, but can you imagine it in really bright as well? So again, you get all the paper pieces all in this little bag. Now these are made by Jenny in a specific weight cardboard, so they can be used over and over again. Even if you're using the glue, then you can stick them all on. Or if you're using tacking, you can tack through them as well. But these are all the instructions of how to create it. Different ideas for the layout as well. And then you've also got a colouring diagram, so you can colour it all in to see how you want to do it. I think that's lovely. I mean, EPP is a lovely winter sewing hobby, isn't it? Sit in front of the telly. If you get yourself this bundle, you know, these are only using small pieces of fabric. Then you can create the cushion. You can even make it bigger because the EPP pieces can be reused as well. So that's that one. Fabulous. Right. Well done if you've managed to get those. We haven't got many of that one left, actually. Right. I've got Hayley's waiting. She's got herself all tidied up. You should have seen the mess that we made. All tidied up now, and she's waiting to come back. We'll talk about the quilted rolls that we've got left, and also the amazing wadding and other materials and rulers and everything. It's fab. If you love the 9 o'clock out, you are going to love this. These products are fabulous. Please do keep sending in your messages. It's lovely to read them. We'll try and read out as many as we can, but we will show them all to Hayley. But it's lovely to get your feedback. It's really nice to welcome her as a guest for the first time, and I'll see you back with Hayley in a few minutes' time.
Start 2025 with a burst of creativity. Throughout the month of January, Sewing Street is here to inspire you with new skills, new techniques and new demonstrations. Whether you're a complete beginner or looking to expand your expertise, we'll bring you new exciting projects, new guest designers and new top tips to kickstart 2025. It's a new year, new hobby, here on Sewing Street.
A lot of people ask me, what dress size pattern should I buy, John? Because I never know. I can't answer that for you, because if you go by your commercial shop bought dresses, if you go into different shops, Wallis, Marks and Spencer's, Topshop, any of those, size 14 in every single one of those shops will be a different size, depending on the designer, depending on the pattern cutter and the pattern grader. What you need to do when you're making your own clothes is don't think, oh, I buy 14 from Wallis, I'll make a size 14. What you need to do, and this is the sign of a good pattern, what they have is they have your body measurements, which are the ones that you have to go to. Now, it's sometimes a little bit depressing because you buy a 14 in a shop and on a pattern it could say that you're an 18. Ignore that, nobody will ever see that. What you go by is your bust, waist and hip measurement on the pattern, and then if it's a good pattern, underneath it it will tell you the finished size of the dress, which shows how much ease it's got. So what you can do is you can look at, say you look at this one and you say, oh, 100 bust, 82 waist, 106 hip. Obviously that's in centimeters. You think, yes, I'm going to make myself a size 16. You then look at the finished size here of the size 16, and you can see that you've got 12 centimeters ease around the bust, you've got a good amount of ease around the waist and a lot of ease around the hip. Then what you do is you then look at the pattern, the finished size around your body, and you think, oh no, that looks like it might be too big. Then you can go down a size or up a size if you don't think it's going to be big enough. But the thing I always say is make a toile. Get yourself a bolt of calico and make a toile, and that's the way you'll make sure you buy the right size pattern.
Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
In sewing, the term square up means trimming your fabric or block to ensure it has straight edges and perfect corners. Using a ruler and rotary cutter, trimming away any uneven edges. This step helps your pieces fit together neatly in your project. Square up is a quick way to keep everything perfectly aligned.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Hi, Hayley.
Hi.
A little rest.
No, I've been on the laptop ordering more stuff.
Okay. Oh,
In
that's
the
a
office.
shame. Oh, well, that's good, though. So that's good
Fine.
news. We'll
It's all
talk
good.
about the
All
ordering
good.
more stuff in a minute. But I want to talk about these rulers because we had a little glimpse of them in the last
Yes,
hour.
we did.
So how did these come about?
These came about because not everybody enjoys a ruler.
Right.
And it's very, very easy to accidentally, so if you're doing like a 6.5 inch square, it's very easy with a ruler to just have missed the line you're supposed to be on, then suddenly you've cut yourself a 6 inch square.
Right, okay.
And you've fluffed it all up.
Okay.
So what these are is there's no other marks on other than just the size of the square itself. So I'll move the whole mat out of the way for a second. There you go. So that one.
Do you want another colour?
Shall we? How many we've got?
I've got a blue one.
Okay, let's have a blue one then. I did want the turny one for in a minute, but we'll...
Okay.
So,
But
oh,
you c- oh,
I
no.
don't know if blue's the
Doesn't
colour.
really show, does
Shall
it?
I go and have a rummage under here?
Yeah, I wonder what colour we need.
Hang on.
Black, maybe?
I've got another green
Oh, another,
one.
yeah, we'll have another green one. That shows up better. It doesn't like the blue, does it?
Doesn't like the blue, it's too light. There
There we go.
Right. So, it's flipped over. There we go, right way up. So, if I want, say I'm working in 10-inch squares. So, normally, that's 10 inch, so I can check that my block's going to be the right size, or I would have to add a 1/4 inch to each side. So what I've done is I've done 10, 10.5 inch, 9 and 9.5 inch. Each of the sets, so this is the 10, has an 8, a 6, so it goes down like an inch on each one, because you've got to have something that's big enough for you to hold on to.
Yes.
What I
see what you mean.
hate, especially with, I mean, that's great for adding a little 1/4 inch, but your fingers are very
Right.
close to the
So
edge
that
of there.
1/4 inch comes with this ruler?
Yes, so this 10-inch one comes with the extra little kind of quilted
Yes.
quarter ruler with it. So this one, you get your 10, your 8, your 6 and your 4. What it's designed to do is if you have a block, where's that one that we sewed before? The big one, that. There you go.
Ah, okay.
So if you've got a block, and say we wanted to trim that down to a 10 inch, I could just literally run my rotary cutter
Right, okay.
around the edge. I've got a 10-inch
And if you
block.
wanted it 10
I
and a
don't
half,
have to measure it.
you could just put the
So if you wanted a
1/4
10 and you could add that, or you go for the 10.5-inch one, because you've got. Let me just shuffle this off for a second and put them all 4 back together, because you've got 4 different ones. It is available as a set of 4.
Right, so we're doing a special offer where you can buy all 4 sets. So you get 4
my
rulers
talkback's
in
gone
each
off.
set, 4 squares
Yes,
in each set. So
4
you're getting
squares in
16
each
squares in
set.
total. So you get the 4, 6, 8 and 10.
Yes, so 4, 6, 8 and 10. And then you've got 9, 7, 5 and 3 as well. Then you've got 10.5, 8.5, 5.5, 4.5. So if you don't want to have to add that 1/2 inch on,
Yeah,
it's
then
done
you can use
for
that.
you.
So it's really
And
worth
the
getting
same
all 4 of them.
on this one
But
as
then
well.
they all come with extra...
They do. They all come with extra little bits. So the 9-inch one, you will get a 3/8 inch one. So that's really handy if you're manually cutting triangles, because that does need sometimes a little bit bigger of a seam allowance. You've got a 1/2 inch one. So if you just want to add your seam allowance to both of them on one edge and then shuffle it along, then that's a really useful one. And then you've got your 5/8, which is your dressmaking one.
So it really is worth getting all 4, isn't it?
Yeah, it was designed as a complete set. You go at it however you wish,
Right.
but it's just to take out that extra bit of thinking when if, for example, you need 8.5-inch.
So you're not going to put the ruler in the
finished
wrong
blocks.
place.
You're not going to put the ruler in the wrong place. Can I shuffle that one and get this one back?
It's got a bit stuck. There we go.
Yeah, now, we're trying to turn the things, and this one, if you take the locks off, doesn't turn. That one does. So we'll maybe switch to that mat in a second. So that would go on there. I mean, these ones were 8.5-inch blocks when we cut them earlier, because you can see there you've got your extra 1/2 inch along the side and along the bottom. But with this one, you can cut it wherever you like. This doesn't matter where you place that on your fabric. So if you're looking to fussy cut things, it's perfect. You can put it anywhere you like on that fabric and you're guaranteed an 8.5-inch block. And then that works the same with things like your 6.5s, your 4.5s, all of the options that are over there. Let's get a rotating mat so I can see how it's going to make your life a lot easier. Because you don't have to turn the stuff. You can just turn the mat. So let's slide them off.
So the price on this, $79.96.
Yeah, that's for all
of them. But I did
that's
promise a special saving.
16 templates. And
So you
your
get
extra bits.
16 squares. Well, actually, and you get the other 4 little
Yes,
bits.
you get your 4 little bits as well.
So that's 20.
If I wanted to cut this down,
And we're going to take £10 off. £69.96.
I can cut that and then rotate the mat,
And then you can
cut it, and rotate
If
and
you've
cut
already
it.
checked out the £79.96, don't worry.
will
You
it
will
get
be
fixed?
charged, because the way it works on Sewing Street is that whenever we reduce prices between now and midnight, you will only ever be charged the lowest price. So save a tenner, because actually, I think you're right. I think it's having all of them is really. I know we've got them
Yeah.
available individually.
Yeah, well, I mean, if there's one particular size that you work in, brilliant.
Just get
go
that
for
one.
that one. If you work in all sorts of sizes and you're doing smaller and bigger blocks, or maybe you're doing a kind of state fair thing where you've got different sizes working together, then, it kind of works brilliantly. What I should have done was bought my, I should have bought my black cardboard, which these usually go on and you can see them beautifully.
Right,
But
okay.
they're just invisible on here. I mean, they're designed like that, so when you put them on, if you're fussy cutting, because for example on there,
Yeah.
you can just see the difference between the plastic. But if you have
Actually,
a
we've got
look
the
there,
black
you can
cutting mat over there.
fussy cut them. Well, I'll tell you what, we'll...
Oh, look, there we go.
Oh, look, see?
Levi's a genius. Da, 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 da.
But still slightly invisible.
Also,
Well,
the great thing about having all 4 is you get all of the different size little strips.
Yes.
And that's genius.
And obviously they lock into each other.
This is a really, really popular way of buying. I think like Hayley says,
Like a
is
super
that
easy jigsaw.
it takes away the inaccuracy,
Yes.
because you've only got one size to
Yes,
follow.
and if that's something that we've all done it before, and we've had a little
all
ruler
the
there,
time.
and then we've accidentally shifted it.
Oh, well,
across,
I've
especially when there's like a
pre-cut.
6.5 inch one, and it's got that extra.
But
bit
I've
on
done
the
it where I
side.
pre-cut all the bits for a quilt, thinking, why is not?
Why does it not fit?
then you
Yeah.
think,
So yeah, this is just just takes that measuring away.
But I think having all of these little ones, so that when you want to add on a 1/2 inch seam allowance for something,
Yes.
you've got that.
So you've got
And 5/8.
Let me just
For
shift
dressmaking.
this. You've got all of them in there.
So the little stick ones are
You
quarter
have,
half.
there's 3/8 somewhere.
3/8, there's
Because they're
3/8.
see-through, we can't see them.
3/8.
There you go.
5/8.
There you go.
Loads and loads of you've got this in your basket.
That
Do check out.
That one's your 1/4 inch. So that one, if you just want to add a seam allowance to one side,
Yeah.
perfect. That one is your 3/8. So we'll do half square triangles in a minute, but if you want to add seam allowances on triangles, it is often better to add the 3/8 just to make your life easier. You've got your 1/2 inch one there as well. So if you're wanting to make a block bigger and add seam allowance to both sides, then just you can add the 1/2 inch to one side. There's a bit more to get your fingers on there, and a little bit safer. And then you've got your 5/8 for dressmaking as well.
Yeah, I know. I think it's great. I think I'd want all of them. So save yourself £10. That's why we've done this
But
special
I mean, it
deal.
doesn't have to be necessarily that it can be not necessarily squaring off blocks. There's your 5-inch one.
Yeah,
That's a charm square.
That's a charm square.
There's your 10-inch one.
Oh, I know. I mean, yes,
That's a
it
layer
wouldn't
cake.
necessarily be blocks.
So if you've got fat quarters and little kind of scrappy bits
Yeah.
that are left over, you can get those bits cut to regular
Well, you
sizes
get a lot
that then
of
you
patterns
can
that
use.
say you need charm squares, and
Yes.
people think you need charm squares, but you don't. You
No,
just need to
absolutely.
cut
You
charm
just
squares.
and they're already done. But say you were working a layer cake with, you're trying to work a layer cake with charm squares. But as we all know, layer cake's 10. That's a charm square's 5. But if you're going to have a seam allowance between there, what you actually need is to cut them at 5.5.
Yeah. And you've got all
Because,
of that
yeah.
to play with.
So you can mix and match them about.
Yeah.
So if you're, for example, doing layer cakes with 2 of those, or if maybe you're doing 8-inch, let's go for 8.5. I've got all of them out all over the
got
place.
them all
now.
out. Yeah.
So there you go.
But at
so
least
you've got
you can see,
8-inch,
because also,
and then that's going to need 2.
I mean, and you can hopefully you can see that the sizes they're not like labelled, they're etched.
Yeah, they're etched in, and they're not little either. So
There is a small queue on the phone lines, over 60 if you've got these in your basket.
we have made them so that, you know, that it's unmistakable.
Yeah, it's
which
not going to
ones
come
are
off, so
which.
it doesn't matter if you mix them up because it's
Now,
really easy. Hopefully you can see.
Also had here, let me put them all together so you can
So
see
in
all of them.
you get 4 packs.
Right, so let's
We'll
start
just go
with the
through it. Do you want
smallest and go to the largest. So the smallest one, you have, do you want the black paper?
9, 7, 5,
9,
3.
Slide. There
Right.
you go.
With-
9, 7, 5 and 3.
With the
That
quarter
one
in each one.
comes with your 3/8.
Okay.
Weirdly, we made the 10-inch one first, so that got the quarter inch,
see.
and then
I was
it
thinking it went
works
up
up
in
from there.
sizes.
Well, you'd think it would, but it was just the way that we made them.
Okay.
So that one's your first one. That's going to give you your 9, 7, 5 and 3, and that's obviously 5, really useful, because that, if you want to make more charm squares, perfect size. Next size, let's go 9.5. So that's that one, that one, that one. There's 5.5, and there's 3.5, and that one comes with your 1/2 inch extra ruler.
Remember, in this bundle, you're not having to choose. You're getting all
You're getting
of
the whole
these.
lot, and
we will show you in a moment. You can buy them individually.
That's a lot of plastic that's in there. It's a lot of cutting in there, and you're getting those kind of bonus little rulers in with it. So your next set is your 9.5, 5.5, 7.5, 5.5, 3.5. And as we showed before, if you're working with layer cakes, that 5.5 is really useful because that's exactly half of what you're using. So that's your next one. And then I'll just jettison that one over there. Then let's go 10. So 10, 8, 6, 4. Come here, you. There we go.
I'll keep those together.
It's like a really easy jigsaw, isn't it?
No. They do fit beautifully together.
But we made them quite chunky because what I hate the idea of is people having, because as I said earlier, I don't use rotary cutters anymore. You can still see the scar on that one.
No.
Oh, like literally the fingernail stopped it. That was it. It would have been all the way. It was a brand new blade as well.
So that's it.
Yeah, I'm done. Scissors all the way now. Not that I haven't cut myself with them, but I feel it's, less likely. So this is your 10-inch one. You've got 10, 8, 6 and 4, and then just that 1/4 inch extra if you want to use that. So that's brilliant for like your FPP. We've made a version of it called FFP because it goes on fabric and you don't have to take the fabric out. So, so that one's really useful for your FFP as well, that 1/4 inch one when you're just trimming off those edges. But however, watch your fingers. So then the last size we've got is
this one.
the 10.5. So, thanks, lovely assistant.
I know, I did sort them out.
Yeah, you can't shift them in one go though, can you?
No, you have to just pick them up like that.
Yeah, and this one comes with the 5/8 at the bottom there. So, see, the black works quite well, doesn't it?
Yeah,
They're all
you can
nicely
really
etched.
see, and these are etched, not labelled,
You can
so you
also
won't
see
lose
the
that.
threads that I've got everywhere.
No, it does work
I can't get that
brilliantly.
one out. That'll have to stay. So 10.5 inch, 5.5 inch, 6.5 inch, 4.5 inch. I think all the 1/2 inch ones are the ones that you're really going to use if you're squaring off blocks because they've already got your seam allowance built in. It's just a no-brainer. It takes away all the measuring. It takes away all of that just double checking that I've got it right.
I've just bought this super square bundle and it's saying £79.96, but it's £69.96. Will I get it the £10 off from Anne? Yes, you will, Anne. For anyone who asked that question, is that we charge your card at midnight. At that point, any discounts are applied and also 1 postage and packing. So don't worry. Anything that you buy at a higher price, you will all pay the same price. This bundle was so busy. We've got loads and loads. You've got it in baskets and loads of you on the phone as well. I mean, it is the only way to get that.
It's just a really simple concept.
It is really simple. And like you say, it takes out that error.
Yeah, it takes out that element of error. And that's what we're about in all of the things that we do. It's just trying to take out the mistakes.
And you sort of think, how have I done that? I wanted 2 inches. How have I got to?
Yeah. I know.
It's so frustrating.
That's what I was looking for.
What are they?
Right, we'll do them in a minute because we're being told something else.
Right, okay. So if you want them separately, so if you only want one of the sets, we do have them individually. So the 3, 5, 7 and 9 inch, there's a picture of it. I'll just get them out again.
Honestly, we tried to photograph these. It was impossible to get them to show up on anything. So what we've actually done is given you kind of almost the files that we use to cut.
Yeah, no, which makes sense.
Because it's the only way we could get you to see them.
So £19.99. So this is how you can see that you're getting the saving. So £19.99.
Right. You're going to like these.
I'm going to love these.
You're going to love these.
Right, if you want the 9.5, 7.5, 5.5 and 3.5, that's this code here, and that's £19.99. Remember, I know most of you are buying in the bundle, but we like to give you choice. You might go, well, actually, there's only one that I know I'm going to use, so I'll just have the one. Then we've got the 10, 8, 6 and 4 inch. There's the picture of that one.
Yeah, the pictures are much easier on.
Yeah, it's just, well, they have to be clear, don't
plastics
they?
and nightmare.
But they're just no good for
Well,
seeing
yeah, you want them
on a
clear for
TV
using
screen.
them because you want a fussy cut, you want to move things around, you want to see where you're going.
Yeah. And then the last of them separately is the 10.5, 8.5, 6.5 and 4.5
I think
inches.
if my budget only went for one, that's either the 10.5 one
Yeah, I think
or
I
the
would.
9.5 one is probably the ones that I would
If
go
I was
for.
only going to get one.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I'd want to save my £10 though. The bundle is obviously the most popular way to buy. Loads of you buying that. £69.96.
They just make sense.
Right, now what are these?
What are these? These are the ruler grips. Now,
Okay.
these are brilliant. You know the stuff they make polymer stamps from?
Yes. Oh, they're bendy.
It's that, but it's thick bits.
It's-
But what you can do is it doesn't actually stick to your fabric. won't stick to your fabric,
Okay.
but what it will do is it will stop your rulers from slipping.
Okay. Right, okay, brilliant. So are they sticky then? Do they stay sticky?
You can wash them. They're a little bit tacky.
Right.
You can wash them under the tap, a little bit of washing
Oh,
liquid.
so if they
and
get
if they
fluff
get
on
fluffed
them.
up, yes, then you can wash them. But these also, if you've got small templates, you can cut these down.
So these are
well.
$2.99 for a set of 2, so you can keep reusing them.
Yeah, absolutely. Watch.
Add them to your order. You've already paid.
Look,
your
one
fee.
finger.
You've already paid your fee. Yeah, no, that's really good. So most rulers that have grips, they'll move.
Yeah.
But at least they'll grip. Whereas these won't move at all.
No, they're not moving at all.
So what would you say if you-
They do, obviously, as you can see, raise your ruler up by a little bit, but as long
But
as you
not-
start out with it flat,
Yeah,
yes,
not
'cause
too
that
much.
needs ironing,
So
really.
would you say to get one set of these for each ruler?
Yeah, I mean, it's up to you. Can move them. You can move them. They just peel off.
Oh.
And then if you've got a piece of acetate or something, you can stick it on there and
Right,
then reuse
so they'll
it.
stay sticky.
So yeah, I would hang on to the little bits that come with it, because you can just put them, once you're finished with them, you can just put them back on and then
okay. And
reuse
that
it
just
again
keeps
and
the
again.
fluff off?
Yeah, keeps
But
the
it's
fluff
not, they don't stop being sticky.
off.
You just
No,
wash them.
absolutely. So that if you want to peel those off and put it back
That's
on,
amazing. How do they stay sticky then?
just magic.
It's just magic.
Wizardry!
No, I just didn't really. What is that? How
But
does that work then?
No, but they're brilliant. They're just, again, we're just trying to help stop
Yeah.
the mistakes and make it easier.
No, but that is brilliant because if that
Thanks.
stays and then
Can I
you
have
just
a
wash
badge?
them, I think that's genius.
You love that one, do you?
I'd love
You
to know,
do,
but you
yeah.
know how you find things sometimes.
No,
think,
you know the guys that come on later with the polymer
Yes.
stamps? It's the same stuff.
oh, is that how they work then?
Yeah, it's
I've
the
never
same
used polymer
stuff.
Stamps. And it just, that's amazing, isn't it? I know, fabulous.
Am I going to lose those?
You
two?
are, actually. I think that's really genius. The
I
fact
might
that
have lost them.
they stay sticky is brilliant.
Oh, and these ones, I can't get any more of these ones for a little while. So if
Oh,
they
okay.
do go,
So $2.99 each. So what I would say, because although
what's
you
good.
can stick them onto others, I'd buy yourself a few.
yeah, they're good, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. They're
Right then.
brilliant. The fact that they stay on the fabric, because
And-
also even if you've got other rulers, sometimes although they're grippy,
Yeah.
they do move a bit, don't they?
Yeah, they won't move with those. They're good
So you
stuff.
could actually, like you say, cut them down and put them on the 1/4 inch ruler. couldn't
Yeah,
you?
absolutely. You can cut them down and you can put them on. So, for example, this is the half square triangle ruler, and if I wanted them on the sides,
Yeah.
I could cut one of those in half and pop it either side.
Right, half square triangle. So how does this
Okay,
work?
so these are 2 tiny scraps that we had left over from the
From the
quilt
2.5
that we did
inch rolls.
earlier. And think of all those little bits of jelly rolls and things you've got left over. I mean, there's another little bit that was left over
Yeah,
from the quilt
yes.
this morning. So I should have have you got your, is it to hand and is it
Yeah.
on?
I can do it.
I just want to get rid of the creases before we try this. So there you go. I need that. I need my special zoo pen, and then we're good. It's pencil.
Your
on
special zoo pencil.
Yeah. Who needs the heat erasable markers? You just get a parrot pencil. It's all
Get a
good.
Parrot pencil, perfect. I might start collecting those, but I'm on tea towels still.
Okay. I'll bring
You can
a
make
different
things
one in
from tea
next year.
towels as well.
I'll bring a
That's the
different
other
one
thing.
in next time.
Yeah, do.
Oh, I've just booked another date.
Have you?
I think it was the 18th of February, but I might have mixed that up.
You might have mixed
Yeah,
that up.
we'll see.
Let's hope you wrote it down. Otherwise you'll be in on the 18th.
Well, I'm sure he'll email me.
Hopefully. I'll mention it when I
Okay,
see
yeah,
it
just-
at the end. So could you please email Hayley whatever date
Please
it's
email
gonna be
Hayley,
next?
whatever date that was. Right, so I'm going to just, you don't have to lay them up on top of each other yet,
So you
but
put 2 right sides facing.
yes, 2 right side facing. And if you can see on here, it should show up quite nicely with the pink, I hope. Shall I put it on the black quickly? Put it on the black quickly so you can see where the lines are. Okay.
So what have we got?
So these are your outer edges. So if you're doing things like fat quarters or little scraps that are odd sizes, then you can use those to mark your
okay.
half.
So if your piece
2.5
of fabric
inch.
is
Yeah.
wider than 2.5
These
inches.
inner ones here that you can see there,
Yeah.
that kind of indicates your seam allowance.
Right.
These ones are the ones that you're going to mark to sew, and then these smaller ones are the ones you're going to mark to cut.
Okay.
So there's instructions for this. Don't worry about this.
Oh, right,
It's
they come with instructions.
Yeah, come with
Fabulous.
instructions. All good. Right. So I've lined up that with the edge. I'm going to push it into the middle a little bit more. Should have put my grips on because they moved my fabric. Right. So I'm going to line that up with the edge. Line it up with the top and the bottom. So I don't need to mark the sides on these because it's already a 2.5 inch strip. But what I am going to mark is those diagonals. Those diagonals. That one's probably just going to squeak it. We'll see. But again, it's using up all those scraps. And I'm going to mark those because that's where I need to cut. So we're going to take this to the machine. And then swivel.
Okay, you got enough space. Sorry.
Did I turn this off? No, I didn't. Well done, me.
Is it working now?
Well done, me. I didn't turn... Oh, I've blocked me pedal off. There we go. We're all good. You'll get used to this. None of the demos are ever as they should be. There's always...
No, they're just real.
Yes, exactly. But this is what happens in your house. So
Well, it
I've
does.
just swiveled that round, and now I'm coming back the other way on that other diagonal that I marked. And then I'm going to cut that one off this time because I need to, it's too far to kind of skip across for the next one. And I'm going to do the same on here. I'm going to line that up, down. Oh, look at the state. There's threads everywhere. It's going to be fine. And then swivel, and then back down that quarter on that side. Yeah, that was a bit wobbly. I'm sure you'll press it all out beautifully for me. And
I will.
The last one.
I'm good at ironing.
I like having an assistant, you know. I could get used to this.
I think I could actually do this as a job. I could just stand next to someone.
Just
do their
stand
ironing.
and next.
Quite nice.
Oh, I
Have
hate
a little
ironing.
chat.
The only ironing that gets done in my house is quilting. The rest of it doesn't get done. So we're all sewn and we're ready to cut. So we've got to cut up these straight ones, and you can extend those with a ruler if it makes you happier. And then up this one, and we're going to go from one set of stitching to the other, and then any way you like down in between those two lines of stitching, and then I'll hand them over to my lovely assistant. There's another one. There's another one. This was the one. Oh yeah, it's that side that I need to cut off. We might just squeak that. It wasn't quite big enough, but we might just squeak it.
Okay.
And this will do 6 half square triangles in one pass. Or if you want to draw multiple layers on,
Oh yes.
absolutely, you can just, yeah, that's it.
Yeah, so you could.
You can just keep going
just
and
keep
keep
moving
going,
it.
just keep moving
Particularly
it along.
if you've put the grips on.
Yes, absolutely. Let me just
That's
trim
a great
those,
price,
trim those
$14.99.
ears off. Trim those ears off.
Do you have to trim them down?
What do you mean?
Well, you know when you do half square triangles normally, then you have to then trim them to the right size.
Oh, they should be the right size.
That's even better.
I don't have a 2.5 inch one.
I know, but that's brilliant because you know normally when you do like them with two
have a
pieces
look.
of fabric or you make them in 8s and
No,
you have to
look,
trim
they're
them
the
all
same.
down. Genius.
They're all the same. So there you go.
So you're actually managing to skip that step.
Boop.
You can
There
use
you
this all
go.
the time
Flying
because
geese.
this is like this is like.
Oh, we
a
did
quilt.
get an extra
You
one.
did. It's like a quilt border, isn't it?
Yeah, it could be. It could be.
So you
anything
might have
like-
made a quilt and
or
you've got these bits.
Debbie's patchwork planners with the 2.5 inch squares. Pop those in the squares. Away
Yeah.
you go.
It's just so you can use up all of those.
Perfect points, that's what she calls it.
Or scraps or all the
Yep.
rolls.
Just, yeah, leftover rolls, leftover bits of
And I often
fat
find
quarters,
and
just
quite-
odd shaped scraps.
And sometimes if you've made
mark
the
it and
quilt
away
and
you
you
go.
just want it to be a bit bigger.
And
$14.99.
have you got
Absolute
just
bargain.
can I steal one of those big bits of fabric just for a second? I'm not going to cut into it or anything.
You can.
I'm just going to... Obviously, these directors and producers are not used to me, so I'm just like, can I just steal that? Can I just run off here?
Yes.
And they're like,
they might be
what?
cross if we cut it. Well,
It's
this
fine.
is the Kaffe
Don't
with
worry.
William Morris fabric.
It's going to be fine. I'm not going to chop it up. Kaffe is going to be perfectly safe with me. So,
$14.99 for this ruler. You need to check out. They are absolutely flying out.
for example, if I only had this little bit left up to here, I could mark that level,
Yeah.
move it up,
Right.
and mark a second one. So if you've got odd shapes, you can't really see it on the colours. But you could mark several of them.
And we do.
At
We all
once.
have bits, don't we? So as long as you
and
put
just
two
as long
bits
as you
right sides
as long as you
together.
line it up so that I'm just going to borrow that. Right. So say we're going to do that, and then I'm going to move that up so it hits the next one.
Ah, you can then
You
just
line
keep
it
sewing.
up, you keep going,
Yeah.
and then make the most of that, because then you've got minimum cuts and maximum triangles.
So you're actually spending $14.99 to save money.
Well, you're using up all your scraps.
Yes.
It's using up all the
So
little
you're not
bits
having
that
to then
it's
buy
too nice
more.
to throw it away, but it's not big enough to do anything proper with it. So get a plain roll, and then put them with that. And then the plain will work all the way through and tie everything together, and then you can use up all those little scraps.
And even if you've only got one little bit, you could just make one.
Yeah, you can just make one. You can make a row. I mean, I just had a little bit there that only made me 5. But if you've got more, you can, as I said, reposition. And this one was a little bit that we had, because you can see the little seam line that was there that you very kindly pressed out for me. And, you know, you can make all of these and they will fit together.
And I think the fact you haven't then got to trim them afterwards is even better, because that's the...
The only thing I did do was you saw as I chopped the bunny ears off. Chopped the ears off, but that was it.
Normally you have to then trim them, and that's, it takes ages. So that's fabulous. $14.99. It means that you are going to use up the scraps, or even if maybe you've got design rolls, maybe you've got gem rolls.
There's a lovely border.
I'd really like to make some with that.
Together.
Yeah, send them all together. But it is a really great way. Or maybe you love doing medallion quilts. You could use them to make flying geese. So you could have like a half square triangle border. You could have a flying geese border. You could then use them to do pinwheels. So you could have a pinwheel border or pinwheels in the corners.
There's so many options with half square triangles. You've just got to get them all cut out, which is the boring bit.
Yes,
Helping
it is
with
the boring bit.
bit.
But and you don't have to trim them either.
Look.
Beautiful. But when you do them as 4s and 8s, you always have to trim them, and that just like you get to that stage, you think, I really don't want to do this. Especially
No, well, we've done the maths. See, that's. I mean, when you said, you know, how did you come to this? My degree is originally in engineering.
Oh, okay.
So now this makes a lot more sense.
Yes. Exactly.
So I try and streamline whatever it is. We try and streamline it. We try and make it easier. We try and make it more efficient.
So do you work with a team of people as well, where you do it, or do you just?
I just invent stuff, and then I go, Steve, I'll cut this out, and he does.
Oh, brilliant!
That's exactly how it works.
I just invent stuff.
I went very Geordie there, though. I'm awfully sorry.
To invent.
Oh, you're just going to ring me up to invent?
Yeah, no, I know, but there's loads of things I think I wish someone.
Don't worry, there's a couple of other people that already do.
Oh.
Can you invent me a thing? I'm like, yeah, go on then. What do you want it to do?
Right, we've sold over 100 of these have gone now.
And I've made a little border.
And you've made a little border?
Yeah,
Really
for a very tiny thing.
So imagine if you had just like a load of scraps, you could soon, if you kept making them, you would soon just keep making them into borders.
You could have a press
for you. Then you could just keep saving them.
So
and then
it's
make
super
a whole
easy.
quilt.
I mean, let's do a one.
Well, even if it was just like the border across the top of a little tote bag.
Yeah, but if you've got longer pieces, obviously I did that on a really small piece. See, I've got 2 longer pieces now. Oops. Let's just, you can line them up first, you don't have to, you can just mark the top layer and then line it up.
Oh,
but
how lovely is that?
If you wanted to keep going, for example, so let's get that on the edge, because I didn't get it on the edge of the pink one. And then I could obviously mark my other bits in, move it across, keep going, keep going, keep going. So it's dead simple.
Yeah. I guess you could just like pin it together as you went.
Yes, if you're doing a huge bit, then yes, I probably would whack a couple of pins in. But if you're just doing small bits like that scrap that I had there, you don't even need the pins.
No,
that's
if you were doing the whole
even,
roll, but
beautifully regular. And then if I go and make a border along the top of it.
Oh, it's lovely. And I think
it's spot on.
It is using up that fabric, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, you could buy fabric specifically for it, obviously, if you're buying
absolutely, you can. But there's a stash of this, and
it's
quite nice to mix it up.
quite nice to actually, like you say, is buy a plain one, whatever, and then you can use that then.
And then that just ties everything together,
Yeah,
and that's all you need. So you can have absolute jumble of patterns, but if you use the same plane and pull it through,
Lovely.
it's all good.
Well done if you've got yours. These have been massively popular, and I'm not surprised. They are absolutely gorgeous. $14.99. You need to get checked out on it because I'm watching. The stock
this is
is
my
flying
prototype one. It doesn't even have the Craft Yourself silly on it.
No, it doesn't. Do they normally?
Yeah.
Oh. Is
like that one.
Is this the prototype then?
That's my prototype one to check it worked.
Oh,
And it did. So yours will have words on like that.
Yeah, yours will say that.
Do you know what I should do? Because that only makes 2.5-inch ones. Should I make a bigger one?
Yeah.
Because that makes a 2-inch square.
Well, that's really
square.
useful for using with design rolls.
Yes.
But actually, it would be nice to have one that was 4-inch finished.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Because that's a good
So
size.
I'd have to start with a 4.5-inch.
Yeah.
Okay.
That would be really useful because
Shrink and grow.
that's like just a nicer. This is great for these and for.
Oh yeah,
smaller
it
scraps.
absolutely uses up all the little bits.
But you could end up doing like you've done with your
If you've
squares.
got, like the odd couple of charm,
In fact, if you
charm
could
squares
do
left
like
over and things.
2, 4, so you could do a few.
Right, so you want them all?
You all of them, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, all of them. Yeah, well, you've designed the principle now. It's just about sizes. Isn't
It's just maths.
it? It's just maths now.
I can do the maths.
Right, Hannah, what do you want me to do
Should we
next?
go?
Should we move?
Should we go over there?
Let's move.
Come on then.
Now, this is clever. Hayley told me
You
about this.
tried this,
and I
didn't
clearly
you?
didn't believe her because she.
There you go, I've
she
got my
caught me
printed ones
practicing.
here.
So this looks like paper, but it doesn't
But
tear.
it's not.
So what is it then? Is it
So
plastic?
it's got an element of plastic in it. So what it
Look.
is, now you can put this through a printer. So this one's been through a laser printer. You get super sharp, super crisp lines, fantastic. This one's been through an inkjet printer. Doesn't matter what kind of printer, but if it is an inkjet, can you see? Well, what I did was when it came out, I immediately went like that, just to see if it smudged. It smudges a tiny bit, but if you leave it, just let it sit for another minute or two, and it's absolutely
So it
fine.
doesn't feel like plastic.
No, but it doesn't feel like paper.
No.
Somewhere in between.
Is it
But
plastic?
it's got an element of plastic in
Right.
it, yes, but
It doesn't tear. No, and I
so
just had a little
if
go as
you're
well.
making templates, say you've got the birds book that we saw before,
Yes.
and you want a template, this is great stuff because you can pin into it
Oh, okay.
and you can use it over and over again
But
because it's not gonna rip and it's not gonna tear.
Wow.
I mean, you can really go at it.
Yeah,
as
no,
well.
I've had to go.
Have a
I had to go because I didn't believe it. I mean, you can bend it, obviously.
You can bend it, and,
But,
but
it's fabulous, isn't it? So you can just print things off.
yeah,
I guess you could
making it easier. I mean, EPP.
Yes. Yeah.
Because usually, if you've got a paper bit, that's only going to last 4 times.
Yeah, usually about that.
That won't.
And you just, so you could photocopy or if you've got a scan.
Yes,
or-
if you've got the shapes and you want to do that, you can just put it through a printer or a
But even
photocopy.
things
A
like-
photocopiers are usually laser printers, so it'll go through that
But
absolutely
things
no problem.
like, you know, when you've got bag templates and
Yeah.
all of that kind of thing.
I mean, obviously, we've got A4 because that's what will go through
Yeah.
people's home printers and things. But you've got, you've got endless possibilities with this. I mean, there's nothing stopping you sticking 2 bits together if you've got a bigger, like, bag
So it's
template
10
you wanna-
sheets for $8.99. And like you say, it's going to last.
It's going to last forever.
Wow. There's so many things. I guess it depends what you do, what you're going to use.
I mean, I've
it
only
for.
brought you a fraction of what we have. But I'm like, just like,
I'm already-
wow.
I know,
wow,
but
wow.
but the thing is, because I sew all sorts, I think I know what
Yeah,
I would use
What
it
would you
from.
use it for then?
Well, I would use it for things like templates, because I presume you draw on it.
Yes, absolutely.
So that's what
Shall I
I-
go and get my power
Yeah.
pencil?
So I would use it. I probably would print out templates, but I'd also say I wanted to trace a template.
I found some pens. Let's test what it'll work with. Ooh, there's a hobby maker pen as well.
Oh, that's posh, isn't it?
I'm going to go on this one.
Can get the lid off.
See if it works. It might be the same. The pen might be very similar to the way that the inkjet was, in that you have
to
leave
wait.
it because I can see that's still wet.
But
if we
so
leave that a
if I,
second,
if I wanted to trace a template,
oh yeah, pencil works.
then that's what I would use it for. So say I had like a circle template or something and I wanted to trace
Oh
it.
yeah, it needs another minute.
That's fine, just leave it. But
I mean, it
would
hasn't
use it
mega smudged. It's just.
I would
smudged a
use
little
it for photocopying things, but I think if I wanted to
absolutely.
trace another template that was paper or
Yep.
something, that's what I would use it for. And I would use it for things like, you know, when you've got like little
Or if you've got
purses
pattern
and
pieces, what I would
bags.
also do is if you have got pattern pieces, I'd hole punch the corner
Yeah.
and then you can string them all together so they don't get mixed up.
I'd also quite like it in bigger sheets.
Okay, I'll work on that.
You
for next
know.
time. It's going to be quite a list. But
Well, I was thinking...
I've left here with a list from
wouldn't it be
Rebecca of could you
brilliant,
just make this and could you just make that?
Wouldn't it be brilliant for dress patterns?
Yeah, if you could get bigger bits,
Yeah.
it'd be brilliant.
On
for
a
that.
roll.
Right, I'll go work on that next, shall
Because
I?
I always trace my dress patterns off rather than use the pattern.
Yeah.
Because then I can reuse the
Yeah.
pattern. But dressmaking pattern paper is very... You have to be careful. I
be
have
so careful
And
with
I have to iron it and to be very careful. So if there was a dress pattern I used over and over again, that'd be
Yeah.
perfect.
There you go.
Particularly because you can pin in it. Yeah.
Right. Oh, do you know what I found out the other day?
What?
You know A0 paper?
Yes.
It's a square metre.
Is it?
Yeah.
That'll do.
It's a square,
A square
metre of
metre
paper.
is
Well, it's
A0.
not. It's a square metre, but it's not actually a square, if you know what I mean, because obviously the ratio is different.
yes,
so that's
okay.
like A3, and then
Yeah, and then that's...
yeah. But I learned that the other day, and then this morning on the way in, I learned about dinosaurs and how ducks are dinosaurs. Yeah. So you know, podcasts.
This paper would be great for patterns on a USB stick. Donna, it would, absolutely. So there's a lot of people
Oh,
who sell
you know
their
what?
patterns,
I've
like
got
the
some USB patterns.
the Owl and the Sewing Cat. She sells all of her
Thought
patterns.
about that. I've got some USB. patterns. Next time,
You can
Dad,
either buy them printed from her or USB.
Next time, yeah.
And it would be perfect. Yeah, see, I can think of all these lovely things I would do with it.
Okay. If I lost that as well.
Yeah, add that to the world.
Oh, 2 more grips, quick. No,
more.
they're, yeah, that's how they come to you. They come kind of stuck together, but you just pull them apart. They've got peel-off bits either side, and then you stick them to whatever you like.
Right, so we start off with the stiff.
Let's.
The stiff.
The super stiff.
The super stiff. So, that's the super stiff, isn't it?
Yeah.
We were talking about this earlier because this is a sort of alternative
Yes.
to your...
So,
well, they
some
call it
sewing
foam
machines,
interfacing, don't
yeah,
they?
some sewing machines don't like a foam interfacing. They
Which is
just
Bosal or Styleville, basically.
can't get on with them. For some reason, they just can't get on with them. Or it might not be something that you like, because some people don't like the feel of it. So,
Or sometimes you're all right when you're sewing it, but you know when you're doing a box corner,
Yes.
it won't go through the 2 layers.
No.
Or you'll get 4.
exactly.
Won't you, with it?
Now,
That's the
because this
problem.
is a needle felted construction, you'll get 2, 3, 4 layers of this through, because that's 4 layers.
Right.
You'll get loads of layers through.
Because of the
no
construction.
problem, because it's needle felted, and the needle will just slide through it rather than try and punch through
I
it.
see.
The
So
kind of
if
the
you're,
fibres will
if
part.
you're
and
bag
you'll go
making
through.
and you want to put Bosal in, it's not as stiff as, but
No.
it's almost as
It's almost as. It's, I mean, it will kind of, you know, it'll stand up on its own.
But if you were doing things like baskets and
Yeah,
stuff,
little
it'd be
baskets, little
perfect.
pots, those kind of things, it's absolutely perfect because
So,
it's just that little
47
bit heavier.
centimetres wide, nearly half a metre.
Yes.
And you get 5 metres on the roll.
That's 18.5 inches. So most of your bag patterns will
Yes.
fit on
And you
this.
will get the whole
you're getting-
5 metre
Yeah, you're getting the whole roll. It's not like we're taking you a little bit
$18.99.
off of this.
I love that. Love having a 5 metre
But
roll.
it's also, but the thing is, not everybody's got a massive sewing room. Not everybody's got the space. And
Yeah,
it
that's
annoys me
true.
so much when you get a big, like, metre by a metre and a half of wadding, and then you have to cut a little corner out for something.
It's great having it on a roll like this.
It's just-
and you know
and
what?
it's
if you
easier to
want
store.
If you want to join it together, just get yourself some batting tape.
It's easier to store, and also you don't get the folds in it. Because sometimes
Right.
when you've got like super, like really heavy creases in things, they just don't come out.
I use super stiff batting with Amber Makes Christmas Village. Perfect. Did you? It's fantastic.
go.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Have I lost this as well?
Yeah, I've got that as well. Yeah, I love that.
I'm just going to be home with an empty car.
Yeah, no, it is really good because it is like Bosal, not quite as stiff, and sometimes you don't want it. I think
You don't want
that's
it,
a great
you know,
alternative.
rock solid.
Right, so we are going to have to. So we've sold out of that one's gone, but we have got it available.
Yeah, I mean, this is stuff that we process and cut ourselves.
Right.
So there's plenty of it. I just need
We just need
time.
another 5 days.
And this, I need to steam more, cut more.
So we just need. So we've managed to get some more, but
That's what I did in the break.
In the break,
Email,
rather
phone
than-
calls.
okay. Exactly the same. It's exactly the same. There's not a picture of it yet, but it's exactly the same.
okay.
It's just got a slightly longer delivery date.
Yes, it's exactly the same stuff. It's we always put our weights on our battings as well. So this is 300 GSM.
Right.
So then you will know that the other one
that
is
makes
about
sense.
half the thickness.
Okay.
And then you can judge better. We did it like paper because it made sense that way, because then you would know.
Yeah,
If you've had
yeah,
one
no,
of them,
that's-
then
that's
you'll know one
300.
that's heavier or lighter.
So we have only got 45 of these left though, and loads in basket. And this is the extended. We've sold out of the normal one. This is the extended delivery one. It's only 5 days. We're not talking like 3 weeks.
Oh no,
You know?
we'll get it done quick. We'll be out by the end of next week. I just need a bit of time.
You do really, because you've got a lot of these to
I have
post.
got a lot.
And what I think's amazing is that you are paying the normal postage even for this, and that's quite a big roll,
It's a
isn't
whopper.
it? Nice to have in your room though, because I did say to him once,
a
it'd be
lot.
nice
But
to,
look at the footprint though. It's really small. It's really
yeah, it
easy
is, but
to
nice
store,
to have all of that.
and you don't have to unfold the whole thing just to get
Yeah.
a little bit off. So you know, it's one thing that we've been quite proud of, that we've brought the batting on a roll. Again, makes it easier, makes it quicker, so you can get to the good bit.
Absolutely. Right,
Right.
I'll leave
On
that
the-
with you.
on
There
the
are 25 left. And I bet we've got loads in baskets as well.
Right, the super slim, we've got 4 versions of.
Okay.
Where would you like to
We
start?
start on this one.
The biggest
Just
one.
'cause that's the one I'm-
So, the Super Slim is a 150 GSM, so that's about equivalent to like an 80-20.
Yeah, I was thinking this is like your 80-20 wadding
It's
that
that,
we normally use.
if you're doing little zippy pouches,
Yeah.
that kind of thing, it's perfect. It's not so heavy that it's
It's
gonna...
a polyester, but it's a good
Yeah,
quality.
all of ours are polyester because I'm allergic to just about everything. So that was
It's a really nice, there
the
are
best,
polyesters.
that
and
feel crunchy.
But also, some polyesters are quite lofty, aren't they, and
Too-
fibrous.
yeah, too fluffy,
Whereas
yes.
this is quite a nice, solid one.
Yes, it is quite solid, and that's what we wanted, because we wanted it for little pouches and things like that. And that's
So
what
it's
absolutely perfect
$14.99 for 5
for
metres.
the whole roll. And if you're thinking about that in terms of, say, cushion fronts, that you'd get 2 cushion fronts
Yeah,
off a metre,
470
so
to
that's
be
10 cushion fronts.
I mean, if you want to join it, you can. You either herringbone stitch it or you batten.
I mean, next time we
take it.
might bring you bigger bits,
Right.
as in you can get it by the metre, but all of our stuff we were asked for stuff for smaller projects.
Yeah.
Because
Well, you don't, I mean,
sometimes-
it depends what you're doing, doesn't it? Whether you want to, whether
Yeah,
you're
if you're
doing
just doing
quilt.
a cushion front, then
Yeah.
you don't need
You
a
don't
metre by a
need-
metre to take a
Look at that,
square out of the corner.
$14.99 for 5 metres. Super Slim is brilliant for my embroidery machine. I use it all the time from Jallis and Peterborough.
Go.
Oh, there we go.
See?
Yeah, because I guess, that's quite important to know. Would this be suitable for cushions?
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Because it's not too, you don't want
It's
it.
not too big, it's not too thin. It's
You don't
just,
want
it's
it
a
too-
Goldilocks one.
It is. But you don't want it too thick, do you?
right.
Because sometimes you just want
It's
a bit
too
of...
much to get through your machine and stuff. And if you are using it with an embroidery machine, absolutely you can do that. That's no problem at all.
Okay.
It gives you, and especially if you're doing things like a plique and where you want a little bit of loft on it, it's just enough to give it that bit of texture, but not so heavy that it's just too much. And as you can see, we cut it on the machines, so it
I think
comes
also when
dead
you've got it on a roll,
straight.
like you think, oh, well, I've got a bit, I'll just do the front of that little bag,
Yeah.
you know. We're going to have to put the other one's about to sell out, so the code now is the extended delivery one. So don't worry if you've missed out on the other one, just put this code in, it's different to the other one. Exactly the same product, so super slim, 47 centimetres by 5 metres. But this is it, exactly the same. There's no pictures because we couldn't get those in time. But it's exactly the same product. It's just this one will be...
Because we overran on the first one and then there wasn't enough time to fix it in the
There
middle.
was that. Yeah, and then we made you come back. We should have said, right, you can come back at 11:15, but no.
We're back in here.
No, we were having far too much fun. So this is extended delivery. Remember, it's only 5 days, and we're not talking like you...
Those are the 2 big ones. They're your 47
Right.
centimetre ones, which are 18.5 inches.
Okay.
Okay?
So the next one...
So now, we've got what we affectionately refer to as the kitchen,
Kitchen
roll,
roll.
and the toilet roll.
That's definitely the kitchen roll.
So these are pre-cut to 10-inch and 5-inch
So why did you develop the
respectively.
10-inch then?
Because people were asking for it to go with Quilt As You Go projects, and because
okay.
that is the right size for a charm square.
Of
Oh, not
course.
charm square, layer cake.
Yeah, layer cake,
Canvas block,
absolutely.
yeah.
So you can quilt as you go with them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Brilliant.
So you can
and
do
also
kind
it
of more
depends what you're
involved
making.
things.
You might be
exactly.
a cushion
If you're just
quilter.
doing little things, then again, you don't need all that.
Yeah,
it
that's
cuts,
true.
you know, it nearly halves the price of it.
$7.99.
And there's 5 meters on there.
Yeah, that's a lot.
So if you're just doing
if
a
you
block
were
at a
like a
time-
little cosmetic purse,
Yeah, absolutely.
perfect. And because you've
You'd
got
get
loads
loads
of it.
out of this.
Yeah, no, you get absolutely loads out though. I can see. I just thought I'd just put that on. And also, when I find if I'm doing like free motion embroidery, I have to put something underneath
Yes,
it.
because it's not, yeah.
We've got to go straight to extended delivery with that one now because this is about to
Sorry.
sell out. But
I
this,
did bring loads though.
not
I
enough.
was very good.
Not enough.
Not enough.
Not enough.
Come back with more.
Bring more. So, right, the super stiff wadding is sold out on extended delivery as well now. So that's gone. Really, really busy. Yeah, so I think when I do free motion embroidery, I always, if I just want to put someone's name on something, I have to put it on something.
Yes, well, again,
because it
this is
puckers.
this
And
is a
ideal.
Goldilocks one.
Yeah, I
it's
love
not
that.
too thick, it's not too thin, it's just enough to stabilise the fabric. So that is a 10-inch one.
$7.99. That's the extended delivery one. Right, we do the toilet roll now. Oh, that's so funny.
Please don't do that, though.
Yeah, but it'd be really funny to hang it up. You need to, and just
see what's
and then somebody, you know what somebody
and then it
do
just
would go,
keeps coming because
they'd
there's no
go,
perforations.
There's no perforations. They wouldn't go, that's really nice and thick. They would say, there's no perforations.
Don't use this as that. It will block your drain. Just covering myself here. So
what's this one for them?
this one is the right size for a charm square.
Right, okay.
So absolutely. Or again, if you're just doing little zippy
Yeah.
bags, you can it's just different sizes for different projects, and it's $3.99.
Yeah, it's like, it is. I mean, and, you know, everyone, I imagine when you talk to everyone goes, oh, I know, I'm going to use it for that.
Yeah.
Everyone has a specific
Everybody has
thing.
something in mind for
What
it.
they will
It's
use
just
that for.
a case of, you know, it's a pre-cut size. It's you use it for, again, not the police. I'm not going to tell you what to do and what not to do. But maybe you want a kind of quilted bag handle.
Yeah, that's true. And you just want that with the... Right, this one is extended delivery because the other one's about to go. Well, it's in fact sold out. Right, the 2.5 inch, this is
This
great.
one.
Now, this goes
Where did
straight
that
in
rainbow roll
on
go?
extended
I'm
delivery.
coming back.
Because it's sold out on pre-order. Well, that's probably because Hayley talked about it at the end of the last hour. So this has been designed for jelly rolls, hasn't it?
Yes,
Really,
absolutely.
design rolls.
And then also, if I flip that over, if you may be thinking, I'm not allowed to demonstrate the pattern because the lady at RJ Design, is it RJ Designs who has it? She's obviously quite protective of it, so I'm not allowed to demonstrate the pattern. But if you're thinking jelly roll rugs...
Is that a copyright
Yeah,
pattern
she's
then?
got a copyright on it. Yeah, it's Sasha. Do you know Sasha?
No.
Sasha Fancy's got the kind of license to it. So we might have to send her down.
Right,
for
to
you.
do the jelly roll rugs. But yeah, I know what you mean. You could,
Yeah.
you could do jelly roll bowls, couldn't you, or something?
Yes.
So you just
know,
fold it
same,
over, don't
Same
you?
thing.
But
So
I'm
you make it
thinking-
into like a tube and
Yes.
then you zigzag it all together.
Right, I can't seem to order the super stiff roll. Is it out of stock? Was willing to wait for extended delivery. Help! I'm really sorry, Anna. It's sold out on extended delivery as well.
Going as fast as we can.
Yeah, but I will get it back.
Will you?
Yeah, we will, won't we?
You're making
won't
promises that I have to cash here.
Yeah, won't we?
Yes,
We'll
okay.
get it back. We hope we'll get it back.
18th of February.
There you go. See, I know one day we'll get it back. It might be
It might not be the 18th of February.
No, it'd be sometime. I've been unspecific here. Sometime we'll
Yeah,
get it back.
February.
That's why we do keep saying if it's in your basket, you need to check out. This is about to sell out, and that was on extended delivery as well. But we will.
You'd think it's a weird size, and you're thinking, well, why would anybody want it? But then when you show it as
No, I think what I would do is I would sew that in the middle, right sides together, turn it right sides out. There's my bag handle.
Yeah, it's brilliant for bag handles. It's going to be,
that one's sold out as
perfect.
well.
What? Oh. I had 2 colours of that as well.
Of what? No. This is
that's
gone. Not your stabiliser. No.
I was to say, I had 2 colours of that.
This is gone. So we'll do terrorise.
Okay, so again, for free motion, this,
Okay.
if you don't want the weight behind it, you're getting the whole roll of this.
So 10-metre roll.
10-metre roll, and it's 45 centimetres wide. And sometimes, though, if you're working on darker fabrics, you don't always want white. So we have got a black option as well.
Right.
So say it was a navy top or something that you
Yes,
were doing
okay.
some embroidery onto, then you don't necessarily want the white to poke. I mean, as much as you stitch carefully. And
Can you iron it?
Yeah, of course you can.
It's fab. See, I would use that to make pattern templates with.
Yeah, or foundation piecing.
Yeah.
Because it's nice and easy to kind of get back out.
Yeah, but you know when you do, like, if you're doing a circle in a piece of paper, it's often hard to pin to something. But if you made them in this.
Yeah, this or is the paper gone? Have we still got paper?
Yeah. But this would be brilliant for pattern pieces.
if it's a pattern piece.
Where you want it to be flexible.
Yes, where you want it to be flexible, that one. Where you want it to be
Solid.
slightly
Yeah.
more permanent and reusable, this one.
But sometimes you want something that's a little bit flexible with curves and shapes.
There you go, there's your paper.
10 sheets of that for
You don't get
£8.99.
squares and pencil and
No,
things
you don't-
drawn on it.
You'll get plain undrawn.
You'll get
nice
plain
and
ones.
neat
We were
ones.
just trying to destroy it and trying different. See, that's fine now.
Yeah. It's dry. Once it's dry.
Yeah. Just give it an extra second.
Yes,
Because
if
it's
you-
not
just
as
be sure
porous.
it's dry.
Yeah.
But tearaway stabiliser is obviously for machine embroidery, particularly if you're working on like a t-shirt
Yeah,
fabric or
but
something.
I think applique benefits from this as well. Anything where there's quite dense stitching.
Yes, yes.
So all of that satin stitch around the edge, this really stabilises it. Have I got time to run and do a quick demo with this?
Yes.
Okay, you do the black one.
Yeah, I'll
and
do the
go
black
up
one
there.
while you do that one. So if you want it in black, it's about to sell out. $13.99. You've got 10 metres on the roll, 45 centimetres wide. So it's a stabiliser like an interfacing, but you can tear it away after you've used it. Or you can keep it there if you really want to. You don't do. Right,
Just going to do it and then bring it back.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm going to talk about the paper. Right, so this is the paper. It's amazing because it looks like paper, doesn't it? It sounds like paper, feels like paper, but it's not paper. And it's slightly thicker than paper. You can, yeah, it doesn't feel as thick as card, but feels slightly thicker than paper. But because it's got some plastic in it, it doesn't tear. You can run it through your printer, whether it's an inkjet or a laser jet. Just make sure you leave it to dry for a minute or so. Otherwise, it might smudge. And then you can use it for all sorts of templates. So in this pack, you get 10 A4 sheets for only $8.99, and you could just run it through your printer. You can also, if you don't want to, maybe you want to photocopy templates from a book. Maybe you've got a design that's on a memory stick, or maybe you've got maybe you've bought patterns. Lots of us buy patterns on PDFs. Obviously, you are allowed to print out PDF patterns for your own use, so you can print them out on this. Obviously, you can't mass produce other people's and give them away, but for your own personal use, print off, even if you've bought a pattern and you want to keep it nice. You know, maybe like me, you print out all your knitting and your crochet patterns, and then after a while they get creased and they get torn. I could print out all my crochet patterns on this, and then it wouldn't get torn, would it?
No.
Right.
So with the stabiliser,
Or do you want to put it
I've
just
got
there?
I've got one on this side, which has got the stabiliser on it.
Okay, so that's like a zigzag.
And then I've got one on this side.
Oh.
Can you see the difference?
Yes.
I've just used like a random
Yeah, look at that.
kind of stitch because I needed it to kind of move about a bit.
Yeah.
So I've just picked a kind of random zigzag
And the
off there.
thing is that it doesn't really add any weight.
No, and you can cut the rest of that out. I mean, it does say tearaway stabiliser. I do recommend cutting rather than tearing so I can reduce
So if you were
all the
appliquing
weight out
maybe
of
someone's
that.
initial to something.
Yeah, a little bit of this behind it. I mean, that's what they use if you go to a shop where they do the, the
Yes,
jumpers and
yeah.
things. And then you just leave it in. When it washes, it'll go really, really soft, like the paper does on the, elm
And I
pins on
find like when you're
jumpers.
doing, even if you're doing,
But it's such a big difference.
I think that's,
Such a big difference.
it is, look at that. But I think it's worth getting the black one and the white one if we've got any left. But I am going to print, I would print off my knit and crochet patterns on that. 'cause they
I'm
get
just
torn.
accepting I've lost that.
Yeah. I've lost all of them now.
I've lost most of my
And I've
stuff.
got lots of
going
other
over
good
here?
ideas as well.
Oh, am I going to get phone calls?
Yeah, phone calls. Hey, I've got this really good idea. Right, the bundle. Oh, I must
Oh,
put
we've
that
got
back
such
on,
a
otherwise it'll
mess.
Kill me.
That's got to go back.
I know we're going mad.
Right. Okay.
That's for the next hour. Right, the bundle of the square rulers has been the most popular way to buy them. And obviously some people have bought just the individual packs because it depends on what you want.
6.5.
But the great thing is you make a £10 saving. All of these, £69.96. Basically, you're getting 16 squares and 4 sticks.
Yes, that's right. That's about the
16 squares and 4 sticks.
16 squares, 4 sticks. That's about the size of it. So
And you're saving a tenner.
you've got 4 different sets. So your first set, 10.5 inch, 8.5 inch, 6.5 inch, 4.5 inch. So if you're just squaring off a block, say you wanted an 8 inch finished size block, take that one out, then that's the one that you're going to use. And then you'll put your things underneath. You put your things underneath, and then you know that's an 8.5 inch square. There's no having to measure it. There's no having to check it. It's an 8.5 inch square, bang, all the way around. And especially on a rotating mat like we've got here, then there's even less to go wrong.
Yeah, absolutely.
Eliminating problems is what we do. Right, then the next one, we've got...
And you can also, but you can use these because you've got the inside as
Yes,
well.
you can use the inside as well, absolutely. Obviously, with rotary cutter, you're better off on the outside.
Yeah, but if I wanted
If you're
to
just
draw-
marking it, then yes, you can use the inside because you don't go skew-if.
And for fussy cutting.
Absolutely.
You can like frame it, can't you?
Yeah.
See, that's what I would like. So if I say wanted to get, say, a 4 inch,
You have to kind of...
you have to get them all out.
All up.
So say I wanted a 4 inch square and I wanted to place it on my fabric, on my Fasset William Morris fabric, then it's much easier to see
I
it
want them
as a
green
picture frame.
flowers.
Because normally you'd get like a whole ruler that has loads of markings
Yes.
on.
But
you can't
I mean,
see.
it is the simplest thing in the
But
world.
it's like going, right, I want, what if that was in the, oh no, what was in the right, you need that frame, don't you?
It's the simplest thing in the world, but it's
Yeah.
so obvious when you see it and you're like, oh, well, that totally makes sense.
Well, it's a bit like, you know, now I've looked at that, actually I don't want that in the middle, I want it in the bottom right-hand corner.
Yes,
And it's,
with the green one in as well.
yes. Oh, I think that's
So,
lovely. It's
next
lovely.
size, because I've got to go at some point. I mean, I can't just stay here all day. I've got to put the ducks to bed.
Yeah, because you've got to come back.
I've got to drive 2 hours home and I've got to put the ducks to bed.
Have you got 2 hours? Oh.
Yeah, and then the ducks are great though, because what I've done is I've trained them that if you go outside and you shout bedtime, they all just run into the houses.
Do they?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's amazing.
Yeah. Now, see, Matt wasn't so keen on this because he says it made him look like a fool. But he now is well into it. Because
Bedtime.
now, when it's dark like this, and you just shout bedtime, and all you hear is...
Oh,
and
that's
they all
so
run
nice,
in.
and then they don't get eaten.
Yep, and they don't get eaten. So, this one is your 9.5. So, if you're looking for 9 inch finished size, then this is the one you're going to go for. So, 9.5, 7.5, 5.5, and 3.5. So, we used the 5.5 before with the 10 inch one. So, say you've got a layer cake or something like
Yes.
that with the 10 inch squares, and you want 5.5s to match with them, because remember, you're going to lose a little bit on seam allowance either side, then that's a perfect kind of combination. And plus, if you've just got loads of scrap and you want to make a scrappy quilt and you're not bothered about what size you start out with, as long as they're all even,
It doesn't really matter,
it's going to
does it?
work. So if you've got maybe, you know, you're going to work in 3.5 inch squares, so you end up with 3 inch square finished quilt, you can take that, cut them all out, or just
I
mark
think it's
them
the
all
sort
out
of thing
and do them with the
you'll
scissors.
buy and then you realise how
You'll find
useful
all
it
the
is.
uses for it.
Have we got any of these sticky things left, Hannah? Oh, next time. Next time. Sticky things.
Okay, and that's the last size. That is your 9 inch, 7 inch, 5 inch,
And
3
that
inch.
all
and
comes
that
in this
one
bundle.
comes with the 3/8.
So we have said things are repeatedly selling out. So if you've got anything in your basket, we are on single figures of the rolls, the fabric rolls.
Yep.
Single figures of all of these. So I won't go through them all because we've got so many of them.
There it is.
Any of the projects that you've got in your basket, please check out on them. Most of them we sold out. We have got a few of the design rolls left.
Yep.
And a few of the half square triangle rulers left as well. These are where you can create 2.5-inch squares
With no trimming afterwards.
with no trimming, which is a right bonus.
Well, apart from the bunny ears. The
Yeah,
bunny
that's
ears
fine. I
have gotta
can live
come-
with
you
that.
can live with that.
It's the cutting takes me ages. I did load. Sometimes you do a quilt and there's like 140 of them, and it's like,
Oh, God, you definitely want that then.
you're never going to finish it. Thank you, Hayley. It's been
Thank
fab
you.
having you on. Have you
It's,
enjoyed
yes, it's been very busy.
it? It's been a bit.
We'll go and sort it out after this.
Yes, so you'll be sending out all the orders.
Well, me and Bridge.
Fabulous. You and Bridget.
Me and Bridge, yeah.
Oh, bless. Well, thank you very much, Bridget, for sending out everyone's orders. So we'll see you back here on February, possibly the 18th.
Yes, possibly.
Possibly, it may not be. It's a
See,
roundabout.
one a month's enough.
Yeah, around about that date.
Yeah.
We'll see
Well,
you.
once enough.
Oh, well, it's been a pleasure. Pleasure. I hope you have a good journey home.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us this. I'm going to be back with you in just a few minutes. As I promised earlier, is Kaffe meets William Morris. I'm so excited about this because I missed it when we launched it on Christmas Day. But we've got a little bit left. We've got some mega bundles and we've also got some quotes as you go. So I'm going to be going through it all. So if you can check out in the break, I would, because we are limited in stock in it and it is absolutely gorgeous. I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time.
Five managers from as far as Redditch are about to play the game of a lifetime to compete with each other to bring you the very best deals. It's a game of great savings, amazing products, and mind-blowing deals. Welcome to the Treatise. Now I'm going to walk around the table. If I touch your shoulder, you are a treater. Treaters, now reveal yourselves.
Start 2025 with a burst of creativity. Throughout the month of January, Sewing Street is here to inspire you with new skills, new techniques and new demonstrations. Whether you're a complete beginner or looking to expand your expertise, we'll bring you new exciting projects, new guest designers and new top tips to kickstart 2025. It's a new year, new hobby, here on Sewing Street.
Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show.
So have you heard of the sewing term fat quarter? A fat quarter is a rectangular piece of fabric, usually measuring 18 inches by 22 inches. It's called a fat quarter because it's a quarter of the fabric on a roll or bolt, and because they're pre-cut, no need to measure or trim. You can find fat quarters in different styles, plain, patterned, or even bundled together in matching sets. So now you know what a fat quarter is.
Now, a lot of people contact me saying, I really don't understand laundry symbols. It's in my book, but here we go. I'll teach you a few right now. Do not wash. Very simple, do not wash. You can wash in a washing machine, but look here, you need the temperature. Now, hand wash only. Look, they're quite simple really, aren't they? I'll go through a few more. Circle with the cross through it. Do not dry clean. Simple as that. Isn't it funny that you can't dry clean some things? Now, triangle with a cross through it. Do not use bleach. That's very important. Then drying your clothes. There's a line dry. There's dry flat. There's tumble dry on low, tumble dry on high. Do not tumble dry. It's always locked. If it's got a cross through it, it means you can't do it. And finally, ironing. 1 dot, low iron. 2 dots, medium iron. You've got the hang of this, haven't you? 3 dots, high iron. Cross through the iron, do not iron. Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Are you ready for a creative journey? Stay right where you are, because from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m, Hobbymaker is here to inspire the crafter in you. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals and expert tips that will spark your imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, there's something for everyone. And you're in safe and crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here and let Hobbymaker fuel your passion for creativity. See you at 1 p.m. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8... Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Oh, I've just been looking at these fabulous fabrics. So we've put together a bundle for you. Now, I may have mentioned once or twice in my life that I went to Fasset's house to interview him. Oh, over a year ago now. And when I was with him, he was discussing how he was working with William Morris. Well, not actually, because he's not around anymore, but working with William Morris fabrics, but recolouring him. And I thought, well, that's genius. Why have they never done that? And he said that it was something that he's been wanting to do for quite a long time. He's wanted to do it, but it's just taken a while for it to get together. But William Morris's designs we absolutely love, and Kaffe's colours we absolutely love. So putting the two together is really interesting, because the way he works with, he recolours Philip Jacobs and Brandon's fabrics, and he did the same with the William Morris. He gets just sent, it's so simplistic in a way, just black and white photocopies of the design, so they're just in the black and white gradient, and he uses watercolour paints and just paints them in. So when I went there, he was colouring in some of the Philip Jacobs design, and that's how he did this. So he got the William Morris prints and he put his spin on them. I think it's genius, absolutely genius. So we've put together a mega bundle here of our favourites. So £110.37, wow, save £13.80. £96.57 for 6.5 metres. That's 13.5 metres. Now this isn't from the whole collection. This isn't the whole collection. These are just our favourites that we thought would look beautiful together. So when you look at them, you can see the William Morris fabrics, can't you? Honestly, if Kaffe and William Morris had met, I think they'd have gotten like a house on fire. I think they're just like so similar in that they're both geniuses in their own right. It's just such a shame that they were born in different times. Aren't they gorgeous? Oh, look at that one. I love that fabric. You remember this pomegranate fabric? I've seen that like in like very gentle shades of greys. It looks fabulous. This is beautiful. So the thing is with Kaffe's colours, his colour palette, they always all go together, don't they? So you could use all of these in one project because his colours all go together, or you could pick and mix them. You know, if you were going to do smaller projects. So those are the 13.5 metres of Kaffe meets William. I think they're beautiful. Absolutely stunning. I mean, I've got to show you this one. So this is this the honeysuckle one? Leicester. It's a honeysuckle one. Look at that. I mean, I don't know what I would do. I feel like, I think having a William Morris Kaffe Fasset tote bag is you just keep it really simple. If I was going to do patchwork with it, to be honest, if you've got any of the Kaffe books, where most of his designs in there are very simple sort of squares, triangles, rectangles, the fabric is really doing all the talking here. It really is. I mean, I think you'd look at it and you think, is that William Morris? You know that it's slightly different, or is it Kaffe? Can't quite decide, but it sort of does all the talking for you. I mean, I'm thinking a pillowcase would be fabulous, wouldn't it? Just, how gorgeous. Lampshades, anything soft furnishings, all little bags. I mean, if you had just scatter cushions, like on your bed, you could use that one definitely with the pom-pom trim, because the pom-pom trim is still in. That's just that one. I mean, that's why I think it would be lovely to have this collection. Now, we are getting very low on it. We only had a very small number. The collection we've only had on twice. There are 13. Look at that one. I love the vibrancy of the blue in the background of that. Isn't that beautiful? But if you wanted to do a whole project with these, you easily could. Because although they're different colours, bucket hat, joyful. Oh, I love that. It's just gorgeous, isn't it? There's just something about, because these designs are iconic. We know them, don't we? I've seen them so many times. But seeing them in these colourways, I think William Morris will be having a little laugh to himself, going, why didn't I think of that? And what's great is some of the designs he's obviously done in more than one colourway. So we've got 3 colourways of this print here. So we've got that one, the orange and blue one, and then we've got the pink one. Look. These are gorgeous. Now, these are all as well, so they are all Free Spirit fabrics. So the quality. So the Michaelmas Daisy, they're all Free Spirit. They're printed by Free Spirit. So the quality is all quilted weight cotton. Is beautiful. Kaffe's fabrics are always done through Free Spirit now, and they are really lovely. And Free Spirit have the license with Morris & Co. to print the Morris & Co. fabrics. Gorgeous. Now, these we don't have by the half metre. We do have other Kaffe William Morris fabrics by the half metre, but the ones that are in this bundle are only available in this bundle. So if you want to get these, we can't sell these to you by the half metre. You have to buy the bundle. But do you know what? I think I'm going to show you the ones in a minute that we do have by the half metre. I think you're going to struggle to choose. So we've done that little job for you. We've done it for you. Oh, look, see, and even if you think, well, I'm just going to pick a mix, put those two together. You don't have to use them all. But, or even, how about those three? They work really well, don't they? Yes. Oh, yes, a quilted wash bag. Yeah. Velvet, yeah, they would look lovely with velvets. Maybe we could persuade them to do them in velvet as well. But they would look lovely, team, with velvet. Or just, you know, keep one and put them as a lining of something. You know, the lining on that is fantastic. I made a weekend bag and I lined it in Kaffe and it looks fabulous. But imagine lined in Kaffe William Morris. I mean, that is gorgeous, isn't it? We've got loads of you who've got this in your basket. I know you're thinking about it. £96.57. That means you are saving £13.80. It should be on, why is it not on split pay? Yeah, it needs to be on split. I was just about to say, and it's also available on split pay, which is a way of you spreading the payment so that the system is I don't know who the system is, like Big Brother. The system puts it on automatically, normally, but for some reason, the system wasn't playing today. We'll put it onto split pay so that you can spread the cost if you want. Yeah, maybe the system is that person who kept that. Who is that person in the treaters? I love that. I think that's actually quite inspired of them. What I liked, did you watch the treaters video? I like the red gloves, being as I'm a bit obsessed with the traitors. And the way Hayley goes, who's that? Who is that? I'm going to go upstairs afterwards, up to the office. No, who's the person who's in the hood at the end of the table? And Hayley said, who's that? That one. We're having a conversation about this. I want to know that person. I'm going to find out. Maybe it's someone new. Ooh. Good point. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe I'm overthinking it was just... Maybe I'm just overthinking it. It was a great video. Yeah, maybe I'm just overthinking that. Anyway, the person in the hood that we don't know who it is going to sort out the split pay. And the hood, at the end of the table, who we don't know who it is, they're going to sort out the split pay. Right. So I'll leave that with you for now, but if you do want it... it is on split pay. So if you want to spread the cost, we don't charge you to spread the cost, and we don't charge you any interest either. If you've already checked out and you want to go back and get Stu split pay, phone the number there, 0800 001 4433. It's free phone. If you give them a call and you've already checked out and you want it on split pay, they will be able to sort that out for you. Yeah, it's just an anomaly. It's a weird anomaly. Right, so we go through by the half metre. I'll put my little bundle there. Now, these are all available by the half metre, so you know what that means. If you want more than a half a metre, put that number of units in your basket and we will send it to you as one whole cut piece. The code for this one is ERU138 or ERUI38. Gorgeous. Half a metre left of that. Right, BNUI65. That's nice, isn't it? This is lovely. It does actually work really well with Tilda, doesn't it? Now, remember, if you want 2 metres this, because you're going to make yourself a dress or a little blouse, you need probably a bit more than that, just put that number of units in your basket and it will be sent to you as a whole cut piece. That is beautiful, because although you might want to use the bundle, This, remember, dressmaking is brilliant with this fabric. Actually, you know that Maison Fauve blouse that we did the other day? Oh, you weren't here, were you, Hannah? Yeah, you were. Sometimes Hannah doesn't actually live here. I think that was Tuesday. That would look really nice in this. That was Tuesday. That was Ben. Isn't that? I love the colour. It feels a bit sort of dragony. Maybe it's this one. Oh, it is very Indian wood. Yeah, Indian woodblock prints. I know. It's just really. I think that colour. I think clearly Kaffe has chosen a great. A perfect colour for that. But it still has that real sort of arts and crafts vibe to it. But remember, you doesn't just have to be patchwork and quilting. It can be homewares. It can be dressmaking as well. Right, I'll leave that one with you. Otherwise, we'll never get through them all. ZBUI 10. Oh, this is nice. Got acorns all over it. Stick the sticker back on. This one is oak, funny enough. It reminds you of cabbage. It doesn't remind me of cabbage, no. Oh, kale, I guess, yes. No, I think it's the acorns, really. But I see what you mean, because of the red stems. But when you see the William Morris version of this, it's very subtle and muted. But I think it's brilliant that he's put bright pinks. I don't know how he does this. See, nobody else would think of that, but it works, doesn't it? I think it's lovely. Right, we've only got 6 metres of this one left. So if you want particularly, loads of you with these Morris fabrics and multi-buying, we only have 6 metres of that one left. So I'll leave that one with you. Oh, look, I didn't know he did Strawberry Thief. Oh, look. It ends in 62. Oh, no. Oh, it's gone. Oh, very disappointed. 41 this ends in. That's nice. XFUI 41. It's called Granada. XFUI 41. Oh, okay. So the way this has been photographed apparently looks a lot smaller in scale. Oh, okay. I love the colours on this. The background is a real, like purpley blue, like a periwinkle blue. But because he's coloured in these big swathes in orange, they really stand out, don't they? We've only got 4 metres of this one left, though. So you need to be quite quick with that one. Such depth of pattern. I mean, it makes it's almost a bit folk arty, isn't it? The way he's coloured it in, it really highlights certain areas, doesn't it? I was trying to see if there was another one of those, because we do. Right, we've got more people who've got that in baskets than we've actually got, so that would make a beautiful laptop case. I'd be going out with that in my laptop case. Oh, look, here, lemons. Oh, this is lovely. This is lovely. That is lovely, isn't it? Oh, that's got to be a sun hat, hasn't it? Lemons. Yes, quilted. Oh, well, I can't. Have you tried saying weekend and quilted together? Doesn't work. A quilted weekend bag is called a quilted. Do you know, it's very Oliver Bone, as the shops are available, isn't it? Anthropology. Very like that, isn't it? Yeah. That is really nice. That's got to be something for holiday, hasn't it? Passport cover. Travel journal. Travel journal. Maybe travel handbag. Imagine a little shoulder bag in this, quilted. as you're promenading down the road in Nice, down the promenade in Saint-Tropez, or Brighton. This is nice. All of these are nice. I love this one. Look at the colour. That's madness, isn't it? What is this one called? Blackthorn. It's called brown. Who called that brown? There's not a hint of brown. That's like claret. That background is like a dark red wine. I'm ever so sorry that's called brown. Because it's like the background is sort of a dark reddy wine colour. You've got pink stems, you've got blue trees, you've got little sunflowers. There's no brown. So brown. Oh, that is lovely, isn't it? We have got 7 metres of this one left. Nice, because actually you feel like you could cut out bits of it, couldn't you? Like the whole tree. So you'd get quite a lot out of it. You'd get like you've almost got like 2 different fabrics. Beautiful. It's not brown. This is lovely. So this is classic William Morris, but the colour is gorgeous. What's this one called? Pink? Acanthus. So these are your acanthus leaves. Now, normally, if you think of the William Morris acanthus leaves, they're in sort of very gentle tealy duck eggs, aren't they? But cobalt, fabulous. And actually, if you look, now I'm looking ahead, the way from the overhead, the way he's coloured it, so this is the underside of the leaf, and that's the top side. There's actual much more movement. You see this? And there's a lot more movement in this than in the William Morris original, because he's curled the leaves. That's gorgeous, isn't it? And I like the way he's coloured in the veins. It almost looks like the leaves are dripping with paint. Oh, that is nice. Now there's only 4 metres of that one left. Gorgeous. If you've bought some and you've made something with put a message on the Facebook page. Let me know what you've made. Oh, I'm just going to buy them and then decide later, I think. Right. Oh, that's lovely. There's only metre and a half of that one left. Very pretty, isn't it? That blue is really gentle, actually. It's very gentle for Kaffe. He must have been holding himself back when he did that. But it is gorgeous. But I think, actually, you know, he's a colour genius. He's very good at choosing the right colours for the right prints. So although this is quite tame for him, he's put the right colours in, hasn't he? By colouring in those pink and then keeping everything else subtle around, it gives, I think his colourway is giving these fabrics more movement. I know you shouldn't criticise William Morris. I think he's a marvellous and a genius and everything. But I do think Kaffe's colouring gives the fabrics more depth, more movement, more 3D-ness. You can really feel that their plant is being held like that. This one is mad, though. Kaffe's back to his normal colouring now. That's lovely, isn't it? Love the size of this print. It's called Wandle. Wandle? That's... Can I repeat that? Hannah just said, it's giving me Wetherspoon carpet vibes. Just had to repeat that. And I know what you mean. Actually, there's an Instagram site which I follow called Wetherspoon Carpets. And people just put in pictures of Wetherspoon carpets. I love them. And every single Wetherspoons does have a different carpet, and they're amazing. And you can take pictures of them. I have contributed to the Wetherspoon carpet page many times, because I've stayed in a Wetherspoons hotel even, and I took a picture of their carpet. But I see what you mean. It has got that real depth of colour and intricacy and slight madness to it, hasn't it? I love that. That's a beautiful, bold fabric. And you know what? You could cut out the fabric. You could cut out the flowers to be like individuals, like for fussy cutting as well, couldn't you? Or just use it as it is. Wild, that one. Oh, this is so, again, this is very tame, isn't it? But you see, he's so good at choosing the right colours. I mean, look, he's got 3 colours here. Mauve, magenta and white, and that's it. You see, normally it's madness, isn't it? But actually it really works, doesn't it? Because I think what he's doing is he's choosing the design, and maybe it just doesn't need all that colour. It's very pretty, isn't it? I mean, it is very, very designer fabric, that, isn't it? And then, well, you know, these fabric, they call them designer fabrics because they're designed by designers. But imagine, there's 5 metres to the left of this. Get it. Imagine making yourself a summer dress in that. Summer dress, absolutely perfect. You could make that and go on holiday in June. Look amazing. Hannah, you need to get that and make yourself a dress. Right, now I've got 3 of the oak leaf fabrics. I'm going to start with the Mad Yellow and Purple one. This is like oak leaves in the 1970s. Got it. Don't you think, Hannah? Only 3 metres at the left. Oak leaves in the 1970s. It's really nice. But actually, it would be nice, you could use the colours in this as plains with something else. So because you've got the greens and you've got that lovely purple and then the dark purple as the stems, it would be really nice to use with plains of the same colour. Only 3 metres of that one. Next oak leaf. Quieter. Yeah, so on the website, the pictures are very small, just so they can show as much print. But you can see my hands. This is the size of the print. I love that. Again, loads of these fabrics go together so beautifully, don't they? I really think that's gorgeous. 4 metres of that one left. We're getting very low in stock on all of them, which I'm not surprised of. So we thought we'd bring them back today as your sort of last chance, really. Yeah, this is very Oliver bonus. Other shops are available, I have to say that. But it does feel like that, doesn't it? Oh, I love that. Really like that. And there's another very pretty oak leaf. So actually, you know, you could. See, look, you could put them together, couldn't you? So, because... See, I think together, patchwork, Dresden plate. Shall I make a Dresden plate like that? Sort of like that, and then sort of like that. That's fabulous, isn't it? Or just very simple, rose, you know, just rose, like that, like that. Gorgeous. Right, I have 2 more. Oh, this is very tame, isn't it? Just 2 colours. So this is branches. There's only 1 metre of that one left. It's lovely though, isn't it? Isn't the blue lovely of this one? There's only 1 metre left, but that would be really nice to go with if you wanted it as an accent to another one. And then the final one, branches again, but in crocodile colours. Sort of look, I don't know why, it's the lime and the black. Just nice. Nice if you wanted like a green plain, but with a little bit more movement in it. And you know what? You know what? One of the Delphine's appliques would look nice in this, wouldn't it? Actually, I think a lot of these William Kaffe Morris, William Fasset fabrics would look marvellous. I think they should just put them together. Kaffe, William Fasset Morris. Right, that's the last of the fabrics. If you've got it in your basket, you need to check out because we're very low. Most of these fabrics are 4 metres or less. So if you've got them in there, you need to check out. Particularly if you're multi-buying because you're doing dressmaking. Right, now, as you bought your fabrics, you're going to need some thread. And I would get this just for the box because the box is beautiful. Kelmscott by Fasset. This is all Orifil, so these are the colours that he has used in his palette to go with his fabric. Look at that. Now, these were done, were they, as the early bird on Christmas Day. Wow. And Hannah is going to match the Christmas Day price. Can we have some, like, holly or something? $94.99. Now, these have been selected by Kaffe and Liza Lucy. Now, Liza Lucy is the is the lady who helps him to design all of his quilts. So they have been put together as the palette that he has used to create the design. So if I show you, one moment, because I still have that. Lee hasn't stolen it off me. As fast as I get the fabrics, he puts them away, you see. So I hid these. But don't they, isn't that like the same palette? This is the mega bundle, bargain, 96.57. They're not all the ones, they're our favourites, but look at this. It goes, doesn't it? Look, there's that colour, there's that colour, there's that colour. But actually, to be honest, even if you don't have to buy them together, they're actually a really nice set of Orifil. They're all 1,300 metre spools. They're all 50 weight, so that means you use them for your normal patchwork quilting, dressmaking, home sewing. But they're a beautiful collection of colours. So this was, obviously Kaffe has used more colours than this, but this is kind of the essence of his colour collection. 15,000, 1,600 metres, 600 metres of beautiful quilted weighted cotton. I mean, I like the fact that he's put the pale blue and the ivory in there as well. It's really picked out those colours. So it's a beautiful set. We only have 12 left, though. Just to warn you. And doesn't that come in a lovely box? Now, we're not going to get these back, but they are a beautiful collection. And the good thing is about having them in this box is they're such lovely colours that you'll find. I had a collection the other day, the beautiful shade of blue, and then it ran out. But luckily, they do have the numbers on, so if you want to then order just that one, you can put them back in. They're not just created for this. Do the Orifil threads have their colours on the spools? Yes, they do, Tracy, which is really useful. They're just numbers, they don't have names. So, like, that one is 2775. Yeah, you can just choose, because I've got a shade of periwinkle blue that came from the collection that is just perfect. I use it a lot. So that is good. So it does mean that you can just match, you can use the colours, the colour numbers on there. But aren't they lovely? What a beautiful collection. There we go. But we won't get that back. So the bundle, the mega bundle, this is a way of you doing your amazing saving. So these are our favourites, £96.57. None of these are available as half metres. You can only buy them in this bundle. You're getting 6.5 metres of fabric, so you are getting 13 different half metres, all from the Kaffe meets William. My first batch of Kaffe Morris fabrics arrived the other day. They are so excited. I can't wait to get shirt making from Derek. Shirt making? That is genius. And actually, do you know what, Derek? I hope that you are doing the front in one fabric, at the front in the other, one sleeve in one and one sleeve in the other, back in a different one, with the cuffs and collar contrasting. Derek, please do send me a picture when you've done that. It's going to look fantastic. Oh, yes. Right, I'm going to do some Quilt As You Go, because these Quilt As You Go would work beautifully with the Kaffe fabrics. This one especially because it uses big pieces. So you need 7 10-inch strips and 8 5-inch strips, or a 30 yard each of 10 fabrics. And it makes this fabulous quilt. The quilt is 40 by 50 inches, so it's sort of a lap quilt. Really simple to do. If you've never done Quilt As You Go before, easy peasy. All of the lines are printed onto the wadding so that you just have to put your fabric on and stitch through it. It's easy peasy. No joining needed. There's also, if you're completely new to quilt as you go, you haven't done it, there is a video tutorial on the June Taylor website that shows you how to do it. It's 80/20 cotton wadding, and it does have all the pieces all the lines printed on it. £16.99. But because you've got quite large, when you've got these large areas, I mean, you could just leave it there. And I think a lot of these Kaffe William fabrics have got large design areas, so you want the fabric to speak for itself. So once you've sewn them into place, you can leave it. You don't have to do any more quilting. Or if you do want to, particularly if you've bought the threads, how lovely to do some quilting on with the threads as well. So this is really, because I know we buy fabric. Sometimes, like Derek, we know what we're going to do with it. But other times he's going to make his shirts. We're like, I don't know. But these are a really good opportunity. And aside from that, £16.99. You know, you don't need to use it for this collection. It might be it's a 40 by 50 inch. It's a great lap quilt, baby quilt, easy peasy, and it's really manageable on a machine. And you can it is sewing by number. You can watch the video to help you out, but it's really, really useful. Oh, can I do the sewing machine cover? Because this is brilliant. Now, 3 size options to fit small, medium and large machines. Oh, that's cool. Oh, you can only make one. You can't make all of them. But therefore, if you... and you can make a caddy. So the mat with the thing... That's not bad, is it? £26.99. You can make your sewing machine cover in a choice of 3 sizes. And you can make the caddy that hangs on your table. Oh, I think that's good, isn't it? I mean... Oh, it's even got a little bit of cord webbing for the handle. Imagine that in your Willie Morris Kaffe. I mean, obviously, you can use whatever you like for it. I think that's great value, £26.99. Make yourself a bespoke sewing machine cover. They're really simple to do, honestly. We've demonstrated them quite a lot on Sewing Street. They do come with video tutorials, but they are simple to do, but very quick and very effective. And you can do as little or as much quilting as you like. What should we do now? Table mats, placemats, Brighton Pier. I wonder why they called that. I guess you could call them something. 4 placemats. There's all the wadding to do. 4 placemats on here. On the front of the pack, it tells you how much fabric you need. It's not loads, but it's a good way of showcasing a nice bold print in the centre, and then you can use plains or smaller low volume prints on the outside. £18.99 for placemats. You will end up with fully quilted placemats. It's a really quick and easy way of using up your fabric. Or if you've bought fabric, like maybe you've just bought the Kaffe, the William Morris, and you're not sure what to do with it, it's a really good way of using it up. But that's lovely, isn't it? £18.99 for that. Now, if you just want to do something a little bit littler, we've got log cabin mug mats. Now, Ollie admitted earlier to not owning a mug rug. I mean, who doesn't own a mug rug? And these are big enough to have I said to you, he needs one of these because these are big enough to put a mug and a biscuit on. Hannah's got them, and he hasn't got any. We'll have to make him some. You can make 3 with this as well. I mean, it does say use charm squares and pre-cut 2.5-inch strips. Well, you can do, or you can just use fabrics from your stash. Nice little gift for somebody. You could even get a head, think, oh, I'll make some of these for my outdoor table. Be quite nice, wouldn't it? They're lovely. And you could eau-de-coat them if you wanted to keep them waterproof. Yeah, you could put your order on it. You could put 3 sugars and a chocolate digestive. £10.99, really, really affordable. Very low. Oh, we've only got 6 of these left in stock. These have been flying out. If you want to make these, you need to get them in your basket. If you've never done quilt as you go before, it's really simple. It's just a case of you put your fabric, you match it up to the lines, you sew into place, you flip it over, you put the next piece. It's like a system, but because it's sewing by numbers, it's a really good introduction to quilting if you haven't done it before, or it's a really good way of just making a quick project. So that's the log cabin ones. Now, we also have the strip. They're the same size. If you bought your strips from Hayley earlier, ideal, because this uses 2.5-inch strips. So obviously, if you've already got a jelly roll or a design roll, whatever, that's absolutely fine. But if you haven't, and you've got just normal fabric, it doesn't use up much fabric at all. And it's a good way. It might be a way of using up, you know, that really special fabric you've only got a bit left of and you don't want to waste, or a bit of Liberty or Kaffe or something. It's a really good way of doing that. So it's easy as select and cut the fabrics, attach the backing fabrics, sew it on by number. Perfect. Oh, now this one has got special insulating wadding in. Yes, this one is the insulated shopper tote. So this has got, look, can you see? It's got the insulated wadding, which if you're going on a picnic or if you're carrying your lunch to work or something hot, whichever, it holds, it keeps it cool or warm. Not only that, it's also got the webbing that's in the straps. Can't see it in there. Right, it's got the webbing that's in the straps. It's got a piece of plastic that you put in the base, especially if you're using it for a picnic, you want it to stay strong. And it's got an piece of elastic that's for the button closure, so that you can you see there, that you put elastic on and then you fold it around. So, I mean, obviously you've got to provide your own fabric and a button, but it's quite nice that it puts those bits in, because when you're doing a bag like that, in fact, this would be ideal to keep in the boot of your car, wouldn't it? So when you go shopping, it stays straight, so all your milk bottles stay up. You can go to the fridge aisle, put it all in, insulated, and it's quite nice that you can have this. In fact, you could put all of your other bags in this bag and you could just keep this in the boot of your car, couldn't you? Ideal. Only $23.99. And you make it your own because you choose what fabrics you're going to put on it, so it becomes yours, doesn't it? I think that's a really, really good offer. Right, I've only got 2 left. I've got a tote bag, the Alexandra tote. So this one is just the wadding. I love the way this one is done, that all the strips are put on that way and then you put all the strips on that way. So it looks like they're going across each other. That's quite nice. You need a 1/4 yard each of 6 to 10 fabrics, or 20 2.5-inch strips. So again, that is half, that's half a jelly roll, isn't it? That's quite a nice one. Like that one. So by number. Nice if you want that bag. And then the last one is Paris on Point. No, it doesn't have it written on there. Oh, there it is. Paris on Point. So this is a quilt block. So it makes 6 12-inch blocks. So you can join them all together to make a quilt, or you could make 6 cushions or 6 bags, depending on what you want to do. You can multiply these. So if you want to make a bigger quilt, so this has got 6 12-inch squares. If you wanted to make a bigger quilt, then I would say get more of them, join them all on. There we go. Well, thank you so much for joining me today. What a great day we've had. I'm sorry to everyone who's missed out, but congratulations to everyone who managed to check out on Hayley's fantastic products. She'll be back with us in February. Hopefully she'll bring some back. But wasn't it lovely to have her on today? She's such a nice guest and so inspired. Right, tomorrow, hopefully, John's going to be back. Woo! He says he is. So let's hope he's feeling better. Poor thing. Otherwise, you'll be seeing Hannah first thing tomorrow morning. But hopefully John will, fingers crossed, he'll be feeling better. So he will be on at 8 o'clock doing all the essential tools for applique. Then he's got the lovely Adele with him doing a closet core pattern, the Phoebe coat. 10 o'clock, it's all about the sewing machine. Adele will be back at 11 o'clock with the Maison Fauve Cuba Libre dress. And at 12 o'clock, he'll round off your Saturday with quilt kits you'll love. Thank you so much for joining me today. I've really enjoyed it. I'm so inspired. Want to go right home and make lots of things now. I'll see you back here. I'm back here on Monday with Amber Makes. I'm back here next Thursday presenting. Have a wonderful afternoon, and whatever you do, stay warm.